unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Or she gets it, then you'll have to answer to Erudicio.
Erudicio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty!
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Erudicio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
Ready? So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor.
Mia!
I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Kalau kamu bisa kasih burst damage yang tinggi, itu efek burn-nya bakal muncul lebih gampang. Bang, emblemnya ribet bang, bakalan susah gua belajarnya. Halo sobat Land of Dawn, gua KB. Di sini gua akan memperkenalkan emblem terbaru dari Project Next. Dan buat kalian yang udah siap-siap mau ketik di kolom komentar, Bang, emblemnya ribet bang, bakalan susah gua belajarnya. Tenang aja, Mobile Legends Bang Bang dengan Project Next ini sudah mempersiapkan sekali buat teman-teman lebih mudah beradaptasinya. Patch yang lalu itu yang namanya penambahan status ada 5 komponennya. Kalau di patch yang terbaru, komponen penambah statusnya hanya 3. Yang pertama adalah talent penambah status, yang kedua adalah sub talent atau talent yang sebenarnya mungkin di patch lama itu adalah talent aktif. Tapi untuk di patch baru jadi talent pasif. Yang dimana nanti akan connecting juga atau menyambung dengan talent utama. Jadi memudahkan teman-teman semuanya yang pemain-pemain baru untuk mencoba banyak emblem dan banyak variabel dengan perbedaan-perbedaan status yang bisa digunakan. Jadi tentu kita bisa lebih berkreasi dengan menggunakan emblem terbaru teman-teman. Dan ini dia gambaran untuk UI terbarunya. Seperti yang aku bilang tadi, hanya akan ada 7 komponen emblem. Dari basic common emblem, tank, assassin, mage, fighter, support, dan sampai dengan marksman. Dan yang paling aku suka adalah ini dia, banyaknya variabel pemilihan status di emblem terbaru. Contohnya, kita ambil dari talent yang paling pertama yang tadi aku bilang. Ini penambah status rata-rata. Kayak di sini ada yang namanya nambahin adaptive attack, terus ada yang nambahin attack speed, terus ada juga untuk penambah darah kayak vitality, Dan yang paling aku suka, ini dia, Rapture atau penambah Adaptive Penetration. Terus ada juga yang namanya Inspire, dia akan menambahkan 5% cooldown reduction. Terus ada juga di sini Firmness, dia tuh bakal nambahin adaptif untuk physical dan magic defense. Ada penambah movement speed juga dan penambah untuk fatal atau status kritikal. Terus ini yang namanya sub talent nih teman-teman. Contohnya aja ya, ini Season Hunter buat para jungler tank, jungler damage, ini bisa kalian gunakan tanpa harus menjadi talent utama. Karena ini bakal jadi talent pasif. Jadi setidaknya kalau kalian ngejungle itu bakal lebih cepat. Karena setiap kali turtle dan juga lord, kalian akan ada tambahan 15% damage kepada objektif-objektif tersebut. Terus dari emblem tank ada juga Tenacity. Tenacity juga jadi pasif. Dan ini akan aktif ketika kalian itu darahnya di bawah 50%. Terus ada juga Master Assassin. Siapa penggemar-penggemar Assassin? Ini salah satu emblem yang kalau di emblem patch lama ya, emblem-emblem yang udah dulu-dulu, itu tuh cuma aktif ketika memang 1v1 dan akan menambahkan damage ketika musuh kalian sendirian. Tapi untuk sekarang dia jadi pasif sistemnya. Sehingga wah, ini banyak banget nih yang bisa dikombinasikan. Bargain Hunter, dapetin diskon untuk item, terus Festival of Blood, kalian dari awal udah punya pasif spell vamp. Bayangin tuh. Terus yang paling aku suka juga nih, pull yourself together. Karena ini akan mempermudah atau mempersingkat battle spell kalian dari cooldown umumnya. Dari misalkan kita ambil contoh flicker ya, 120 detik itu bisa cuma jadi 100 detik saja. Dan juga aktif skill item. Jadi buat teman-teman yang mungkin para pengguna Winter Truncheon atau mungkin Conceal, jadi lebih dipermudah nih, dipersingkat juga untuk durasi dari cooldownnya. Terus Weapon Master, ini yang paling adaptif banget nih menurut aku teman-teman. Karena Weapon Master itu bisa digunakan kepada user mage atau user marksman juga. Nah, terus ini dia nih yang paling utamanya nih, talent-talent utamanya ada Impure Rage, ada Quantum Charge, terus juga ada Conclusive Blast, terus ada Killing Spree. Dan Killing Spree sekarang tidak terbatas untuk assassin physical damage, tapi juga bisa digunakan untuk para magical damage. Nah, terus Lethal Ignition ini juga tidak melulu soal damage magic. Sekarang physical damage dealer bisa mengeluarkan efek burn ketika dia itu adalah physical damage dealer tipe burst. Terus ada juga Brave Smith nih teman-teman, yang dimana aku dengar kabar nih, katanya di patch terbaru, kebetulan tanggal 27 Juni ini fix, Brave Smith ini bakal muncul dan statusnya diubah. Dari yang 8% penambah darah jadi 5% penambah darah saja. Cuma bedanya untuk sekarang nggak perlu kalian ngeluarin efek CC atau crowd control. Jadi kalian cuma perlu mengeluarkan skill dan itu akan menambahkan darah kalian 5%. Terus ini juga bagus nih, focusing mark. Biasanya para gangker pasti bakal suka sama emblem atau talent utama yang satu ini. Serta biasanya buat para marksman, weakness finder itu bisa jadi pilihan utama. Kalau misalkan kalian nggak pede sama attack speed kalian, ya kalian bisa pakai quantum charge yang tadi aku sebutkan. Anyway, kita bakal coba hal itu semua di custom room langsung. Let's go! Yang pertama adalah efek dari Master Assassin. Yang kalau misalkan ini kan ada dua hero berdempetan, artinya Master Assassin ini nggak bakal aktif. Kalau aku basic attack, damage-nya 143. Tapi kalau ke hero yang sendirian, dia akan menimbulkan damage yang lebih tinggi, 148. Dari sini teman-teman udah bisa ada gambaran ya, kalau sebenarnya Master Assassin ini sebenarnya jadi emblem pasif. Dan ini talentnya menjadi sub talent atau talent cadangan. Dan yang mau aku tunjukkan adalah efek dari bakarannya Lethal Ignition. Aku harus burst dulu ya, Dan nanti yang akan keluar efek bakarannya dalam warna biru di Layla ini adalah dalam bentuk damage fisikal. Tuh, ada biru-biru, ada efek bakaran, dan itu hanya keluar kalau kita secepat mungkin dalam 5 detik menimbulkan damage dalam kurun waktu dan juga efek dalam persenan darah tersebut lah. Intinya secepat mungkin kalau kamu bisa kasih burst damage yang tinggi, itu efek burn-nya bakal muncul lebih gampang. Gimana Sobat Land of Dawn? Asik banget kan untuk emblem terbaru yang nanti akan diluncurkan oleh Project Next di tanggal 27 Juni 2023. Tentunya dengan emblem terbaru ini membuat kalian itu bisa menggunakan variasi emblem talent yang lebih banyak. Jadi kalian gak bosen juga ketika menggunakan satu hero dengan emblem yang bisa bermacam-macam. Anyway, kayaknya kita sudah sampai di akhir video. Aku KB, mohon pamit undur diri. Sampai jumpa lagi di episode selanjutnya, dan sampai jumpa lagi di Land of Dawn.
Tahu nggak, Awesome Generation itu punya rules sendiri, kayak aku. Nge-game, I am the game. Pokoknya harus win streak terus. See, that's my rules with Galaxy A Series 5G. Kalau kamu?
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
In the previous guide, we learned the basics of the new emblem system. This time, we'll take a closer look at the core talents from the Mage, Assassin, Marksman, and Support emblems. Core talent unlocked with the Mage emblem. By upgrading the Mage emblem, you can unlock Lethal Ignition. The new Lethal Ignition now deals adaptive damage, making it a great option for any hero with heavy-hitting combos. With the change to adaptive damage, heroes with high physical damage can now use this talent to enhance their damage, such as Saber and Natalia. Saber's first skill and ultimate combo can easily trigger the effect from Lethal Ignition, dealing much more damage to enemy heroes. Core talent unlocked with the Assassin emblem. By upgrading the Assassin emblem, you can unlock Killing Spree. Now that the talent is no longer reserved for the Assassin emblem, it becomes a good choice for any hero who can perform chain kills. Heroes with magic damage like Karina and Julian can now take this talent as well. Karina's ultimate resets after she kills an enemy hero. When equipped with Killing Spree, she will recover HP from each kill, allowing her to stay healthy and go after more kills. Core talent unlocked with the Marksman emblem. By upgrading the Marksman emblem, you can unlock Weakness Finder. The new Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. It works well for heroes with high attack speed, as it can improve their laning and slowing abilities. A hero like Minzathar can take Weakness Finder because his second skill increases the attack speed of his basic attacks. When combined with equipment that can provide more attack speed, he can reliably trigger the slow effect to prevent enemies from escaping. Core talent unlocked with the Support emblem. By upgrading the Support emblem, you can unlock Focusing Mark. The Focusing Mark talent works the same as before. It allows support heroes to increase the damage their teammates can deal to the target enemy. Taj's ultimate can be used to drag key enemies to his team. When equipped with Focusing Mark, the ultimate will also increase the damage the target takes, allowing Taj's team to quickly burst down the helpless target. Choose the core talent based on the strengths of each hero to maximize their effectiveness. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend.
Tahu nggak, Awesome Generation itu punya rules sendiri, kayak aku. Dalam kondisi apapun, nggak ada lagi halangan. Malah ngebuktiin potensiku. See, that's my rules with Galaxy A Series 5G. Kalau kamu?
Udah pasti kayak musuh kaget, kayak tiba-tiba kelempar HP-nya gara-gara kaget, kalian flickerin sambil ngilang, gila. Halo guys, gua Samuate dan selamat datang di Project Next. Hari ini guys, gua mau ngasih tahu kalian guys soal update PES emblem terbaru guys. Update-nya itu gampang banget guys buat dipelajarin ya guys ya. Dan yang coach gua bilang guys, coach Adi ya kan, ini tuh gampang dan sesimpel itu guys. Oke guys, untuk yang pertama nih, sekarang langsung aja kita coba ya kan. Buat ini sekarang hero yang mau gue pakai itu adalah Kaja guys ya. Buat kombinasinya guys, ini yang pakai agility guys. Nambahin 5% extra movement speed guys. Terus yang kedua gue bakal pakai pull yourself together ya guys ya. Dan yang terakhir guys ya, focusing mark guys. Jadi oke guys, ini udah gue setup. Langsung aja guys ya, kita cobain ya guys ya. Oke, let's go. Oke guys, sekarang kita langsung aja nih guys ya. Kita ada one nih guys di mid nih guys ya. Cooldownnya Konsil kan 80 detik guys, karena kita pakai emblem position figure jadi cuma 68 detik guys. Kalian bayangin guys, kita bisa langsung flicker langsung ulti guys. Nah, gila. Kurang OP apa guys? Dan kalian lihat guys, tadi kan ada mark tuh guys ya di badan one tuh, lihat no. Itu focusing mark guys, efek focusing mark. Jadi ketika kalian ada efek itu guys di musuhnya guys, nah itu bakal nambah 6% damage guys. Jadi damage yang dikeluarin sama tim kalian tuh bakal lebih sakit lagi guys. Nah gitu guys, untuk kombinasi pertama kalian lihat kan guys seberapa bagusnya kalian jadi inisiator dengan movement speed dan juga cooldown reduction yang luar biasa. Sekarang kita bakal lanjut ke kombinasi talent yang kedua guys. Nah ini tuh lebih ke arah untuk yang ngegeng yang suka main di ambush sendirian tuh gak sih guys. Nah di sini tuh ada yang namanya guys ya emblem nih guys. Yang pertama itu ada Thrill guys. Dia nambahin itu 16 adaptive attack. Dan yang kedua tuh ada Bargain Hunter guys. Roamer kan beli item rom lah ya guys ya. Kalian nggak bakal dapet farming ya kan. Jadi kalian tuh cuma beli dengan harga 95% guys dari harga aslinya guys. Sekarang ada yang ketiga guys ya. Itu ada Lethal Ignition guys. Mungkin nggak jauh beda guys dengan emblem AG yang ngebakar ya guys ya. Kalau misalnya kita biasa sebut ya guys ya. Dan ini soalnya ngasih efek burn juga guys. Sama persis guys. Oke guys, sekarang kita langsung aja masuk ke in-game. Kombinasi emblem ini the best juga guys. Karena posisinya guys ya, kalian tahu kan guys, harga Bloodwish itu harganya 3.000 guys. Kalian cuma perlu bayar 2.850 guys. Murah kan? Nih guys, gue bakal kasih lihat efek dari Lethal Ignition ya guys ya. Nah guys, kalian lihat ya guys, ada aura-aura biru yang keluar dari badannya Novaria guys. Nah itu tuh efek burn yang bakal keluar dari emblem ini guys. Jadi itu bakal ngasih kalian tuh damage lebih guys buat nge-kill musuh ketika kalian mau nge-gang, oke guys. Nah jadi kayak gitulah guys ya kalau misalnya kalian mau main tipikal yang damage dealer guys. Oke guys, buat yang terakhir nih guys ya, ini kombinasi dari gua buat kalian tuh yang suka main tipikal yang tanky guys. Kombinasinya guys ya, yang pertama dari emblem Vitality guys, dimana kalian tuh bakal nambahin 225 ekstra maksimum HP guys, oke. Yang kedua tuh ada Tenacity guys, ketika darah kalian tuh di bawah 50% ya kan, kalian tuh bakal nambah armor sama magic defense. Bisa juga kalian tuh pakai Conclusive Blast guys, dimana ketika kalian nanti ngedeal damage guys, nanti dia bakal ke pop up dan itu tuh bakal ngeluarin kayak efek meledak gitu guys, dan itu bakal ngasih damage ke musuh guys, oke. Nih guys, gue bakal kasih kalian contohnya nih guys ya. Karena tadi gue pertama itu kan pakai Vitality ya guys ya, dan itu nambahin maksimum HP guys. Dan gue sekarang tuh pakai Conclusive Blast guys. Kenapa gue bilang itu bagus banget guys? Karena Conclusive Blast itu kan dia dari maksimum HP kan 7% ya kan. Jadi nih, ketika posisinya kalian dapat Vitality ya kan, tambahan maksimum HP, jadi damage dari emblemnya juga nambah guys. Nah kalian tuh guys, ada di bawah kakinya Hylos kan, kalian lihat tuh guys, ada efek-efek gitu kan guys, meledak guys. Nah itu guys efeknya guys, jadi ada damage tambahan guys ya. Dan Tenacity itu yang bikin kalian tuh bakal tebel banget guys, oke. Jadi ini the best combination banget buat kalian yang suka main hero-hero tanky guys ya. Nah guys, jadi dari 3 kombinasi itu guys, kalau gua yang paling masuk ke gameplay gue itu tuh kombinasi agility, pull yourself together, sama focusing mark guys. Nah buat kalian tuh gimana guys? Cukup well kah? Langsung terapin ke gameplay kalian guys kalau kalian mau main roamer kayak gue, oke guys. Jadi tunggu apa lagi? Yuk langsung update Project Next dan langsung kalian cobain, oke guys. Nah tapi guys, buat kalian yang main role selain roamer, tenang aja guys, MLBB sudah merilis video yang ngebahas mengenai kombinasi talent dan hero-hero meta di role lainnya, oke guys. Nah jadi jangan lupa like.
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu, dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu, bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in gold.
In the previous guide, we learned the basics of the new emblem system. This time, we will take a closer look at the core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem, tank emblem, and fighter emblem. Core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem. By upgrading the basic common emblem, you can unlock 2 core talents, Impure Rage and Quantum Charge. Both are suitable for most heroes. The new Impure Rage talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a good damage-enhancing talent for a variety of heroes, such as Eve, Nathan, and Diggy. Eve is a hero with great poke and control abilities. She can use the extra damage and mana regen from Impure Rage to constantly wear down enemies. The new Quantum Charge talent now restores HP based on the hero's level and not their physical attack bonus, making it viable on more heroes that want HP recovery and mobility, such as Edith, Leslie, Layla, etc. When equipped with Quantum Charge, Edith in both forms can use the movement speed bonus triggered by her basic attacks to keep a safe distance from the enemy and the extra HP regen to stay in the fight. Core talent unlocked with the Tank Emblem. By upgrading the Tank Emblem, you can unlock Concussive Blast. Concussive Blast works the same as before, providing an extra source of AoE damage for high HP heroes, such as Johnson, Baja, and Hilda. Hilda is a high HP hero who can tank a lot of damage when equipped with a full set of defensive equipment. The Concussive Blast talent will not only enhance her survivability, but also boost her damage. Core talent unlocked with the Fighter Emblem. By upgrading the Fighter Emblem, you can unlock Brave Smite. Brave Smite is no longer triggered by inflicting CCs. It now takes effect upon dealing skill damage and is suitable for most fighters and tanks that need more HP regen. Ruby, Lapu Lapu, Tigreal, and similar heroes can choose this talent. Ruby can trigger Brave Smite repeatedly by casting skills, and with her own regen abilities, she'll have even greater durability in teamfights. Choose the core talent based on the strengths of each hero to maximize their effectiveness. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend.
Dari dua emblem yang selain Weapon Master sangat berguna lah di early game. Di laning phase malah jadi rajanya lah istilahnya. Kok kedapet di lampu? Oke. Halo, gua Kadera. Selamat datang di Project Next. Butuh tutor main God Lane setelah update patch emblem. Nggak akan ada yang lebih bagus dari episode ini, karena gue akan bahas dua hal penting dari patch ini untuk para God Laner. Yang pertama, kombinasi-kombinasi terbaik talent utama untuk God Laner. Dan hero God Laner apa yang akan meta di patch kali ini. Nah, sekarang kita coba ke kombinasi pertama ya. Di sini gue pakai hero Beatrix. Rekomendasi dari gue yaitu yang pertama pakai Rapture, terus yang kedua Weapon Master, dan yang terakhir Weakness Finder. Oke, itu jadi kita langsung coba di in-game nya. Kan tadi kan pilihan emblem kita ada Rapture sama Weakness Finder. Nah, kalian nggak usah takut buat apa ya, ngepok gitu, karena kalau kita ngehit musuh nih, mereka dapat slow sama mereka nggak bisa ngepok balik gitu. Jadi kayak kalian di lane nggak bakal sering kepok. Terus yang Weapon Master itu kan nunggu dari item kan. Jadi dari dua emblem yang selain Weapon Master sangat berguna lah di early game buat survive. Nah gitu guys, kita coba ke kombinasi talent yang berikutnya ya. Di sini gue pakai hero 1-1. Rekomendasi dari gue yang pertama Swift, terus yang kedua Bergen Hunter, terus yang ketiga Weakness Finder. Oke, jadi emblem yang pertama kita kan ambil Swift kan tadi. Nah, di awal kita kayak udah berasa ada item tambahan satu, kayak knife nih, kan nambah 10% attack speed kan. Tapi tanpa kita harus beli knife-nya langsung, kita udah berasa kayak attack speed kita lumayan berasa lah gitu. Terus lagi buat 1-1 ya, dengan adanya Weakness Finder, kalian malah jadi lebih gampang kebuka. Nah, setiap kalian ngelempar skill 1 terus di combo sama pasif Weakness Finder, musuhnya kayak nggak bisa lari, kena slow, terus kena 3 kali stuck skill satunya, dia bisa nge-stun. Jadi kemungkinan otomatis terbukanya lebih besar gitu. Bergen Hunter karena kita bisa jadi lebih cepet jadiin item kita. Swift Crossbow di wave 2 mungkin udah bisa kebeli ya, karena ada emblem yang ini. Jadi kayak kalian di laning phase malah jadi rajanya lah istilahnya. Oke, next kita coba ke kombinasi talent yang terakhir ya. Di sini kita pakai God Land bertipe Magic, yaitu Harit. Kalian bisa ngambil yang Inspire. Terus yang selanjutnya Virgin Hunter. Terus yang terakhir Impurage. Kita udah di in-game nih. Yang pertama kan Inspire yang ngebantu kalian nambah cooldown reduction. Jadi kalau sudah semisal kalian max emblem terus kalian nambahin Inspire itu, kalian nggak perlu butuh yang namanya cooldown reduction lagi di item kalian. Jadi kayak beliin aja item yang paling mahal, Blood Wings contohnya kayak gitu. Kita jelasin lagi di Impurage. Semisal nih kalian pakai Magic side lane, itu pasti kemungkinan jungler kalian assassin. Masa kalian mau egois, blue buff-nya diambil, gak mau dikasih ke jungler assassin kan? Gak mungkin kan? Nah, di Impurage ini kalian ngeakalin mana kalian. Di Impurage kalian bakal nerima balik 2% mana max kalian. Kayak contoh, gue pakai skill nih, terus ngehit atau nggak ngehit, pokoknya pakai skill bisa ngebalikin 2% max mana kalian, tapi ada cooldown 5 detik. Ayo coba update Project Next hari ini ya. Tapi kalau menurut lo tips dari gua kurang relevan karena lo pemain role lain, tenang aja, karena di next episode-nya akan dibahas mengenai kombinasi talent dan hero-hero meta di role lain. Dan jangan lupa share videonya ya. Gua Kadera, sampai jumpa di Land of Dawn.
Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
12-nya kemana?
12-nya ada di Blibli 12 tahun anniversary. Beli apa aja ada gratis ongkir 12 kali, cashback 12 kali, dan flash sale Rp12. Ayo belanja di Blibli sekarang.
When upgrading your emblems, you will unlock talents at specific levels. Different emblems will unlock different talents. You can choose an emblem by role and use the talents it unlocks directly as your default setup, or you can freely mix and match different emblems and talents to create a custom emblem setup. We're going to show you how to create your emblem setup for your heroes. Emblems. First, let's take a look at the revamped emblem system. There are now 7 emblems in the game, 1 basic common emblem and 6 role emblems. Different emblems can provide different attribute bonuses. It is recommended to use the emblem that matches a hero's role. Standard talents, Tier 1. After selecting an emblem, you can then choose from 8 standard talents at Tier 1. These talents provide mostly straightforward bonuses to heroes. Of the 8 talents, Thrill and Swift are good on almost any hero, while other talents are more catered to certain roles. Standard talents, Tier 2. At Tier 2, you will also have 8 standard talents to choose from. The Tier 2 talents trigger or work under different circumstances. We still recommend choosing one that matches the role of your hero. But if you're an advanced player, you are free to choose any of the talents to fit your playstyle. For example, if you're playing the core hero on your team and want to focus on gearing up fast, you can choose the Bargain Hunter talent regardless of how your hero deals damage. And heroes who rely on their skills for sustained damage, whether it be a mage or fighter, can use the Festival of Blood talent for more spell vamp. Core talents, Tier 3. Finally, let's talk about the most important talents, the core talents. There are 8 core talents available in the game, and each provides a unique and powerful effect. We recommend choosing the core talent to match your hero's role and only use core talents from other emblems for advanced or unconventional tactics. The revamped Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. This talent is now a viable option for any hero that relies on basic attacks and wants better laning and the ability to slow enemies. The Lethal Ignition talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a prime choice for any hero that has heavy-hitting combos. While the revamped emblem system still uses the existing talents, we have removed the restrictions between emblems and talents, opening up new possibilities for many heroes. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend.
Menurut gua sih, update enemy ini sangat membantu kita para fighter ya. Karena kita bisa lebih fleksibel dalam pemilihan hero nantinya. Joy bisa langganan sini di band. Hai, gua Sorizo. Selamat datang di Project Next. Experience setelah update patch bukan lagi cuma sekedar jago adu otot. Karena kita juga harus memutar otak buat combination talent dengan emblem terbaiknya. Yuk tonton video ini agar lo bisa jadi explainer yang lebih hebat. Nah, sekarang kita coba kombinasi pertama nih. Hero yang gue pakai adalah Yuzong. Buat talent pertama, yang gue pakai adalah Agility. Yang kedua, yang gue pakai adalah Festival Blood. Yang ketiga, gue pakai Killing Spree. Jadi yang pertama kenapa gue pilih Agility adalah buat movement speed. Menurut gue Yuzong ini sangat butuh movement speed guys, karena ketika lo mengejar musuh, kayak speed lu lebih kenceng gitu lah dibanding mereka. Yang kedua kenapa gua pilih Festival Blood, karena buat lifesteal. Lihat ini gua belum ada item lifesteal, tapi gua tetap bisa dapat lifesteal guys. Yang ketiga kenapa gua pilih Killing Spree. Killing Spree ini tujuannya ketika lu bunuh musuh lu dapat lifesteal serta movement speed. Ketika lu bunuh musuh, efeknya keras banget guys. Dan kenapa gua seneng banget, karena yang dulunya gua di Factor cuma bisa Festival Blood, sekarang udah bisa pakai Killing Spree juga guys yang di Assassin. Jadi kayak lu bisa combine gitu. Nah gitu guys. Sekarang kita coba kombinasi talent berikutnya ya. Hero yang gua pakai adalah Joy. Buat talent pertama, yang gua pakai adalah Rupture. Yang kedua, gua pakai Bargain Hunter. Yang ketiga adalah Killing Spree. Nah, sekarang kita bakal coba langsung ke in-game-nya ya guys. Buat talent pertama, kenapa gua pakai Rupture? Ini sangat bagus banget guys, karena damage lu 5%, penetration lu bakal sakit buat ke musuh. Contohnya, lebih sakit guys, dibanding lu nggak pakai, ini lebih sakit. Dan yang kedua, gua pakai Bargain Hunter. Fungsi dari Bargain Hunter ini adalah ketika lu harga item lu bakal jadi lebih murah guys. Dari yang harga 100% lu beli di harga 95%. Contohnya ini ya, Genius One. Ini harga aslinya adalah 2000 jadi 1900 guys. Yang ketiga gua pakai adalah Killing Spree. Fungsi dari Killing Spree ini ketika lu bunuh musuh, lu mendapatkan 8% max HP dari musuh dan 15% movement speed selama 3 detik. Ini bagus banget guys, ketika lu dalam team fight yang gede lu bisa survive. Ini sih OP banget sih guys. Ketika lu yang biasa cuma bisa pakai Bargain Hunter, sekarang lu bisa pakai bareng Killing Spree. Joy bisa langganan sini di band. Oke, next kita coba ke kombinasi talent yang berikutnya ya. Hero yang gue pakai nanti adalah hero Esmeralda. Itulah hero favorit gue juga. Yang pertama, talent yang gue pakai adalah Agility. Yang kedua, Bargain Hunter. Yang ketiga adalah Consulsive Blast. Oke, kita langsung coba ke in-game ya guys. Yang pertama, talent Agility. Kenapa gue pakai Agility? Fungsinya tuh menambahkan 5% movement speed guys. Jadi ketika lu ngezoning atau nge-cover temen lu, itu sangat bagus guys. Lebih kenceng lah jalan lu. Dan dikomboin dengan skill 1 Esmeralda, lu lebih cepet lah buat lu kemana-mana gitu, move lu. Yang kedua, kenapa gue pakai Bargain Hunter? Esmeralda ini early-nya membutuhkan item yang lebih cepat guys. Jadi gue pakai Bargain Hunter biar lu bisa beli item lebih murah lah di awal. Yang ketiga, kenapa gue pakai Counter 11? Ini ketika lu basic attack ada kayak efek ledakan gitu yang mengandung magic damage. Jadi ketika lu clear wave jauh lebih cepat dibanding yang lain guys. Contohnya kayak gini. Nih, tuh, lebih cepat guys jadinya. Dengan ada stats baru nih gue makin suka sih main Esmeralda. Nah, dari 3 kombinasi itu, kalau yang paling cocok ke gameplay gue sih Esmeralda ya, dengan talent Agility, Bargain Hunter, dan Ghost S12. Nah, menurut gue sih update enemy ini sangat membantu kita para fighter ya, karena kita bisa lebih fleksibel dalam pemilihan hero nantinya. Gimana nih para explainer? Udah siap main meta terbaru belum? Yuk langsung update ke Project Next dan cobain ya. Nah, buat kalian yang main role and XP, tenang aja. Karena di next episodenya akan dibahas mengenai kombinasi talent dan hero meta di role lainnya. Jangan lupa share videonya ya. Gua Surizo, sampai jumpa di Land of Dawn.
Ayo, dukung tim jagoanmu di turnamen MPL Season 11 dan dapatkan diskon 40% untuk pembelian minuman berikut di Point Coffee. Gunakan kode diskon berikut di aplikasi Indomaret Poinku. Caranya mudah. Pertama, download aplikasi Indomaret Poinku, lalu klik tombol icon kado di kanan atas, masukkan kode dan dapatkan e-kupon diskon. Kemudian, redeem kupon diskon 40% di outlet Point Coffee.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Karena Lancelot itu tipe jungler yang harus fleksibel keluar masuk team fight, dan gua rasa Killing Spree ini cocok banget di gameplay Lancelot gua. Kalau yang paling masuk ke gameplay gua itu yang kombinasi talent pertama, karena cocok banget sama Fanny gua. Hai, gue Super Ken. Selamat datang di Project Next. Kali ini gue mau ngasih beberapa rekomendasi kombinasi talent setelah update patch emblem nih. Dan gue yakin kalian bisa tiru ini biar rank kalian naik terus. Di sini gue akan bahas hal terpenting dari patch ini untuk pemain jungler nih. Nah, tonton sampai akhir ya guys. Nah, sekarang kita coba ke kombinasi pertama nih. Hero yang gue pakai, hero andalan gue yaitu Fanny. Emblem yang pertama di hero Fanny gue pakai Rapture. Emblem ini berfungsi untuk menambahkan physical penetration. Emblem yang kedua, gue pakai Master Assassin. Emblem ini berfungsi untuk menambahkan damage di sekitar hero-nya untuk mendapatkan snowballing di early game. Emblem yang ketiga gue pakai Killing Spree. Emblem ini dapat memulihkan HP dan movement speed untuk bisa keluar dari team fight. Nah gitu guys, kita coba ke kombinasi talent yang berikutnya ya. Kali ini gue mau pakai Lancelot. Kembali menggunakan Rapture sebagai talent pertama. Hal ini dimaksudkan untuk jungler typical damage dealer agar bisa dapat 5% damage penetration. Terus yang kedua gue pakai Season Hunter karena dengan talent ini bisa nambah 15% damage ke Lord atau Turtle.
terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat
Live from MPL Arena Jakarta, MPL Season 12, powered by Moonton. Presented by Samsung Galaxy Official Gaming Phone. Official sponsor, Head and Shoulders. Official mobile internet partner, Telkomsel. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
It's a two-match program today with all the story you can think of. We got the next up, we got the newcomers, we got the veterans trying to catch up to the young bloods, and we got the mythical being that resides in the sky. But the first match today is the man-made program robots facing off against the apostles of God. Welcome everyone, my name is Shafin with Mirko and Arashi, and welcome to the home of the Southeast Asian champion.
Oh, it's great to see it.
Yeah.
It's great to hear it, man.
Oh
I mean,
God.
how long have we been waiting? How long have all the Indonesians been waiting for that?
Legit years, Arashi. Oh my God.
I mean, it's our time now, man. It's undeniable. So let's get to it, man.
Yeah, before we get into it, we're gonna shout out our sponsors first. MPL Indonesia Season 12. It's powered by Moonton, presented by Samsung Galaxy Official Gaming Phone. Official sponsor, Head and Shoulders. Official mobile internet partner, Telkomsel. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. And partner esports, Blibli, Dunia Game, Grab, OVO, and YouTube. Our supplier, Indomaret, Mineski, and Samsung. Official broadcast, Maxstream and TVRI Sports, and also supported by PBASE.
I mean, looking at especially, going back to the home of the Southeast Asian champions, for a long time, even after the MSC win, there's still a lot of doubts for MPL Indonesia. Is it the best league in the world? Is it the most competitive in the world, considering how MPL PH has been dominating the entire MLBB world for a long time? But I think Snapdragon Pro Series, what happened just, a few days ago, really just confirmed that, hey, Grand Finals was an all-Indo Grand Finals. Sweet revenge, man. I mean, after the PH Finals that we were, we enjoyed it, but at the same time, it's great to have finally such a huge comeback moment.
You don't have to pretend. We do not enjoy it. We have Indonesian team finally in the finals, and both of them in the finals. My goodness, I'm so happy right now. But today it's a BTR versus Dewa United, man. Dewa United, the first time they've ever been in MPL. Finally, in week 2, they're gonna prove why they belong in this league. In MDL, they're pretty solid, but they have to prove it in MPL too, the highest league in the world?
Maybe, especially after Snapdragon. But when you're playing in the best league in the world, you gotta need the best device in the world too, right?
Yeah, it is. Samsung S Series. Get ready to auto-win when playing games with the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Its epic specifications will allow you to flexing when playing, together with friends. Not with Arashi though. Equipped with the fastest processor technology, a 4nm Snapdragon, and 8 Gen 2 for Galaxy. Large RAM up to 12 gigabytes. 12 gigabytes, that's higher than my laptop. And 5G connectivity that guarantees a lag-free gaming experience, Arashi.
Well, without lag, that's what you need to have your full performance, man. Nothing is worse than having all the right mechanics, but not the right kind of signal strength to win your ranked games.
Just to remind you guys that we also use S23 Series 5G for our MPL ID. That's also used in the Snapdragon Pro Series, by the way. So you can see the high mechanical skills displayed by a lot of teams, especially Onyx Indonesia, winning out in SPS 2.
Absolutely, and if you guys want to join in the fun using the best device in the world, you guys can join in, use the cashback promo up to 4 million IDR, Samsung.com/ID. But back at it again, we are in MPL Indonesia Season 12, Week 2, not Week 1, and there's already been some developments here.
Developments as in what, Rashi?
I think that some teams just switching out their rosters right here, and it's been such a terrifying thing since last season for both the opponents and the fans as well, because they're like, okay, who's going to play, right? Is it going to be the main roster? Are they going to perform at max capacity? But now it's a bit different because everyone seems so solid. All the teams have seemed to just experiment enough to know what combination they really want in the Land of Dawn, and now it's about what really fits the opponents they're facing. And for the first match today, that is such an accurate situation here because we're having some rumors that the mid lane for Bigatron, right? There's 2 players. There might be a bit of a switch up.
Yeah, a bit of a switch up, and both of them are playing at the highest level, man. Moreno, walk the walk and talk the talk. It's reversed, but who cares? Yeah, but they also have Q, which provides a different play style for BTR. You know, they have different kind of mid laners program, I guess. Like if we're talking about robots, they have different code. Key usually uses more of a, you know, in front of your face mid laners, and it really shows in the KDA 9-5-29 compared to Moreno. Only one death so far in 2 games, which really provides the context on who's playing which heroes in this case.
The big point right here is that there's a high ground potential in the hands of Moreno, whereas Key, he used to be a roamer, so a lot more of those opportunistic mindset available in the Land of Dawn. The keys to victory though by the Samsung Galaxy S series, Supervin targeting Watt, that is so critical right here. If they can shut down Watt in the early game, he is definitely the tip of the spear for the assault of Dewa United. Along with that, secure heroes that can deny Watt's heroes in the late game. We talked about how Bigatron might kind of struggle a bit in the late game. If they have the right heroes available to ensure that a late game carry marksman cannot just single-handedly carry the game, that could just be the answer that they require. So depending on who's in the roster, we're going to see different heroes for sure, but we'll have to see, man.
I mean, we need to talk about this lineup as well, right? We spoke about the keys to victory for Bigatron Alpha. For Dewa United, it's been the complete opposite, I would say, against BTR, who are systematic. They just love to get down and dirty with it.
Definitely. Well, the keys to victory for this team that just likes to go so aggressive is to contest Super Vin's pick-up heroes, which is a bit counterintuitive, but at the same time, it makes sense. If Vin has all that pick-up potential, they can move as freely or as aggressively. And of course, along with that, avoid the team fights when it's not beneficial for them, and don't get pulled into the tempo, the macro play that comes from Bigatron Alpha, because we've seen that all the way now from the early game all the way to the late game and how they contested the Lord. Everything is so systematic, and if you fall into the trap of just following through with that kind of game plan, usually it does not fare well for you.
Well, talking about pick-up heroes for Vin, we've seen Vin on multiple heroes that relies on pick-up. We've seen Gadira, we've seen Chao, we've seen Franco. He's still playing Franco at a high level, but not to the level where he's playing at
not season 9.
RQ, yes.
Wow.
But we're talking about Chao, Gadira, like we haven't seen like a solid performance from Vin, and I generally think that they should give him the Cho, because we need to build the confidence first. Building back to Vin in RRQ, like the old Vin, the high mechanical Vin, especially with that Chao, so that he can catch up with Keyboy or maybe those kind of pick-up gods like Yaoi too.
The mechanical gods in this game. Vin, I would say, has had a confidence boost, especially up here in the head and the shoulders. Big mentality coming in from the captain himself.
Yeah, don't let your match become a mess because of Wet and Ichi Dendra. Move on to head and shoulders. God.Gacha and be 100% confident. Yeah, there it is. Wet, 100% confident. Wet and Ichi Dendra will be wiped out just like you wiped up your opponents in the Land of Dawn.
It's as easy as that, if you want to be the best, you got to smell like the best. You got to have great hair like the best. You see how Kairi, how amazing his hair is?
I like that. It looks like a Yakuza, man. Like Kairi or like Kiryu, because he's looking, he's looking badass. I like this hairstyle more than the hairstyle before, because it's significant. Oh my goodness. I can speak today.
It's okay. It happens to the best of us, right? I mean, hey, I don't want to throw any shade, but even it happened to a world champion. I mean, Sanji kind of choked a bit in Snapdragon Pro Series. Moreno spoke about this in an interview earlier. That's why I want to bring it up. What do you think? Based on Snapdragon Pro Series, do you think after losing 4-0 in the Grand Finals, kind of choked as well, this is going to be a mental destruction for Bigatron Alpha? Or is it still momentum, considering, they performed better than a lot of people expected?
I think it's not going to be a momentum because, as Moreno said, they're not really confident against Onyx. Like, Onyx is the outlier of all the teams in the world. It's only Onyx Indonesia that BTR fears. Not all the PH teams they face against Echo, even though it's not a full Echo lineup, but still, it's still Echo, right? It's still Coach Tic Tac on the head, and also against AP Brand with Ducky on the lineup too, like one of the best teams in the world. #1 regular season in MPL PH, by the way, and they absolutely wiped them out. 7-0 against PH teams, but Onyx is just a different breed, Arashi. Like, it's just different playing against them.
It's almost like styles make matchups right now, and I think teams just have to try and understand that and find the best combination. But speaking of combinations, look at who's walking up right now.
Let's welcome, ladies and gentlemen, the Terminators of Indonesia, Bigatron Alpha.
They said, I'm back. The Terminator once again wants to terminate their opponents. This time around, it's the Apostles of God. So it's going to be a tough challenge, a man-made versus... I don't want to go there, but you know what I'm going to say.
Yeah, we all know. And I think so far they have been quite godly themselves. 2-0, undefeated in MPL Indonesia, being the new kids on the block. It's Dewa United.
New kids on the block, only 3 of them, but 2 of them though, Watt and Leo Murphy. One of the epitome of veterancy in MPL. They've been playing for a lot of seasons, a lot of games is already on their hands, especially Leo Murphy finally back in the pro scene with his chow and with his pickoff potential too.
They've been playing a lot of different metas as well, and right now it's in the hands of the coaches and the coaching staff to understand the meta and give them the opportunities they need. On the stage right here, you can see Coach Aldo on the side of Bigatron. The Architect definitely has something in store for the Apostles.
Yeah, the black and whites here. I like the jerseys here. It's significant. Signifies the battle of the man-made program, like the man-made robots against the Apostles of God. I'm sorry for bringing that up over and over again, but that's a really cool story to bring up, man.
Yeah, I mean, it is interesting. Very interesting, considering, again, for Bigatron Alpha, they've been in the game, they've been in MPL Indonesia for so long, yet they haven't been able to lift that trophy. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dewa United, their first ever season, even KB put them in the needs a miracle tier list, all the way in the bottom. But so far, I guess miracles are quite easy when you've got the help of God.
Oh my goodness gracious. Okay, we're gonna see the top 3 jungler stats here, Rashi. Turtle rate and Lord rate. You can see here, Super Ken, really good Lord rate here.
Well, he is definitely solid on the retributions, but more than that, you have to consider the fact that for the most part, his high objective secure rate is due to his team and how they set up so well in the late game, especially when they make use of the macro gameplay, the EXP lane rotations on the far side of the map. So Rizzo has been so critical in Bigatron Alpha securing the neutral objectives, and if they want to win against Dewa, they need to try and maximize that as well, because if they just try and rely on the team fights, we have seen that Dewa United, they are the ones who always come out on top when the going gets tough, when the fighting gets messy.
Well, the messy is the one that PTR needs to avoid here. A lot more objective takes, especially with Terizo, as you said, Arashi. A lot of power heroes too. We've seen Export too, one of the heroes that hasn't been brought to the pro scene in a long time, bringed up by Terizo, and I think it specifically counters Terizo and all the frontliners from the opposing team, like Fredrin, like Martis. Those kind of heroes really bad against especially Export with the Ice Queen wand.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen that. We literally saw what it was able to do up against these frontline heavy compositions in Snapdragon Pro Series. But back again, knowing they're very unique in their hero departments, let's talk a little bit about the dynamic of Key and Moreno. Moreno sitting this one out. Key is back in the lineup. What do you think are the differences, the main differences that they can bring into the team that they are trying to utilize and implement now against Dewa United in this team head-to-head by Head and Shoulders?
Well, if you're talking about Messi earlier, Key has more a Messi KDA. It's not like Moreno. It's more calculative. He's more of a high-ground player with all those heroes like Eve, like Valentina, especially his favorite hero. But Key can provide those messiness, and I think it can prevail over Dewa United in certain team fights, and it can counter out Watt, especially against in Dewa United, because Watt is so important for Dewa United. You have to shut him down, especially in the early game. So I think another thing to watch out for Dewa United is they have to somehow bring out Watt or give Watt a winning lane in the gold lane.
I think what Key brings to the table as well is that aggression. He's always known as a pick-off roam hero player. So he knows how to hide in those bushes, how to wait and catch his opponents off guard, and maybe with an aggressive hero like a Kadira, for example, he could just be the solution for Dewa United's almost one-dimensional game plan, right? They always play to just survive in the early game, and then later on, get some gold, get some resources into the hands of Watt, and Watt can solo carry on those late-game heroes. With a Kadira, or even with anything as aggressive like a Valentina maybe, that's a huge problem for Dewa United, and maybe the combination of a strong pickup potential from Vin and strong pickup potential from Key as well could be the exact thing they need to shut down this whole teamfight strategy that Dewa United has been so successful at.
And it shows in the stats, right? A lot more time for Dewa United to end the game. Meanwhile, Bigatron Alpha still number one in terms of game duration, 15 minutes compared to 19 minutes of Dewa United. But we're entering the draft for Coach Aldo versus Coach Jack Lee.
Wow, on the side of Dewa United, you already see the Paquito respect ban. So Rizzo is an absolute menace on this hero, and without the Paquito, options are still available like the Grok, like the Terizla. Whatever it is, it needs to be something that has good 1v1 potential in the lane, good wave clear, and good mobility, because Bigatron, they're playing that very quick, high-tempo gameplay, and the EXP lane is definitely a critical component.
Speaking of EXP lane, Urid is also banned for Coach Aldo plus the Yves, so a lot of sustained heroes banned here, and also a high ground potential in that Yves, knowing Keys is also proficient in that hero, but Uranus though, Rico.
Yeah, the Uranus has been one of the top 3 picks as well, I would say. Pick and ban. Paquito, Claude, and then Uranus. That's what we've been seeing here in MPL Indonesia. So it is pretty interesting to see Claude left open. It's most probably going to be picked up. I don't know if Dewa United want to first pick it here, though. They usually get through these games through getting Watt a good matchup in lane, and that does not come through a first pick Claude.
On that note, Bigatron has also banned away that Fanny, right? So they're still afraid, or a bit worried about the assassin potential. If Dewa United wants to go for something similar, the Ling is still available though. But if you look at their bans, it's the Angela and the Joy as well. So they went for the Fredrin here, and that's a solid pick, still flexible. We haven't seen it as often back in the SPS, depending on which team is playing, but it's a solid hero that can go in the EXP lane, in the jungle as well, and it's good crowd control to try and stave off that aggression coming in from Bigatron Alpha.
Not also EXP lane and jungler rush, it can also be used in the mid lane, and if you go for like a healer mid laner or healer roamer like Angela and maybe Florid, it works. And I believe Brand brings it out in ISF qualifiers in Riyadh, and it works really, really well. They actually win out on that qualifier and goes to the final stage of ISF. But is this the right strategy to use for Dewa United that really likes teamfight though?
I think it is. I think considering they like team fights, they need to get to a point where they can team fight. Getting a hero like a Fredrin who is flex into the XP and into the jungle, I personally like it in the jungle more. It gives you a lot of stability in that early game to get you through that mid game. And now, looking at the Valentina and the Kaja pick, it strengthens that point even more. They already have that stability with the Fredrin compared against this very early game, mid-control heavy composition that Bigatron Alpha are trying to utilize to bully Watt in the early game. And now it's Kadira and Beatrix.
They complement the crowd control with huge burst damage, both physical and magical, with the Beatrix and Kadira. It's a great pick that denies that pick from the side of Bigatron as well, but they've already shown the Kaja and the Valentina, and now with a 1-1, it looks to be a lot more mobile of a composition, and if anything, if the stats tell you anything, it's that Bigatron likes to go fast, they like to try and outmaneuver you, so if Dewa United wants to go for a solid team fight, they need to try and find more ways to ensure that they can lock down Bigatron to commit into those fights.
1-1 though. This is a hero that Super Saiyan really likes to play in SPS too. Like, I totally believe a matchup of Claude and 1-1 is good for the 1-1 itself, but he actually brings it out. He doesn't care if he's against any kind of dive composition, but in this case, they actually ban the Ling, maybe trying to find a safety for Super Saiyan to farm out. And also, if the Ling uses his Temples of Blade, it also acts as a damage immune for that crossbow tank. So it's gonna be real hard for you to play against the Ling.
Yeah, we know how difficult it is on a 1-1, especially me, a 1-1 main myself, up against a Ling. That mobility, the Tempest of Blaze, the untargetability is really a big nuisance for the 1-1. But I like that you brought that up, 1-1. We've been seeing a lot of 1-1 picks in SPS, mainly from Bigatron Alpha. I think it's mainly because 1-1 synergy works with the Kaja. When you're locked down like that, the crossbow tank is just so easy to get down, and once you do that, you basically either isolate that member or you force a big team fight where the 1-1 excels at. And on top of that, the 1-1 here is just a really good pick to fend off against that aggressive threat that can dive into the back into Kadira. Now the Petri and even the Breath of the Ocean, there's an answer to it.
Right, the free Purify is definitely a huge factor in ensuring that Saken won't be easily picked off here. But if you look at the band so far, it seems like Dewa United are expecting some kind of tanky jungler, which does supplement the high aggression from the early game. I mean, a Valentina and a Kaja, that's a lot of wave clear in the mid lane and a lot of pick-off potential. So they have to try and find something to try and back this Fredrin up. Otherwise, all that sustain, all that early game strength won't amount to anything.
Yeah, we got a comment here from Amos. Consistency in making comebacks in the game with a very good decision. Making that paves the way to victory for Dewa United. But looking for victory for Dewa United here, a lot of, again, frontliner bans, as you said, Arashi. Maybe the Grog isn't really a jungler option for Bigatron Alpha, but it also is a frontline that can kind of CC immune that Fredrin, that Kadira, which is also coincidentally a power hero for Sarito. And speaking of power hero, Super Ken brings out the Lancelot.
Oof. Assassin gameplay coming in from Bigatron Alpha right here. They're very aggressively built right now in composition, but they don't really have a strong front line, so this is a bit of a concern, especially with all the burst damage available for the side of Dewa United. So I think for Bigatron, to round off this composition, they require someone that can stay in the front and initially at least scout out the dangerous areas, especially when they want to play around the Lord. But for Dewa, they might want to try and get a bit more crowd control of Franco maybe, but no, they go for a Bane as well as a Kufa. There you go. That's the main engage tool, and the Bane. Against all this mobility, the deadly catch will be such an annoying factor in the middle of those fights.
True. But I don't really like the Bane pick here because it is a very stationary hero. It sure has a bit of a CC there with the deadly catch, as you said, Arasi, and also movement speed boost in that second skill. But against Moreno, against Super Vin, and also 1-1, it's gonna be hard for you to deal damage towards the enemy team. The only sources available for you is that first skill. Okay.
Wow. Dude, this Bigatron pick, this Terizla, so tanky with the passive as well. But that's what I meant. Like they can initiate, right? They can clear the waves easily. They can initiate with the penalty zone. And the passive, the lower you get, the more defense you get essentially with the Terizla. That's going to allow them to just be so aggressive and stave off so much damage.
Not a lot of mobility though, Rashi. Remember, one thing that we did mention about Chorizo is he likes this lane priority. Getting him on a Terizla, great for lane. But when you have a very active XP laner like Chorizo, putting him on a Terizla, it's going to limit that mobility for sure.
Yep, it's the first game of Week 2 of MPL Indonesia Season 12. It's the Robots versus the Apostles of God. Dewa United versus Bigatron Alpha here. You can see here the emblem too. A lot of interesting thing to point out. And especially Moreno going for Purify to counteract that Kadira. But we're in the game in the Land of Dawn for game number 1.
All right, man. This is the first match of the day. Let's see if it does set the tone for the rest of today. But looking at the battle spells right here, the Inspire on Super Saiyan for sure, but the Purify, like you mentioned, will allow Key to be a lot more decisive, a lot more aggressive in his maneuvers, even though it's technically a defensive battle spell, as Leo Murphy already tries to be so aggressive, getting pushed back away though.
It's a bit of a signature play here from Key and Vin, trying to get that farm from the enemy team with a lot of poking potential and early game damage from Vin and Key. I think you can actually take this, but Keys and Leo Murphy had something to say.
Oh, a lot of damage coming down. Oh, might be first blood. Super Vin flickers up, but what? With a flicker response as well. First blood over to Watt.
What are you doing, Watt says here as he gets the first blood for the gold laner. And this is trouble for Bigatron because Watt is one of the core members of Dewa United. They like to play through Watt, especially with a hero like Beatrix, which scales infinitely. I would say infinitely, but really good in the late game. It's going to be hard for Bigatron to make another engage here.
Looking at the emblems right here, agility on 3 members for the set of Bigatron, as well as the tenacities all over the place. They're trying to go for that early game pick of style. But like I mentioned, if Supervin keeps getting picked off like this means it's going to be a lot more squishy and punishable in the late game. So they need to try and make sure they go for the right fights, not just any fight, especially against a team as dangerous, as volatile as Dewa United.
Okay, very interesting. When it comes down to these emblems, there's not much, to be completely honest with you. Everybody's just going for the standard, but we're already seeing Bigatron Alpha rotate towards that lane priority in the Terizla for the first turtle.
Yep, and finally gets to level 4. This is the time for Super Ken to showcase his retro ability, especially with the Lancelot. Torn Rose is a deadly weapon to secure objectives.
Well,
Let's
look,
see.
you can look towards Sorizo and try and go for an initiate before the fight begins. Here he goes.
Oh, penalty zone coming down. Super Ken getting the space necessary to pick up the turtle. Now the Phantom Execution onto the back. Hayes isolated here. One Thorn Rose should do it, but Super Sorizo picks it up before it's even utilized. The Praiser's Wrath on the Vin. Still able to dash out of that one. Super Ken now on the purple buff. Should be able to secure this one despite not having a retribution. Dixon tries to go for a steal and no, it's Super Vin. He whips it out of existence.
Well, it's still a positive for BTR for sure. A lot of kills and also a turtle, but Sorizo, though, of an objective-taking masterclass, flickering forward to the penalty zone and trying to prevent Ray to get into the vicinity of the turtle, and it's an easy Super Ken turtle.
And keep in mind that Revenge Strike is such an annoying skill to deal with. You're in the fight, you survive, and then out of nowhere, that skill just ends you afterwards. So that is something that is always in the back of the minds of Dewa United. And in the big team fight, that might just be the distraction that Bigatron needs to come out on top. So far, it's still more of a skirmish, not a full-on 5v5 team fight. So in these circumstances, Bigatron Alpha definitely have an edge. And considering that they have an assassin in the jungle, this means that they can contest these objectives a lot easier compared to the Fredrin in the hands of Dixon.
With the prediction though by the Talon English here, all of us are rooting, quote-unquote rooting for Bigatron, but Super Ken.
Yeah, just jumping in. Oh, clean movement here as he helps Super Saiyan just clear out that wave. Remember, before the 5th minute of the game, all the gold will still go to Super Saiyan. But yeah, you know, hey, after SPS, I think the Mirror Curse is gone. So that's why. That's why BTR.
Okay, okay. Trying to find... we're blessed right now, right? But looking at the build though, Rashi, I'm not surprised to see a lot of tough boots in their build for Bigatron because there's just boatloads of CC. Even like on the there's a lot of CCs from Diva United. All of them actually has one, except one.
Oh, clean movement. Penalty zone gonna be coming down. Kays with the good rough waves and the Tyrant's Rage from Leo Murphy gets one kill down. But look at Super Ken now jumping to the back. Hayes won, but he's still able to escape. Leo Murphy is putting the bouncing ball down to disengage Roamer for jungle. And this is something I need to note, or we need to note down. Bigatron, look at Super Ken's HP. I don't think he's going full damage here.
Is he going
He's going War Axe.
I think he's going with a bit of a hybrid build. We've seen it rise in popularity right now. So for Bigatron, everything is still going as planned, as calculated. They're able to trade and get the jungler early on, which enables them to go for even more early objectives. But keep in mind, their win condition, Watt so far has 1 kill and 0 deaths. He is still doing pretty okay, all things considered, and that is where Bigatron needs to try and focus their efforts on. So Rizzo has an amazing lead actually, 3-0 right now, but the gold lane, not quite what they would want.
3 turtles for Bigatron Alpha. Perfect 3 of the 3 for Super Ken and BTR. And even though Watt doesn't have any death yet, it still spells trouble for Dewa United because BTR, they're not gonna let Watt just play however he wants, even though he doesn't have any death. Like I think at least like 3 deaths gonna be guaranteed for him in the end of the game because Super Vin is just that precise with that Kaja.
I mean, at this point, top prediction rankings though.
Hello.
I don't know how I'm there. I don't even know how I'm there, Arashi. But there you go, Arashi leading the pack, 11 points now. How do you feel, Arashi? You've been on a roll, man.
Feel pretty lucky, I guess. I mean, you know, it is what it is. One more achievement under my belt, but right now, Leo Murphy goes in for the pickoff.
Oh, Tyrant's Rage coming down. Super Vin got melted down. Now it's going to be the crossbow attack utilized, but it's only on to Leo Murphy, who's still going to be able to escape. Super Key with her engage.
Oh, what? Gracious.
Holy moly, with a shotgun. Now with a snipe. Almost connecting. Sakan able to dodge away now. Super Ken looking for the kill, but Watt is able to flick around. Not from the Phantom Execution and the Thorn Rose, though. Bigatron equalizes in this team fight.
Super Ken saves the day, but they still want the turtle here. Turret here.
They want to go for more. Not too sure about this. Sorizo just backs up, understanding, hey, there's not a lot of damage that we can place down. Super Ken is going for a semi-build.
Wow. I mean, when is the last time you've seen a Wesker being used in the hands of Beatrix? That was very intelligent coming in from Watt. That is the extra bit of factor. But look at Super Ken. He has the Thunderbelt now, so he is going for that hybrid build. Essentially, War Axe with a bit more tankiness, but look at that.
Oh, that's the hybrid build, Mirko. That's the hybrid build. Both of CC, the counter is more HP. Super Ken knows that he cannot evade all the damage coming in from Dewa United because it's impossible. Even though you have a lot of movement skill in your belt, it still doesn't get you invisibility against this kind of CC, this kind of AoE damage is coming in from Dewa United.
Against such a big pick-off composition here, I think the Semi build has a lot of value for sure, but that depends on how Bigatron Alpha is going to play. In the late game, they might require Super Ken to be a bit more aggressive to ensure that Watt doesn't get his way around these late game team fights. For now though, the objective game still seems quite even. There's only one turret secured by Bigatron, and that is it's quite unusual for Bigatron that usually has a lot more focus and emphasis in taking away these turrets in the early game.
Bigatron Alpha, the systematic team. I mean, just look at this, right? When you take a look at the kills, there's not much of a difference, but then you look at the gold lead, the objectives, and it's all the Terminators.
Look at the builds though. Soritsu going for a full tank. This has been the trend even in SPS2. No Bloodlust Axe for Turizla, which is quite interesting, you know. Like, I think they're just going for that CC, and the initial damage coming in from the first skill and second skill is already high. So I don't think it really is important to build that Bloodlust X, even when, especially when you have your passive and also tenacity in your hand.
I mean, the Brave Smite and the Festival of Blood emblem right now is just so powerful in giving sustain, but look at Superman.
So penalty zone on the back here. It's only Superman who's caught. Meanwhile, Cerezo, he didn't even take any damage. Super Saiyan coming back down, and he's zoning everyone away from that mid turret. Say what you will, man, but Bigatron Alpha, they definitely got the better value in that fight.
Yeah, definitely they're taking whatever they want. Key died, doesn't matter. 0-4-3. This is a Roamer you're talking about. Like, it's supposed to die. Like, even though it's still a hero, but Roamer is probably the best role to how do I say it?
Trade?
Yeah, I guess.
Best role to trade in the situation, but Bigatron, man. We talked about how Sorizo doesn't have mobility, can't really be as active on the map. Look at him now. He just gets the wave priority and sticks with his team and becomes the main engage tool, understanding that Dewa United are trying to bank everything on those big team fights. But keep in mind, the longer this game goes, the more Watt's damage becomes a big factor they have to try and deal with. Super Saiyan, no kills right now, but having a level advantage and a lot of gold. Maybe Bigatron Alpha might just be able to be one of the first teams to try and beat Dewa United in their own game.
An easy Lord for Super Ken again. 100% objective take, but Dixon though, like so far this has been non-factor in this game. Like this EXP lane Fredwin doesn't show any kind of value whatsoever. The only teamfight participation he has is only 1 assist, and it really doesn't matter at all. I think they should have gone for the jungler Fredwin in this case.
Yeah, I mean, I've been very vocal about this. I hate the XP lane Fredrin, and we're seeing it here. Now Ray still able to secure that one, but look at the difference in gold, look at the difference in XP, and even in damage dealt. Super Chorizo, full tank, by the way. This is base damage to Rizla, and it's to Rizla who's in his zone, Arashi.
Any kind of hero that has a skill that deals in missing HP, that's a hero that's just so annoying to deal with, especially in the current meta that allows you to be so much more flexible.
Look at that gold, what?
Wow, 8.
No.
Oh, wait, what?
No,
Okay.
2,500 lead for the XP?
Okay, previously it was 8k for Lancelot, that's why Arashi
That was
is
a bug,
baffled.
Yeah, I was like 8k, wow, but 2.6k gold in hands of Sorizo more than Dixon. That's why the Fredrin. I mean, you can set up ganks, but against a Terizla, what kind of gank can you do? How well can you secure the kill when he builds full tankiness and he has the tenacity, he has that passive that allows it to be so much more tanky. And now Bigatron, they go for the play on to the base of Dewa United. They have to try and clear the Lord and avoid getting picked off right now.
Oh, I'm surprised Vin doesn't pull the trigger on Leo Murphy. It's a 1-1, you know, like first ball of tank, you're supposed to mount the front line first and get the easy targets in the back line. But Ken and crew here trying to burst down the bottom turret.
Yeah, I mean, this is why the Kanja is just such a great pick right now, and that's why you can see it in SPS and even here in MPL Indonesia Season 12 that it's always still being prio picked. The Kanja doesn't even need to ult. Once you see that conceal, you need to back off. It gives you so much more pressure, and they're going to go in right now. Lee Murphy unable to find that Tyrant's Revenge, and it's just Bigatron Alpha being oppressive. They're forcing Dewa in their own base, forcing them to turtle, but not giving them a single turtle.
I think you should have been more aggressive here, Finn. Just pull whoever you want. Like, Super Saiyan can melt that down easily, especially when you have Sorizo zoning out Watt in the backline. It's going to be real hard for Watt to enter the team fight or deal damage to the backline. But in fact here, Fredrin has not been used in MPL ID Season 12 in EXP lane.
No, it hasn't won in MPL Indonesia
hasn't
Season
won,
12
okay.
in the XP lane. So, hey, Arashi, this has given my idea, my opinion, a lot more basis. A lot of people are like, Mirko, you're whack, man. Why don't you like the Fredgen XP? It's still being picked up. 0% win rate.
Well, it makes sense, right? Because the CC's, like, the more map you cover, the better the CC gets, Arashi. You know, right? Like, if you're in jungler area, you're gonna be easier for you. It's gonna be easier for you to execute any kind of CC available because you have more map. You can go to the top, to the bottom, but in the XP lane, you're just gonna stay there, just like Bane gold lane.
I think the big issue right here is the fact that in the jungle, you have so much more value in your sustain and crowd control. You can gank more often, you can be a lot healthier in the fights. But in the XP lane, even though you're aggressive, you can't really get much. But look at that, the Lord almost stolen, and the fight breaks out.
It was stolen, all right, but still from Bigatron Alpha. Now, OK's in the back, finds an amazing pickoff. Now Super Saiyan is looking for the brawler points. Leo Murphy jumping in, now getting gunned down. Crossbow Tang onto the back, one running for his life. It's a 3-4-1 for the Terminators.
The Hail Mary play from Dewa United doesn't translate at all. This is Dewa United style. They want to fight, but they cannot determine when to fight. In this case, they're just losing everywhere.
With only two members left trying to defend, but Supervin almost gets a pick up. It doesn't land. Deadly Catch will try and delay everything.
It might be over. Deadly Catch. Oh, it's delaying the inevitable right now. They're all able to clear out the waves. That's a shutdown for one. The base is still wide open, though. Super Saiyan stays targeted. And the Terminators secure game number 1.
Well, that's a domination, Arashi, for, like, this is a showing to the newcomers that you have to get through us first. We are the SBS runner-up here, only second behind Onyx Esports. We're still the second best team in Indonesia, or maybe the world.
Maybe the world. Me personally, I would say the world.
Ooh, well, I mean,
no
Bigatron.
bias.
No bias from Rico at all. But Bigatron making a statement, man. There are levels to this game. You can team fight, we can team fight too. Even better. At every single turn, Bigatron is able to just outmaneuver, outsmart Dewa United. And I would dare say, even from the drafting phase, they just have so many more things going for them. And they have just taken game number 1, and they've shown that this team, they're not invincible in the team fights. You just have to do it properly.
Well, I think one of the things that really made DTR strong in that fight or in that matchup was Chorizo, right? We doubted him on this kind of heroes, like stationary heroes like Chorizo, but when you have a flicker though, that's gonna bring your potential to the max, especially with that penalty zone. And I pick him for MVP.
Yeah, I mean, if we're talking about the MVP that game, okay, who would you say is the MVP, Arashi?
I was a Chorizo as well. And this is why the EXP lane is so important right now. Like we said, you need to have pressure for a 1v1, you need to be able to set up for a gank, and you need to be able to manage waves and also enable your team. So, I mean, there's just so many things that the EXP lane has to do right now. And you're also flexible. Do you want to go for a team fight EXP laner? Or do you want to go for a split push EXP laner? All these factors just mean that the EXP lane needs to have levels now. And Chorizo is definitely one of the best in MPL ID right now. Why are you grinning, bro?
Kind of reminds us of Prime Edward, right? He's so good at Paquito.
Prime Edward.
Well, yeah. Like I've seen the comments too. Like a lot of not just us, but a lot of netizens, even in PH, oh my goodness, Chorizo is turning into Prime Edward, especially on that Paquito. But even though Paquito is banned, he still showed that he is still on top of the game. He's still one of the best EXP in Indonesia right now.
Hey man, I think we might be able to give him a new moniker if he performs on the Paquito. Maybe if he gets Paquito in the next game. Right now I'm saving that line or that title that I want to give him because, you know, Edward's nickname in the Philippines is Edward Balboa. I think you know where I'm going.
Sort of.
Yeah.
But not quite sure exactly where you're going, but okay, we'll wait for it.
I don't know what that means actually.
It's a reference to Rocky, Sheffin.
Oh, okay. I don't know any kind of boxing terms. Like the only thing I know from Philippines and boxing is Manny Pacquiao. Shout out to them, by the way.
Well, he's in the game.
He is in the game.
Like, yeah.
And speaking of the game, let's take a look at the game highlight here, Sheffin.
Game highlights is Supervin can bring Dewa United to BTR's gameplay tempo in game 1. So yeah, Supervin is also one of the key players of Bigatron Alpha, especially with the engages and Divine Judgment. Not the best performance, I would say. There's a lot of mistakes there. There's a lot of flicker. Oh, where's the Divine Judgment? Oh, where's my target? But it doesn't matter at all. You still win the game. If we're talking about improvement, it can be done in game 2 maybe after this.
Well, the fact that he can play it aggressively and also be a threat, right? Sometimes in these fights, he just sticks around, pops a conceal, and everyone's like, whoa, 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 whoa.
Where's he?
Whoa, whoa, whoa. I guess we don't do that here. But
we can see the bird.
Everyone's just, whoa, whoa, what's going on? And just like that, everyone's panicking, and that's where Super Sorizo comes in. That's where Key just comes in from the side as well. So the fact that the team synergizes so well in more than one way, not just like following up on an engage, but also capitalizing on moments of just confusion. I think Bigatron is just so solid right now, and the MVP, the player of the game by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G, gotta be Sorizo, Super Sorizo, with a 67% kill participation, and this Terizla is such a problem, man.
Yeah, don't let the KDA fool you. It's not the best KDA, but in every kind of team fight, that penalty zone is lethal. In the first fight in the total area, that's the initial damage, engage that wins BTR the early game. In the late game, we've seen how he can also catch up to the back line, flickering in towards 2-member, and that's also the nail in the coffin for Dewa United.
Yeah, it's just funny to see this, especially considering we had our doubts when they picked up the Terizla. We said, hey, sure, the Terizla is great at lane priority. It gets Sorizo to a point where he's comfortable, but how Bigatron usually wins is through that mobility, through him being active. And on the Terizla, he was still active. They played towards the Terizla's strength so well, forcing Dewa United to clump up and take these fights towards the XP, the top lane river.
Well, he just wasn't in lane for the most part. He's just walking around with his team, waiting for an engage. Like we said, when we looked at the composition, it's all squishy heroes that's susceptible to just getting picked off by Dewa United. But with his passive and the fact that he's all the way in the back line, everyone has to pick between spending time to just burst down the tank with a full tank build with the damage reduction as well, or to try and run past him and still take a healthy amount of damage from the revenge strike from those multiple swings as well. So I think this is what the Terizla brings to a team fight, right? The zoning potential and the fact that you just can't be bursted down that easily. And if teams want to try and burst you down, they're going to spend a lot more time, which allows your teammates to just get the better of your opponents in the fight.
We're going to see the highlight here. Impact player is super key with his Valentina. A reminder though, I believe he also deals the most damage in this match, so he still contributed a lot as a mid laner compared to Moreno. He can also play Valentina at the highest level. We can see here a lot of team fights from Supercan, and this is the initial engage for Leo Murphy, and he kind of regretted that he recalled in that instant, but what though? Wesker, Rashi, Wesker!
Don't see that too often these days, and he almost made a huge outplay, but Supercan was able to secure him right here. And as you can see, whenever Dewa United are able to get something of value, Bigatron just try and turn it around. And look at that. Every single time, this is a very familiar sight. Sorizo just jumping all the way in the back line. Here, you're going to see it again, I believe. Oh, cuts right before we see it, but
he flickers forward for penalty zone.
He just keeps flickering for the penalty zone, and that's all he needs, essentially. So, it's a solid draft from Bigatron, and they're able to make Dewa United play for their tempo, and that is what was in the win condition as well. So for Dewa United, I think if they want to try and do better, they have to try and make sure that they identify what Bigatron Alpha are trying to do, and they don't allow Bigatron to try and get that advantage. Right here, maybe, with a Terizla, for example, they might want to go for something a bit more split push orientated, just in order to just negate the effects of the Terizla. Or pick maybe an EXP laner that can just pull him away from the fights.
Yeah, I mean, it really shows an itemization here. What your point was, Arashi, the fact that Bigatron Alpha forced Dewa United to their style of gameplay, which is systematic, controlled, and through objectives. Dewa United, when you rarely see an 8 total kill game from Dewa. It's almost always double digits. In 13 minutes, Bigatron Alpha have basically forced Dewa United to play slow-paced because of the routes that Bigatron Alpha were able to take in the itemization department, mainly for Super Ken. I want to highlight Super Ken here because we've been talking about Sorizo, about Super Finn, but Ken, War Axe, and then the Thunder Belt, and then Endless, and then the Sky Guardian. What this shows is you can pick a utility jungler. I will respond by picking an assassin that can go both assassin and utility, depending on the situation. You want to farm? I can do it better with the Season Hunter and this Lancelot utility. And Ray was a non-factor. If the Fredrin was a non-factor, I think Ray was an even bigger non-factor. He was actually a factor before Bigatron Alpha's victory. He wasn't able to farm at all.
He was completely shut down, for sure.
This is also the problem with Kadira, right? Because as a mid laner, Kadira, you need setups. And if you don't synergize with your roamer as well as other teams out there, it's going to be hard for you to make plays on your own. Different with Super Key, he can deal damage on its own, especially with the tenacity, which also provides him a lot of more tankiness. It's harder to play because this kind of composition when you have Lancelot, you have also 1-1 with a lot of mobility and also free Purify from Super Saken. It's hard, that's it.
And Kadira on the hands of Keys, he's a player that we see being a bit more reactive, right? Not being nearly as proactive. And I guess they went for the Kadira pick just to ensure that Key doesn't get his hands on it. But at the same time, it really wasn't a pick that really suits Keys' playstyle. And we saw that in this game. He was trying to use the Breath of the Ocean as more utility, but not a single time did we see him go for a really solid one-shot pick-off. So I think that is something that they have to try and adjust as well. Yet taking your opponent's picks away from you is definitely a big plus, but what are you giving up as a result?
They're giving up everything. For Deo United, that's literally what happened in this game. They had to give up every objective. They got one turret the entire game, 1,387 turret damage. And here, Dixon on the Fredrin. Let's just talk a little bit more about Fredrin XP. Arashi, I have been very vocal about saying, stop. It's over. Fredrin's time is over.
Yep, just not... He's a bit of a mix of both worlds, right? Tankiness and damage. But right now, in the EXP lane, you want to lean into either one. If you go for a damage hero like a Bakito, then you need to make sure that you can do damage. You're a legitimate threat to the backline. Like the Teresa, for example. You don't go full damage at all, you go full tankiness. And that way, you can just be a proper front line in the late game. On the Fredrin, it's kind of very situational, and your tankiness comes from the fact that you can heal from your abilities as well. But in the current meta, you don't really get a chance to do so. And people have been seeing Fredrin again and again. They know how to deal with it, man. So I think, like you said, his time has passed. Let it go.
Well, I think the Fredrin pick here is just to kind of force Supercan to go utility or just making life harder for Supercan because he is a Lancelot. So a lot of CCs goes well against Lancelot, and that's why the Fredrin is played. But going to EXP, as I said again, like if you're in the mid lane, if you're in the jungle area, you can deal the CC to more players. Like if you're in EXP, you're just gonna stay there. Your CC doesn't matter at all in the early game. You can only use it in the late game when a lot of people are clumping up.
A team fight hero, I would say, right? But forced into the lane where it's always just 1v1.
Yep. Yeah, I guess.
Not value, dude.
Yeah, so it's a bad investment, right? But do you know what is a good investment?
What? No.
It's UBS Gold.
Oh!
Yeah.
Why is it good?
In UBS Gold X MPL Indonesia Season 12 with prices starting from 500,000 rupiahs and get a free MLBB skin available at ubslifestyle.com. Wow. UBS Lifestyle e-commerce and Blibli UBS Lifestyle. So you get the flex in the game and also you get the flex in real life. Get iced out.
I don't know if you want to flex with the UBS Gold. You might want to just, keep it safe, tucked in somewhere. But yeah, from time to time, I mean, they have merchandise as well, Rashi. You remember the Season 11 merch where, they made us wait all the way to the playoffs?
Maybe another collab?
They made us wait so long.
But it was really, really good. I think it was worth it.
It was very cool. I mean, I'm happy to saw one of the audience have one, and I'm like, whoa, that's so gangster, bro.
That's the sign where
it makes you want to just take it, right?
Yeah,
Arashi?
it's actually good.
It gets your intrusive thoughts going.
For sure.
Okay. Yeah, but there's also another way to play the game. If you're gonna play and watching your favorite team play, you must feel like wanting to play too, right? So you have to make sure you all look cool using your favorite heroes and skin. And don't forget to check your data quota before playing so you don't run out in the middle of the game with Telkomsel, Arashi.
Yeah, with Telkomsel, that's all your data needs, man, for sure. Make sure that, you don't run out. Because imagine almost winning a game, right? Almost ranking up to Mythic. And then you run out of data?
God.
Bro.
No.
Oh, that's the worst feeling.
When it's a skill issue, that is also a skill issue. If you don't have the skill to go with Telkomsel and Dunia Games, then it's your problem, sir. All right? Go ahead, choose the best if you want the best.
They have a promo going on right now as well. For every purchase of MLBB vouchers on Dunia Games, right? You can get... it will give you extra savings, right, first of all, and then it gives you an additional 3 gigabytes of data, bro. 3.
Oh.
Free 3 gigabytes of data.
So when you
For each
thought
purchase.
you're out of quota, oh my god, my quota is almost gone. But
Boom.
you remember, oh,
Never
I still have
mind.
3 gigs. Oh.
It's all
Junior
good.
Games, Telkomsel, I love you.
We all love Dunia Games and Telkomsel. Hey, I use it as my provider on my Samsung S23 Ultra as well. That's why smooth internet, smooth gameplay, and fun fact, that's what the players are using too here on stage.
Look at it. The design is very human, man. It's
Design
amazing.
is very human.
It's very I like that reference, Arashi. Well, this one is truly very human, right? I mean, it fits on the palm of your hand. It has that large screen. Kyrie has said it has 5 cameras. I just want to, tell Kyrie and the people who believe Kyrie, it's not 5 cameras, guys. It's 3 cameras, and then you have like 2 other. It's not.
No,
like
no,
a-
let's pretend it's camera.
Okay, whatever Kyrie says. Whatever
Whoa!
Kyrie says, 6.
Let's go!
This is what I've been waiting for. Lanaya is the better jungler in Mirko's opinion.
Okay, Lanaya has been showing us how he plays in MDL. Like he's one of the
Yes.
best junglers in MDL, arguably the best in MDL
Yes.
too. So we've seen his Lancelot Mirko, we've seen his
Samus.
Yeah, it's peculiar, but it works. And I think this is the best choice for Dewa United, especially up against Bigatron, up against the robots. You have to make a change, even though it's just for the sake of change. I think it's still a good move, especially giving time for your rookie too.
I think that statement, it's peculiar but it works, really fits the current meta, man.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just have no idea why they're doing something, and then you're like, oh, I see. And now for Dewa, I mean, we have a hair cam right here by Head and Shoulders.
Okay.
Audience member here's just styling,
Yo,
showing
Indo
everyone.
production though. My God, I didn't even know about this. MPL Indo. Hair cam.
Okay.
The hair cam. Maybe some players will show up on the hair cam as well later on during the day.
Ah.
But back to Lanaya.
Lucky boy.
He has a lot of skill, but a lot of people are concerned about the mental game, the pressure, right? He is relatively new. This is going to be his first time in the MPL as well. So we have high hopes, but at the same time, some concerns here. Let's hope he actually gets to perform and show us what he really has to offer.
Just like Nile, right? Nile is a rookie and he's shown some flashes, he's shown some highlights, but in the end, there's some plays that's very, very questionable. And, it's not supposed to be done by a highest league player in MPL ID. Nothing that comes with experience. It doesn't really matter if you make mistakes in the early stage of the MPL, but we're gonna see here Pro Build Series by Supervin.
Right, he went for the focusing mark, which gives damage to your opponents.
Don't look at the attributes.
From your teammates, right? So your teammates, whenever you engage on someone, only one person, by the way, you can't engage on multiple people. But on the first target you engage on, you apply a mark on them, and all your allies do an extra 6% damage. So being used on a Kaja is just such great synergy, especially if you want to go for the pickoffs. And that is why when the Kaja disappears or the conceal, everyone is just on guard. Because 6% from every single member on your team, that adds up, bro.
It's interesting that he goes for tenacity, right, Arashi? Like, you think like if a Kaja that really relies on flickers, really relies on conceals, it's gonna be good for him to use pull yourself together to reduce the cooldown of those conceals and those flickers. But in this case, he's going for tenacity, which makes sense. You're up against Leo Murphy with the Kufra and also a good punish with the Bennett's Rage and with the ocean. With the rough waves from Keys as well. So I think it makes sense to go for tenacity, but I still prefer if you go for more aggressive style of play and try to show up in the map as low as possible and make engages when you're showing up the map.
Yeah, I think it really depends on the style, it really depends on the game itself. Knowing Bigatron Alpha are such a very objective team, they don't really go for random pickoffs on the map. They're always calculated about it. Going for tenacity just enables you to choose, to go for that target acquisition a bit more efficiently, right? You can take a lot of damage and then you can go in. So usually for Kajas, you're very squishy. With tenacity, they're still squishy, but not as much.
Right, extra bit of tankiness, and he went for the tank emblem as well. So he wants to be a secondary front line, because remember, in the whole team, there was only Sorizo. So if he went for a squishy build, that's a lot more potential for Dewa United to try and pick off the members on their team. So this counter your game plan style of Bigatron Alpha is really showing on multiple levels, including the emblems. Going into the second game right here,
no pack.
Kokiro, Angela, but now Fanny being banned by Dewa United instead.
Well, they know Super Ken with the Fanny is very, very lethal, even though he actually lost the first match in MPL Season 12, I believe, when he's using Fanny. So maybe like you don't need to bet the Fanny or just fight against the Fanny. That's the key to face a Fanny Super Ken.
I think it's also because Lanaya doesn't really play the Fanny that well. He is more of a utility jungler, and I think in this particular style that they're going for Dewa, it makes sense to have a utility jungler in your team. Ray has been placed on Assassins for the most part, and whenever you see him on a Bane, you really see him struggle. And Bigatron Alpha had his number completely. It was a Fanny, Ling, Haya ban, and then they picked up the Lance. So they literally just denied all the Assassin picks from Ray.
I think that's also a big factor right here. If your heroes get banned out, what solutions do you have? In the current meta, it's so important to have alternatives. But for Dewa, they went for a first pick onto that Ling. It's a bit of a signature pick in the hands of Lanaya.
Two L's make a W. Lanaya Ling.
Ooh. Okay. 2 L's, L plus L equals 2 L's. That's bad. But if it's L times L, then it equals W.
Well, if you arrange it properly, it can spell out W with 2 L's. Right?
Kinda.
Okay, but what can you spell with F and J?
F and J?
Fredrin and Joy. Fruit juice.
I don't get it.
Bigatron Alpha pick Fredrin and Joy.
Oh, Fredrin and Joy against an assassin now. They have...
Melissa?
Well, the Joy can still go to the jungle, but we were talking about how the Fredrin, right, is a lot better in the jungle. And against assassins, right, he also excels because fighters naturally do better against assassins. This could be an EXP lane Joy, but if they want to use Super Ken as that menacing assassin, then Joy is definitely the way to go. But for Dewa, they're going for an all-in team fight right here with the Terizla and the Paramis.
Oh, that's a lot of team fight potential with the penalty zone, also with the cold altar. That's a lot of AoEs for Rashi, but especially when you're using Terizla, if you're facing a Joy in your lane, you're actually going to have a good time because Joy can't really clear the lane really well, especially in the early game, because she doesn't have that much damage from that second skill. And if you... I like this. Finally, I thought Dewa United was about to secure the Melissa because so far in SPS, all of the teams that pick Joy, they want to secure Melissa first because it's so hard to play Joy against a Melissa.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Especially now, Dewa United, not only did they leave the Melissa open, but they picked up 2 heroes that Melissa absolutely destroys. The Terizla ultimate penalty zone can get cancelled by the go away. And Faramis, oh man, you put the muddles down and that cold altar becomes fresh food for BTR.
And look at the bans from BTR as well. Immediately banning out the Franco, wanting to force Dewa United into a very team fight orientated strategy. And you can best believe they're going to go for a bit more AoE in their composition as well. On the side of Dewa United, they ban away the Hilda, ensuring that the Ling won't be pressured too aggressively in the early game. But in the current meta, alternatives are still available for Bigatron Alpha.
Well, Franco has been banned. Probably Kaja ban too, or maybe banning out towards gold lane in that Claude because it kind of counters Melissa because he has a lot of mobilities too, but it's gonna go for a very, very one-dimensional ban here, and I understand it. You wanted Super Ken to pop off, possibly, on this Joy.
Yeah, take away all the lockdown heroes, take away the chaotic maneuvers that Dewa United have been able to utilize completely. But here we do have a fun fact. Ling is Lanaya's second favorite hero throughout his career in MPL with 16 picks, but only at a 50% win rate. So it is still very coin flippy for Dewa. And now, up against a composition that can really punish the Ling, I think it's not really going to have a good time here.
It's going to be a bit difficult, but on the bright side, all these suppressed heroes have been banned by Bigatron, but Bigatron themselves have a very solid jungler, solid assassin that needs suppression to be dealt with. For Dewa, they're going to try and limit down Sorizo yet again, banning away the Grok, and especially banning away that wild charge. They can just destroy the whole composition when they're sticking together right here. For Bigatron,
I think they should secure the mid laner first.
The mid lane.
I want Vin to save his Atlas. Like, he has to have a redemption game on Atlas, man, after what happened. I don't want to talk about it, but, you know, there's a lot of low lights in the internet that has been memed quite often.
Oh!
Whoa, excuse me. So,
Wait.
Fredrin mid?
No one knows. That's what Bigatron Alpha are saying. They're going to say, hey, you can guess, but we won't reveal it until the last pick.
We have seen Arlet mid before, I think. That was the one that worked the best, sort of, I think. We've also seen Fredrin mid in SPS as well, so a lot of potential to be flexed around right here. And I think Dewa United are definitely quite confused. But whatever it is, they require some kind of crowd control right here because they're going into a big team fight. All they have is sustain. They can't have any initiation. They can't have any lockdown. They go for the throw, but they also go for that Beatrix for an extra bit of combo.
I think. Chow Leo Murphy.
That is nasty.
Oh, goodness gracious. Oh, well, it's gonna be a hard game for Dixon and Leo Murphy here, guys, because Super Key or Super Vin possibly is gonna use that Diggy. Remember though, Diggy is probably one of the heroes that BTR use in the mid lane too, so it doesn't really, it's not really 100% sure it's gonna go to that roaming era. It might be a mid lane Diggy too, but in this case, they're up against a Beatrix. I want Joy to be used in next mid lane because when you have a Joy with Vengeance, it's gonna absolutely destroy Beatrix. Like put state towards who's the gold laner from Benny QT? Yeah.
Well, the Joy in the EXP lane we haven't seen as often, and it has the same issues like the other less meta picks in the EXP lane. So whatever Big Alpha chooses to go with, they're definitely gonna adjust around it. But this Diggy pick is what is so devastating, just denying the one-dimensional engage from Dewa United. This just denies any kind of engagement that Dewa wants to have on their terms. So this means Bigatron are the ones that can pick and choose which fights they want to allow Dewa United to have. And that, in the hands of a team as macro-heavy as Bigatron Alpha, that is just so annoying.
Okay, we're going to game 2 for BTR versus Dewa United, but Super Vin with a Fredrin. Wow.
Oh, interesting choice. Super Key, Mage Diggy, Roam Diggy. We'll have to see from the items here. Let me take a look behind. It is Key who got the roaming item. So yeah, it is mid lane Fredrin, Arlet XP, Joy Jungle, Super Saiyan with the help of Key. I mean, there's no real way that one wins this lane, not at all, even in a 2v2.
No, 1v1, it's already hard enough, but 2v2 with the Diggy that's gonna poke you down in no time is just, oh my goodness gracious. But Lanaya versus Super Ken, it's gonna be Super Ken prevailing with that Retribution.
Well, they both have the seasoned jungler right here, but you look at the emblems, all the tenacity is coming in for Bigatron. They know what they want. They need to survive the initial big fight. Super Key almost gets taken out. But overall, this is going to be a very even early game until the first objective. That's where the big fights are about to begin. And I think in the beginning, in the first turtle maybe, Dewa United will have a bit of an edge. But afterwards, especially the later the game goes, when each engagement becomes more important than the last, I think that Diggy is going to be such a huge factor for Bigatron Alpha.
Yes, speaking about Diggy though, like, you seen the emblem earlier? Diggy Assassin emblem, that is so weird to see, man. Like, if you're like, in the previous patch, I would say you're trolling.
What do you think about that, Arashi? Diggy on the Assassin emblem with Rupture and Pure Rage. So not exactly everything here. Tempest of Blades used up on the Super Key. It's a quicker burnt out here.
Well, Impure Rage allows for a bit more mana sustainability, but the poke is going to hurt so much more with the Rupture and the Assassin emblem. So in a way, it makes sense because Diggy won't be building any penetration items, realistically speaking, depending on how the game is going. But look at that, in the early game, the fact that they have a lot more fighters, Bigatron Alpha can dictate how they want to play for this turtle a lot more.
Yeah, and on the other side earlier, Bigatron Alpha were able to get a free turtle because Vin is, oh my goodness, here as well up top. I was about to say he invaded the jungle, forcing Lanaya to retreat, but he's also forcing one out of his own lane. Leo Murphy's looking for a trade, but there's no way he gets it out. Wait, he wants to go in. He has a time journey here. Leo Murphy's gonna get chunked. Oh, the Appraiser's Wrath targeted the keys though.
Well, another quote-unquote highlight for Super Vin to clip for the YouTubers out there. But in this case, man, we've seen how Super Vin with the Fredrin already working because he has a lot more players to deal the CC on Arashi and Mirko, Bigatron all the way, even in Indonesian Desk.
It's a wave of red from the Talons. And it's a shame because if you look at the arena right here, there's a ton of supporters for Dewa United. We'll see if they can reverse the predictions, go against the odds. But for now, Bigatron still has the game calculated. There's no real play made from Dewa United that Bigatron Alpha seems surprised by.
Oh man, Super Vin with the Fredrin mid. This has been seen by Bren in ISF, and in this case, they're trying to replicate that But in this case, no healers for BTR. They're opted to go for, it is a bit of a disengage mechanic in Super Key, but it's more of a damage roamer here instead of a healing roamer.
Yeah, and they're constantly just putting pressure down here. Super Ken knows he has the advantage, jumps into the purple buff. Lanaya trying his best. Super Ken still zoning him away. Super Vin as well, knocking him up. 1v1, 50-50, coming down a good way, the Dragon, but it's still going to be Super Ken right now as the final slash brings Leo Murphy all the way back, isolating Kaze, who pops into Cole Alter prematurely. Vin's able to take it down. Now he might be able to look for an all-in. He doesn't have the Appraiser's Wrath though, so he chooses to disengage. Meanwhile, Watt, the Brew's Passion used up, clearing up the waves. Well played by Watt, but he's still going to be chunked down. Now it's going to be a full-on dive. Does he have Flicker? He's holding on to it. What is he holding on to it for?
Well,
what?
I don't know, because he has the reverse time on. He should have flickered initially there, but maybe he didn't really expect Super Vin to come too, maybe Rashi.
Maybe he felt that Super Vin was going to get him regardless, so he just went for it there. But look at Super Ken. That's their frontliner, by the way. That's Dixon.
Oh,
counter engage.
Final slash. Lanaya back Cerezo jumps in with the vengeance. That truly is the vengeance of Cerezo coming through here. And Super Ken just takes everything, even up top. Leo Murphy unable to find anything, no engages.
Well, if you tell me Cerezo is going to be the best EXP laner in Indonesia before this season began, I would call you crazy, but in this case, my goodness gracious. On every hero he played, he always performed. In this Arlet 2, we've seen a tier 1 EXP laner in the making.
It's such a tough situation for Dewa right now as well, because Bigatron have a lot more body to throw at Dewa, so compared to the previous game, Watt is getting absolutely pressured right here. So Lanaya might still be able to be farming in quite a decent manner, but sooner or later, Bigatron will reach you in that jungle.
Well, Key's able to flicker around in the penalty zone. Super Ken comes down, he still finds it. Now Lanaya is caught without a purple buff. Again, 3 purple buffs in a row. It's been always invaded through by Bigatron Alpha. The Terminators are really stomping on Dewa.
Oh man, Finn has been doing a great job to very, very aggressive with this Fredrin. He knows the limit of this hero, even though he doesn't really play Fredrin at all before, man. Like, this is one of the underrated skills of 4-player, I would say. Adjustment. You have to be able to play a lot of heroes here, and you can see their audience prediction. BTR all the way.
Yeah, 70% for BTR. Arashi, what did Dewa have to do? 6 minutes in, completely outdrafted. How do they win?
Let's try and make distance, man. And Bigatron, they're a lot better at team fighting composition-wise right here, so they have to try and do some more macro plays. They go for a pickoff right here. It might work.
Oh, Appraiser's Wrath from Finn onto 2. Getting him back to full. Now the time journey is placed down, and Dixon is forced back. He can't even use the penalty zone here. Gets melted out of existence. Still able to flicker around. Meanwhile, Super Ken in the back gets Leo Murphy low. And even in the mid lane, Cerezo in a 1v1 against the Assassin, who's forced to use his ultimate defensively.
Oh no, Dixon is gonna be down in the hands of the bombs from Super Vin. I mean, Super Key, but did you see how long Super Key holds that time journey just there? Like, even though Super Vin got kicked, it doesn't really matter. He knows Super Vin is gonna survive. He only used it when the penalty zone is already there for Super Saiyan. Goodness, I like this. A lot of calculations.
I wonder if this is going to be a bit more of a trend coming into the next few weeks of MPL ID, because what's going on is Bigatron, they can secure an assassin jungler for themselves, but at the same time, they have the same kind of oppressive nature of a Fredrin or a Hilda. From the mid lane, they can just disturb and disrupt the farm of the opposing junglers, rotation. So I think this is something that can be used by other teams as well, and Bigatron is showing how it's done, definitely.
Oh man, Super Finn brought back again, but it doesn't even matter. Regen coming down, Leo Murphy. This is the pick that they want to go for. Wait, the Dragon.
Oh, no way!
Flicker time journey! And even the final slash! Super Finn now not punished just yet, but the penalty zone comes in only for Dixon to be taken down in the back as well. Go away, play south, away. It's going to be used up. And finally, Dewa are on the board. 1 kill. It's picked up by Kaze with a turret in the mid lane. Tier 1 falls. Wow! Cerezo with a good read with the final slash. Recalls in front of the Cho's face.
Well, I think that's more of a mistake from Super Ken with the electrifying gates. Trying to get Leo Murphy, but still not enough damage. He doesn't want to go for it. But in that case earlier, I think Finn's just mispressing there. He should have gone out. Like, why did he go in again?
Well, we never know, man. We'll have to see. But for Bigatron right now, they're still making sure they have all the control And the Diggy, in addition to just having a great time journey as a counter to Dewa United, they're also getting a lot more information with the alarm bombs, and that allows Super Vin and Super Chorizo to be a lot more aggressive in how they want to approach these big fights. So it's, again, a multi-layered approach coming in from Bigatron, and Dewa United, they have to try and use their maneuverability, man. They have a Cho, they have a Ling. So one of their big strengths is that mobility around the map. But in order to do so, Lanaya needs to first at least secure a purple buff. The fact that Bigatron has been denying it from him again and again is part of why the strategy is working so well.
Well, opening map is already a big struggle for Leo Murphy against the poking coming in from Superfin, against the CC coming in from Super Chorizo, and it's gonna be another free Lord for the robots here without any contest whatsoever from Dewa United. It's looking like a deja vu from game 1.
I think it's not even deja vu. I think it might be even more dominant this time. 7.5k gold lead, and Lanaya. He's built up the Berserker's Fury in the 9th minute of the game. That is his second item. Look at Super Ken. He has a Holy Crystal.
Yeah, he's also, well, earlier, 4 levels ahead of Lanaya. So you have to wonder what's going through his head, man, for Lanaya, right? This is his debut performance, and Bigatron Alpha, they are completely targeting him down. Is it part of their mind game to try and target the new player here for Bigatron Alpha? I would have put it beyond Coach Aldo to try and make something like that happen.
Oh, we got game fact here by Grab. In the history of MPL Indonesia, this is the first time Fredwin is used in the mid lane, so it's kind of a reminiscent of that Lapu-Lapu mid, Chow mid back then right now. In this case, it's the first time in MPL. I'm kind of surprised, to be honest. No one has pulled a Fredwin mid yet. Yeah. Even though like Fredwin is also used in the jungle most of the time after his release, like I think people should get more creative.
Yeah, you'd expect. Oh, final slash! Dixon brought back to the team for first time as well. Defensive call, Ultra plays down. Super Ken is going to be able to push out some damage with the electrifying beats. And Dewa are forced back. Now it's 2 base turrets with the first Lord.
Well, the plus though, there's no time journey for Leo Murphy here. He might want to make him engage with a flicker. And there you go. Conceal doesn't really connect towards Superfin. He read that pretty well, but in this case, I think Bigatron, I mean, Dewa United has to rely on Super Key making a mistake or placing his time journey wrong, or maybe just out of position, not in the same vicinity as Super Saken, because, what are you gonna do with this situation? It's gonna be real hard for you to make any kind of plays whatsoever.
Well, with a Cho, you can kind of like force it out, bait it out, kind of, but it's just so much more punishment coming back from the side of Bigatron Alpha, so that option is just not available. And just like that, brute force play from Bigatron to crack open the base. No more turrets left, but it seems like they will back off for now? Question mark?
3 base turrets, man. I mean, they might as well keep on going. Lanaya forced a recall. Whoa! Super Vin with another highlight moment, flickering forward. Not able to find anyone now. Bigatron Alpha looking for another opening. Kaze. Oh, a good final slash dodge from Kaze. This going back and forth, jiggling, but man, it's very rare to see a team who gets all 3 base turrets with the first Lord. Good Renner's apathy earlier by Watt, but no damage just yet.
Yeah, it's kind of reminiscent of Blacklist International, right? Because Blacklist International doesn't really use pick-off potential or pick-off composition. They just choke their opponent out of it, like slowly taking the turret down with poking, with a bit of a long-range damage from your marksman or maybe your mid laner. In this case, Supervin just spearheading Bigatron Alpha's composition perfectly and doesn't get punished very often. Only 1 kill for Dewa United, and that's the result of a single mistake for Superfin. Probably misclicking too.
Well, for Bigatron, man, the fact that there's such a high-tempo team, and Dewa is such a team-fight-heavy team, and yet there's only 6 kills on the board right here, shows again how Bigatron are playing it so heavily in the macro department, which is part of Dewa's win condition, right? They cannot fall into the tempo, into the macro strategies of Bigatron, but now there's just no choice. From the drafting phase, Bigatron has so much more to offer in these big fights, and they're just stuck in the base for now. And even in the base, they're still getting harassed by the alarm bombs.
Assassin Diggy with most damage dealt in the game. So you can say it's working out. It is weird, but you know what else is weird? 3 people recalling in your face.
Is it really weird though? After Onyx, 4, make it 4, Sheffin! The Supers are at it. Super Chorizo all alone though. He doesn't want to join the recall game. He wants to get it done now. They're looking at the base. Now the Lord is in. Now it's going to be Super Saiyan in the final slash. The time journey comes in as well. There's nothing that Dewa can do. Clean sweep from the Terminators.
Too easy, too fast, too strong, too good for the robots in this match. A clean 2-0 sweep against Dewa United, showing the new boys how big boys get it done.
Such precise gameplay, man. Bigatron Alpha programmed to win, that is such a fitting slogan for their performance in this game. Everything they did had purpose, and even how they end the game. You don't want to fight? Fine, we bring the Lord to you. We deny your engage completely and just end the game. Game 1 and Game 2, essentially the same idea. They tried everything, they tried to stop Saken from attacking the base, but they just can't do anything when they're just that far behind.
And just like that, now Fredrin XP is no longer winless. Sorizo, well, technically it's mid.
It's mid.
But how the heck does Fredrin get a victory in mid before he gets a victory in XP?
6 games too.
7 after that game.
Well, 6 compared to 1, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
But yeah, Superfin finally gets a W with a new Fredrin in the mid in MPL Indonesia. Finally brings out SBS ESL nih, boss. Okay.
Runner-up.
Runner-up. Oh, that's not. I don't.
It's a weird flex. I don't. Even I don't agree. But hey, it's fine.
You're up against the Onyx. Like, what can you do?
Yeah. We're all just battling for second place.
Are you even allowed to say that here?
Hey, Onyx have been on a roll. I think even at MSC that was the case. Here you're seeing the Bigatron Beta boys in the crowd as well. Just Scar, a player who was in the MPL roster just last season, who was unfortunately unable to have the same amount of impact as you see from the Golden Boy, or yeah, the Golden Boy of Bigatron Alpha.
Sorry, man. Like, I think they should have changed the name, not PTR Beta, because Beta has a negative connotation here today. I think they should have changed it to PTR Sigma. But let's go to the host, Monica.
Woo! Congratulations! Ini sesuai dengan prediksi kalian tadi ya. 2-0. Moreno tadi prediksinya 2-0. Ini kalian benar-benar 2-0. Ini gimana permainannya hari ini di match pertama hari ini dengan high tempo? Ini khusus karena melawan Dewa ataukah nanti seterusnya di MPL Season 12 bakalan mainnya secepat ini dan menarik ini? Siapa nih? Kif.
Kayaknya kita pengen cepat-cepat menang gara-gara kan banyak kondisi pemain kita yang kurang fit juga. Jadi ya kayak kita segera buat menangin dan mereka bisa istirahat lah.
Oh, tapi tetap super ya. Walaupun kurang fit tapi permainannya tetap super banget hari ini. Nah, Super Fin. Kapten Super Fin. Gimana hari ini di babat habis 2-0 Dewa United? Ada perbedaan-perbedaan nggak dengan permainan-permainan sebelumnya di week pertama?
Kalau perbedaan ya pasti adalah karena kan kita juga latihan terus kan. Cuma puji Tuhan kita emang beberapa dari kita lagi kurang sehat tapi kita masih bisa kasih yang terbaik lah buat hari ini.
Biget Troopers boleh dong disemangatin nih Bigetronnya. Oh jadi semangat ya dengerinnya. Tapi anyway Ki, kamu tuh sebenarnya lebih seneng main role yang mana sih? Main mid atau jadi roamer?
Main yang seneng disuruh coach aja deh.
Oh.
Kalau coach seneng suruh main ini ya udah kita main aja.
Tapi kalau kamunya senengnya mau apa?
Dua-duanya nyesuaiin tim aja, yang tim butuhkan ya udah ya kita harus pakai itu.
Emang super ya, bisa di mana-mana ya. Anyway, ini nantinya besok Bigetron Era bakalan main di WSL. Ada pesan-pesan khusus untuk tim ladies kalian?
Jangan gua aja.
Pokoknya semangat aja sih buat mereka, soalnya mereka juga kuat kan, jadi semangat aja lah, pokoknya semoga bisa menang terus kan.
Oh, sorry so. Kalian tapi ada andil nggak sih dengan latihannya Bigetron Era? Mungkin sering latihan bareng atau dikasih kisi-kisi gitu?
Gak pernah. Gak pernah.
Teman-teman yang lain juga? Tapi saling menyemangati ya?
Ya tetap saling support tapi.
Oh harus banget ya, super banget ya pakai 2 mic ya?
Harus dong.
Boleh dong tapi ngajak teman-teman semuanya biar bisa dukung Bigetron Era besok di WSL.
Ya buat kalian semua tetap support Bigetron Era ya.
Oke, dan tentunya juga kemarin kita sudah melihat bagaimana Bigetron bermain di ESL menjadi runner up. Congratulations sekali lagi. Nah, kemarin di ESL kalian mengalahkan semua tim Filipina di lower bracket, kemudian menjadi runner up. Ada yang kalian mungkin petik pengalaman-pengalaman berharga dari ESL yang bakalan menjadi hal penting untuk kalian melaju di MPL Indonesia Season 12 ini? Ayo.
Pengalamannya finalnya seru banget sih.
Oh, oke, finalnya seru banget. Dan kita akan melihat bagaimana performance Bigetron Alpha nantinya di MPL Indonesia Season 12. Tapi tentunya kali ini kita akan melihat juga siapa player of the match. Kira-kira siapa ya teman-teman? Player of the match? Kira-kira siapa player of the match? Ki, Super Ki. Saken. Kita lihat aja ya. Ini dia player of the match kali ini adalah Super Kapten Superfin, gimana nih ngelihat kamu jadi player of the match?
Ya biasa aja sih. Biasa aja. Tapi nantinya yang kalian tunggu-tunggu nih match melawan siapa nantinya? Yang paling ditunggu ya lawan semuanya sih, karena kita pengen lawan semuanya.
Oke, lawan semuanya. Tapi ada dong tim-tim yang ditunggu-tunggu banget, apalagi dari week pertama, ini kita masuk ke week kedua, Bigetron belum pernah kalah juga. Apakah ada tim yang ditunggu-tunggu yang menantang buat kalian?
Pengen lawan Onyx sih.
Oke, kita tunggu nanti ya. Dan tentunya kita akan mengupas lebih dalam lagi tentang bagaimana sih tadi kemenangan dari Bigetron Alpha melawan Dewa United Esports. Nantinya akan dikupas tuntas sama caster-caster kita di sana. Silakan caster.
Game series between Bigetron Alpha versus Dewa United, which can be defined as domination, absolute domination. What is absolutely pressured throughout the whole game, especially with that Melissa pick, with that Digga pick. Like, what are you gonna do about it?
Nothing.
You'll do nothing.
Still, and they did nothing. Right, Arashi? I mean, okay, they got completely outdrafted there.
Yeah.
What would have been the way to draft against that?
I don't know, man. I feel
More
like when
mobility.
in the draft, like when the DQ pick comes through, that's just
because they went all in to the team fight, right? They picked the Ling first pick, and then they drafted a full team fight composition. So Ling doesn't really suit the team fight, but then they don't really have any ways to capitalize on the mobility of the Ling either. And they didn't play for it at all, definitely. So I think essentially in that match, they just did as they were told.
Yeah, I think when you're playing a Ling, I think it's better for you to have a kind of a hero like Angela or Florian that can boost your mobility.
They batted out themselves.
Boost your endurance, but they batted out. Like the Ling pick is very, very weird. Like I don't really see the point too. Like,
yeah, I think this is where we can definitely see the lack of experience get to the coaches and even the players. The way they were playing as well. When plan A didn't work out, which is 50-50 team fights, there was no plan B. Maybe there was a plan B, maybe there was a plan C as well, but you know, everyone has a plan until they get punched in the face. And Bigetron Alpha, they didn't just punch them in the face, they mauled them on the ground.
That's a great quote, Mirko. Shervin, do you know who that is? Who said
I think it's a boxer, right? I don't know who that is.
Yeah, of course it's a boxer.
It's Paquito. No, I'm joking.
Is it Tyson? Tyson?
Tyson? Yes, Mike Tyson.
Okay.
But he ain't in this match.
I know my stuff.
The player of the match is Supervin by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. On the Fredrin, man, enabling all the dives in the early game. Look at the early game build. It's all physical defense to ensure that he can tank as many turret shots as possible. Tank Emblem with the tenacity, with the Brave Smite, as well as the firmness. So he is just going all in, not for sustain, but going all in for that low health tankiness to ensure that we saw in this game a bunch of really high value Appraiser's Wrath, first of all, and then aside from that, he can just facilitate all these dives on the other side of the map, and he can also be one of the first people in the front when they intrude on the jungle of Dewa United as well. So I think it's a legitimate strategy. As you mentioned, Shevin, it seems peculiar, but it works.
Oh, man.
Can we talk about the itemization early on from Super Vin here?
No Molten Essence?
No, well,
Well,
no,
not that makes sense.
Yeah, not that, but just take a look at this. It's just like Fredrin went shopping, right? He got good pants, he got 2 coats, and he got a hood as
It's
well.
a robe. It's a robe.
It's a robe, but you know, he's not using it as that. But the point is, he never finishes just one item. He understands the value of just getting these little items and stacking them up together in the early game when you already have such a massive lead.
And I mean, with the composition, right, this allows Bigetron to just be so much more offensive, a lot more oppressive. They have a lot more crowd control. So even with 2 members, they're able to contest for that first turtle. And afterwards, look at how they're playing, man. Everyone's just all the way in the front.
The flickers.
And beating Dewa United
Pottery.
at their own game. You like team fights? Oh, we like it too, man. We do it better.
That flicker is just poetry in motion, man. Like, Dixon here, pretty good punish, but again, penalty zone get cancelled out by that go away. But here, he got dragged down by Shadow Stampede. That's why I missed that. But I think Vin being the MVP is pretty noble here because it is supposed to build around Vin, right? Because initial engage, all that stuff, the poking and the slows, the CCs, it's just Vin. All of it's poured towards Vin. Like I think it's kind of, how do I say it? I wouldn't say it's weird, but he's just doing what he's supposed to do.
In the current meta, having a mid lane that's a fighter in the mid lane, especially a fighter with good wave clear like Fredrin, doesn't seem like that bad of idea because right now it's always just clearing your wave and then assisting the jungle or assisting the XP lane or assisting the gold lane, right? So technically, the fighters can serve the same purpose, but then your issue is you lack magic damage. That's where the Digi comes in. Look at this build, man. Enchanted Talisman, cooldown boots, glowing wand, holy crystal. He's out for blood, and he has the highest damage in the game. We'll see more stats after this, but that is definitely more than enough magical damage on top of Super Ken on the Joy as well. So it's all very balanced, even though at a glance it looks weird.
Is this the same objective stat as the game before? 9 turrets, 1 turrets. 0, 2, 0, 3. Yeah, so it's basically the same game with a little bit of sprinkle of more domination, more spanking there.
Yeah. Oh,
Spanking,
okay.
whoa.
I mean, you know, I'll take that. We'll take that because Bigetron Alpha in this game, yes, it was an additional punish here. Because take a look at the purple buff. If even the Bane gets counter jungled, gets completely dominated, I don't know what they were thinking with the Ling pick, right? I mean, leaving up the Joy, Bigetron Alpha played around that so well. And I think it just comes down to how Bigetron Alpha were able to completely punish Dewa United Esports and their lack of experience. They'll definitely learn from this, you know, their first loss ever in MPL Indonesia. So still, we gotta give props to Dewa United. Still a very impressive run they've had here in MPL Indonesia. 3 matches, 2 wins, 1 loss.
Yeah, that experience definitely shows because they have, on paper, a solid team fight, but they have no ways on how to reach that team fight stage in the game, and they get completely shut down even before that happens. So if you look at the damage dealt, whoa, essentially twice the damage, and only 1 single kill for Dewa United. So for Bigetron Alpha, it's such a massive performance, and for everything, it's pretty solid. They have great team fights, great objective control as well, and shows again why they were runner-ups, even though that's a bit of a weird flex.
Yeah, it's a sad state of affairs for Dewa United. 2-0, even though they're still in a good place. 2 wins, 1 losses, as you said, Mirko. But in this case, they're up against the big boys finally, right? And you know, you're always tested by the big boys. But in this case, they're still not good enough yet. As you can see here, all of this is dominated by Bigetron Alpha. Only 1 kill, as you said, Arashi. But Lanaya is just on factor in this game.
You have to wonder if his
The
mental
hype
state is
is
doing
gone.
okay.
Well, you know, you can't completely blame Lanaya. I think the team wasn't prepared to bring Lanaya on as well, right? The whole team was built with Ray first. with Leo Murphy and Watt. So him stepping in was a bit of a change of direction. Maybe we'll see Lanaya improve throughout the weeks. Maybe we'll get Shako in because honestly, if you want to play Lanaya, play Shako. They have synergy together.
Yeah, speaking of improvement though, I think there's been a lot of mistakes from Vin. I think that's okay, especially if you won the game. Like this is a process to bring back the old Vin, the highly mechanical Vin. So this kind of micro mistakes, it's alright. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright.
Is it alright, Arashi? What do you think? You know, maybe you have a little bit of bad blood with Vin because you use XRQ.
Nah, I mean it's well.
Pour it out.
A bit sad that he's left, right?
Bittersweet?
But you know, we have to be supportive of our players, man. They are going through a lot themselves, so I'm still rooting for my team. So we're gonna prove Vin wrong for moving out. So we'll see how that works out. But the key to success for this game is Super Vin. Controlling the tempo. I think that this is what Bigatron is just so good at doing. If you give them the tools to force you to play a certain way, you just will not have a good time because they are so calculated. They know what exactly they need to force you to do in order to make your game plan just completely ruined, bro. Like, so especially against Bigatron, I think tools to try and play your own game need to be secured early on because otherwise, this is what happens.
Well, I think for Diva United though, they can't really play their own game where they have a Tiki and Teritzla and Chow. Like the composition is just all over the place against this kind of composition.
Exactly.
So yeah. So like going to the game, they know that oh my god, like this is if we win, like I think it's a miracle. I think that's the mindset before that.
Yeah, most definitely right. I mean, right now it's a miracle that Dewa United technically got to second place according to a lot of different analysts. But you know what else is a miracle? What? Read it on your screen, Chef.
Oh, okay.
What is that?
Skill on, then skin also be on. So you can play with more confidence, use Bleed to purchase game vouchers, and top up more efficiently with 10% cashback. 10% does not seem much, but if you play Mobile Legends and buy all the skins, 10% accumulates to a lot of money.
Exactly.
Well, I mean, look at the emblems right now. All the effects are about like 6%, 8%, but the players are using it very efficiently, so you guys can do the same using Bleed. Scan this QR code if you want to get some quick maneuvers right here, unlike Eterna.
Yeah. Oh, it's called being financially responsible, Carlito.
Okay. Like, what's the events going on right now that involves... Oh, Sanrio, yeah! If you want to, buy the Sanrio skin also, you can also use Bleed too. But we're going to see here, M5 wildcard host country is in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. So it's a reminiscence, it's a throwback to M1. The first ever World Championship in Mobile Legends hosted in Malaysia, and finally this time around it's a wildcard placement. Yeah. So there are 2 wildcard slots. There's a lot of countries competing for it. That includes Malaysia too. I believe the runner of Malaysia, and also a lot of new regions as well, like Mongolia too. Yeah, Mongolia, Team Little Gun. I cannot wait to see them in action.
Yeah, I mean, again, by the way, if you guys don't know, this is only the M5 wildcard that's going to be in Kuala Lumpur. Group stage and knockout stage will still be in Philippines.
Well, shout out to our Malaysian counterparts then, All love from us over here. Srumpun.
Yeah, but I feel like we're going to be done here. After this, we're going to see the match between Onyx versus Alter Ego, the new dominance versus the old veterans trying to catch the young blood. So see you soon after this.
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Stop or she gets it! Then you'll have to answer to Erudicio.
Erudicio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty!
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Erudicio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me this?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now. It's incredible.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Kalau kamu bisa kasih burst damage yang tinggi, itu efek burn-nya bakal muncul lebih gampang. Bang, emblemnya ribet bang, bakalan susah gua belajarnya. Halo sobat Land of Dawn, gua KB. Di sini gua akan memperkenalkan emblem terbaru dari Project Next. Dan buat kalian yang udah siap-siap mau ketik di kolom komentar, Bang, emblemnya ribet bang, bakalan susah gua belajarnya. Tenang aja, Mobile Legends Bang Bang dengan Project Next ini sudah mempersiapkan sekali buat teman-teman lebih mudah beradaptasinya. Patch yang lalu itu yang namanya penambahan status ada 5 komponennya. Kalau di patch yang terbaru, komponen penambah statusnya hanya 3. Yang pertama adalah talent penambah status, yang kedua adalah sub talent atau talent yang sebenarnya mungkin di patch lama itu adalah talent aktif. Tapi untuk di patch baru jadi talent pasif. Yang dimana nanti akan connecting juga atau menyambung dengan talent utama. Jadi memudahkan teman-teman semuanya yang pemain-pemain baru untuk mencoba banyak emblem dan banyak variabel dengan perbedaan-perbedaan status yang bisa digunakan. Jadi tentu kita bisa lebih berkreasi dengan menggunakan emblem terbaru teman-teman. Dan ini dia gambaran untuk UI terbarunya. Seperti yang aku bilang tadi, hanya akan ada 7 komponen emblem. Dari basic common emblem, tank, assassin, mage, fighter, support, dan sampai dengan marksman. Dan yang paling aku suka adalah ini dia, banyaknya variabel pemilihan status di emblem terbaru. Contohnya, kita ambil dari talent yang paling pertama yang tadi aku bilang. Ini penambah status rata-rata. Kayak di sini ada yang namanya nambahin adaptive attack, terus ada yang nambahin attack speed, terus ada juga untuk penambah darah kayak vitality. Dan yang paling aku suka, ini dia, Rapture atau penambah Adaptive Penetration. Terus ada juga yang namanya Inspire, dia akan menambahkan 5% cooldown reduction. Terus ada juga di sini Firmness, dia tuh bakal nambahin Adaptive untuk Physical dan Magic Defense. Ada penambah Movement Speed juga, dan penambah untuk Fatal atau status kritikal. Terus ini yang namanya sub talent nih teman-teman. Contohnya aja ya, ini Season Hunter buat para jungler tank, jungler damage, ini bisa kalian gunakan tanpa harus menjadi talent utama. Karena ini bakal jadi talent pasif. Jadi setidaknya kalau kalian ngejungle itu bakal lebih cepat. Karena setiap kali turtle dan juga lord, kalian akan ada tambahan 15% damage kepada objektif-objektif tersebut. Terus dari emblem tank ada juga tenacity. Tenacity juga jadi pasif. Dan ini akan aktif ketika kalian itu darahnya di bawah 50%. Terus ada juga Master Assassin. Siapa penggemar-penggemar Assassin? Ini salah satu emblem yang kalau di emblem patch lama ya, emblem-emblem yang udah dulu-dulu, itu tuh cuma aktif ketika memang 1v1 dan akan menambahkan damage ketika musuh kalian sendirian. Tapi untuk sekarang dia jadi pasif sistemnya. Sehingga wah ini banyak banget nih yang bisa dikombinasikan. Bargain Hunter, dapetin diskon untuk item, terus Festival of Blood, kalian dari awal udah punya pasif spell vamp, bayangin tuh. Terus yang paling aku suka juga nih, pull yourself together. Karena ini akan mempermudah atau mempersingkat battle spell kalian dari cooldown umumnya. Dari misalkan kita ambil contoh flicker ya, 120 detik itu bisa cuma jadi 100 detik saja. Dan juga aktif skill item. Jadi buat teman-teman yang mungkin para pengguna Winter Truncheon atau mungkin Conceal, jadi lebih dipermudah nih, dipersingkat juga untuk durasi dari cooldownnya. Terus Weapon Master, ini yang paling adaptif banget nih menurut aku teman-teman. Karena Weapon Master itu bisa digunakan kepada user mage atau user marksman juga. Nah terus ini dia nih yang paling utamanya, talent-talent utamanya ada Impure Rage, ada Quantum Charge, terus juga ada Conclusive Blast, terus ada Killing Spree. Dan Killing Spree sekarang tidak terbatas untuk assassin physical damage, tapi juga bisa digunakan untuk para magical damage. Nah, terus Lethal Ignition ini juga tidak melulu soal damage magic. Sekarang physical damage dealer bisa mengeluarkan efek burn ketika dia itu adalah physical damage dealer tipe burst. Terus ada juga Brave Smith nih teman-teman, yang dimana aku dengar kabar nih, katanya di patch terbaru, kebetulan tanggal 27 Juni ini fix, Brave Smith ini bakal muncul dan statusnya diubah. Dari yang 8% penambah darah jadi 5% penambah darah saja. Cuma bedanya untuk sekarang nggak perlu kalian ngeluarin efek CC atau crowd control. Jadi kalian cuma perlu mengeluarkan skill dan itu akan menambahkan darah kalian 5%. Terus ini juga bagus nih, focusing mark. Biasanya para gangker-gangker pasti bakal suka sama emblem atau talent utama yang satu ini. Serta biasanya buat para marksman, weakness finder itu bisa jadi pilihan utama. Kalau misalkan kalian nggak pede sama attack speed kalian, ya kalian bisa pakai quantum charge yang tadi aku sebutkan. Anyway, kita bakal coba hal itu semua di custom room langsung. Let's go! Yang pertama adalah efek dari Master Assassin. Yang kalau misalkan ini kan ada dua hero berdempetan, artinya Master Assassin ini nggak bakal aktif. Kalau aku basic attack, damage-nya 143. Tapi kalau ke hero yang sendirian, dia akan menimbulkan damage yang lebih tinggi, 148. Dari sini teman-teman udah bisa ada gambaran ya, kalau sebenarnya Master Assassin ini sebenarnya jadi emblem pasif. Dan ini talentnya menjadi sub talent atau talent cadangan. Dan yang mau aku tunjukkan adalah efek dari bakarannya Lethal Ignition. Aku harus burst dulu ya, aku harus burst dulu. Dan nanti yang akan keluar efek bakarannya dalam warna biru di Layla ini adalah dalam bentuk damage fisikal. Tuh, ada biru-biru, ada efek bakaran, dan itu hanya keluar kalau kita secepat mungkin dalam 5 detik menimbulkan damage dalam kurun waktu dan juga efek dalam persenan darah tersebut lah. Intinya secepat mungkin kalau kamu bisa kasih burst damage yang tinggi, itu efek burn-nya bakal muncul lebih gampang. Gimana Sobat Land of Dawn? Asik banget kan untuk emblem terbaru yang nanti akan diluncurkan oleh Project Next di tanggal 27 Juni 2023. Tentunya dengan emblem terbaru ini membuat kalian itu bisa menggunakan variasi emblem talent yang lebih banyak. Jadi kalian nggak bosan juga ketika menggunakan satu hero dengan emblem yang bisa bermacam-macam. Anyway, kayaknya kita sudah sampai di akhir video. Aku KB, mohon pamit undur diri. Sampai jumpa lagi di episode selanjutnya. Dan sampai jumpa lagi di Land of Dawn.
Tahu nggak, Awesome Generation itu punya rule sendiri. Kayak aku. Nge-game, I am the game. Pokoknya harus win streak terus. See, that's my rules with Galaxy A Series 5G. Kalau kamu?
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID, pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
In the previous guide, we learned the basics of the new emblem system. This time, we will take a closer look at the core talents from the Mage, Assassin, Marksman, and Support emblems. Core talent unlocked with the Mage emblem. By upgrading the Mage emblem, you can unlock Lethal Ignition. The new Lethal Ignition now deals adaptive damage, making it a great option for any hero with heavy-hitting combos. With the change to adaptive damage, heroes with high physical damage can now use this talent to enhance their damage, such as Saber and Natalia. Saber's first skill and ultimate combo can easily trigger the effect from Lethal Ignition, dealing much more damage to enemy heroes. Core talent unlocked with the Assassin emblem. By upgrading the Assassin emblem, you can unlock Killing Spree. Now that the talent is no longer reserved for the Assassin emblem, it becomes a good choice for any hero who can perform chain kills. Heroes with magic damage like Karina and Julian can now take this talent as well. Karina's ultimate resets after she kills an enemy hero. When equipped with Killing Spree, she will recover HP from each kill, allowing her to stay healthy and go after more kills. Core talent unlocked with the Marksman emblem. By upgrading the Marksman emblem, you can unlock Weakness Finder. The new Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. It works well for heroes with high attack speed, as it can improve their laning and slowing abilities. A hero like Minzathar can take Weakness Finder because his second skill increases the attack speed of his basic attacks. When combined with equipment that can provide more attack speed, he can reliably trigger the slow effect to prevent enemies from escaping. Core talent unlocked with the Support emblem. By upgrading the Support emblem, you can unlock Focusing Mark. The Focusing Mark talent works the same as before. It allows support heroes to increase the damage their teammates can deal to the target enemy. Taj's ultimate can be used to drag key enemies to his team. When equipped with Focusing Mark, the ultimate will also increase the damage the target takes, allowing Taj's team to quickly burst down the helpless target. Choose the core talent based on the strengths of each hero to maximize their effectiveness. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend.
Tahu nggak, Awesome Generation itu punya rule sendiri, kayak aku. Dalam kondisi apapun, nggak ada lagi halangan. Malah ngebuktiin potensiku. See, that's my rules with Galaxy A Series 5G. Kalau kamu?
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in gold.
In the previous guide, we learned the basics of the new emblem system. This time, we will take a closer look at the core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem, tank emblem, and fighter emblem. Core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem. By upgrading the basic common emblem, you can unlock two core talents, Impure Rage and Quantum Charge. Both are suitable for most heroes. The new Impure Rage talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a good damage-enhancing talent for a variety of heroes, such as Eve, Nathan, and Diggy. Eve is a hero with great poke and control abilities. She can use the extra damage and mana regen from Impure Rage to constantly wear down enemies. The new Quantum Charge talent now restores HP based on the hero's level and not their physical attack bonus, making it viable on more heroes that want HP recovery and mobility, such as Edith, Leslie, Layla, etc. When equipped with Quantum Charge, Edith in both forms can use the movement speed bonus triggered by her basic attacks to keep a safe distance from the enemy and the extra HP regen to stay in the fight. Core talent unlocked with the Tank Emblem. By upgrading the Tank Emblem, you can unlock Concussive Blast. Concussive Blast works the same as before, providing an extra source of AoE damage for high HP heroes, such as Johnson, Baja, and Hilda. Hilda is a high HP hero who can tank a lot of damage when equipped with a full set of defensive equipment. The Concussive Blast talent will not only enhance her survivability, but also boost her damage. Core talent unlocked with the Fighter Emblem. By upgrading the Fighter Emblem, you can unlock Brave Smite. Brave Smite is no longer triggered by inflicting CCs. It now takes effect upon dealing skill damage and is suitable for most fighters and tanks that need more HP regen. Ruby, Lapu Lapu, Tigreal, and similar heroes can choose this talent. Ruby can trigger Brave Smite repeatedly by casting skills, and with her own regen abilities, she'll have even greater durability in teamfights. Choose the core talent based on the strengths of each hero to maximize their effectiveness. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend.
Dari dua emblem yang selain Weapon Master sangat berguna lah di early game. Di laning phase malah jadi rajanya lah istilahnya. Kok kedapet di lampu? Oke. Halo, gua Kadera. Selamat datang di Project Next. Butuh tutor main Godland setelah update patch emblem. Nggak akan ada yang lebih bagus dari episode ini, karena gue akan bahas dua hal penting dari patch ini untuk para Godlander. Yang pertama, kombinasi-kombinasi terbaik talent utama untuk Godlander, dan hero Godlander apa yang akan meta di patch kali ini. Nah, sekarang kita coba ke kombinasi pertama ya. Di sini gue pakai hero Beatrix. Rekomendasi dari gue yaitu yang pertama pakai Rapture, terus yang kedua Weapon Master, dan yang terakhir Weakness Finder. Oke, itu jadi kita langsung coba di in-game nya. Kan tadi kan pilihan emblem kita ada Rapture sama Weakness Finder. Nah, kalian nggak usah takut buat apa ya, ngepok itu, karena kalau kita ngehit musuh nih, mereka dapat slow sama mereka nggak bisa ngepok balik gitu. Jadi kayak kalian di lane nggak bakal sering kepok. Terus yang Weapon Master itu kan nunggu dari item kan. Jadi dari dua emblem yang selain Weapon Master sangat berguna lah di early game buat survive. Nah gitu guys, kita coba ke kombinasi talent yang berikutnya ya. Di sini gue pakai hero 1-1. Rekomendasi dari gue yang pertama Swift, terus yang kedua Bergen Hunter, terus yang ketiga Weakness Finder. Oke, jadi emblem yang pertama kita kan ambil Swift kan tadi. Nah, di awal kita kayak udah berasa ada item tambahan satu, kayak knife nih, kan nambah 10% attack speed kan. Tapi tanpa kita harus beli knife-nya langsung, kita udah berasa kayak attack speed kita lumayan berasa lah gitu. Terus lagi buat 1-1 ya, dengan adanya Weakness Finder, kalian malah jadi lebih gampang kebuka. Nah, setiap kalian ngelempar skill 1 terus di combo sama pasif Weakness Finder, musuhnya kayak nggak bisa lari, kena slow, terus kena 3 kali stuck skill satunya, dia bisa nge-stun. Jadi kemungkinan otomatis terbukanya lebih besar gitu. Bergen Hunter karena kita bisa jadi lebih cepet jadiin item kita. Swift Crossbow di wave 2 mungkin udah bisa kebeli ya, karena ada emblem yang ini. Jadi kayak kalian di laning phase malah jadi rajanya lah istilahnya. Oke, next kita coba ke kombinasi talent yang terakhir ya. Di sini kita pakai Godland bertipe Magic, yaitu Harit. Kalian bisa ngambil yang Inspire. Terus yang selanjutnya Virgin Hunter, terus yang terakhir Impure Rage. Kita udah di in-game nih. Yang pertama kan Inspire yang ngebantu kalian nambah cooldown reduction. Jadi kalau sudah semisal kalian max emblem, terus kalian nambahin Inspire itu, kalian nggak perlu butuh yang namanya cooldown reduction lagi di item kalian. Jadi kayak beliin aja item yang paling mahal, Blood Wings contohnya, kayak gitu. Kita jelasin lagi di Impure Rage. Semisal nih kalian pakai magic side lane, itu pasti kemungkinan jungler kalian assassin. Masa kalian mau egois, blue buff-nya diambil, nggak mau dikasih ke jungler assassin kan? Nggak mungkin kan? Nah, di Impure Rage ini kalian ngeakalin mana kalian. Di Impure Rage kalian bakal nerima balik 2% mana max kalian. Kayak contoh, gue pakai skill nih, terus ngehit atau nggak ngehit, pokoknya pakai skill bisa ngebalikin 2% max mana kalian, tapi ada cooldown 5 detik. Ayo coba update Project Next hari ini ya. Tapi kalau menurut lo tips dari gua kurang relevan karena lo pemain role lain, tenang aja, karena di next episode-nya akan dibahas mengenai kombinasi talent dan hero-hero meta di role lain. Dan jangan lupa share videonya ya. Gua Kadera, sampai jumpa di Land of Dawn.
Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
12-nya kemana? 12-nya ada di Blibli 12 tahun anniversary. Beli apa aja ada gratis ongkir 12 kali, cashback 12 kali, dan flash sale Rp12. Ayo belanja di Blibli sekarang.
When upgrading your emblems, you will unlock talents at specific levels. Different emblems will unlock different talents. You can choose an emblem by role and use the talents it unlocks directly as your default setup, or you can freely mix and match different emblems and talents to create a custom emblem setup. We're going to show you how to create your emblem setup for your heroes. Emblems. First, let's take a look at the revamped emblem system. There are now 7 emblems in the game, 1 basic common emblem and 6 role emblems. Different emblems can provide different attribute bonuses. It is recommended to use the emblem that matches a hero's role. Standard talents, Tier 1. After selecting an emblem, you can then choose from 8 standard talents at Tier 1. These talents provide mostly straightforward bonuses to heroes. Of the 8 talents, Thrill and Swift are good on almost any hero, while other talents are more catered to certain roles. Standard talents, Tier 2. At Tier 2, you will also have 8 standard talents to choose from. The Tier 2 talents trigger or work under different circumstances. We still recommend choosing one that matches the role of your hero. But if you're an advanced player, you are free to choose any of the talents to fit your playstyle. For example, if you're playing the core hero on your team and want to focus on gearing up fast, you can choose the Bargain Hunter talent regardless of how your hero deals damage. And heroes who rely on their skills for sustained damage, whether it be a mage or fighter, can use the Festival of Blood talent for more spell vamp. Core talents, Tier 3. Finally, let's talk about the most important talents, the core talents. There are 8 core talents available in the game, and each provides a unique and powerful effect. We recommend choosing the core talent to match your hero's role and only use core talents from other emblems for advanced or unconventional tactics. The revamped Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. This talent is now a viable option for any hero that relies on basic attacks and wants better laning and the ability to slow enemies. The Lethal Ignition talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a prime choice for any hero that has heavy-hitting combos. While the revamped emblem system still uses the existing talents, we have removed the restrictions between emblems and talents, opening up new possibilities for many heroes. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend.
Menurut gua sih update enemy ini sangat membantu kita para fighter ya. Karena kita bisa lebih fleksibel dalam pemilihan hero nantinya. Joy bisa langganan sini di band. Hai, gue Sorizo. Selamat datang di Project Next. Experience setelah update patch bukan lagi cuma sekedar jago adu otot. Karena kita juga harus memutar otak buat combination talent dengan emblem terbaiknya. Yuk tonton video ini agar lo bisa jadi explainer yang lebih hebat. Nah, sekarang kita coba kombinasi pertama nih. Hero yang gue pakai adalah Yuzong. Buat talent pertama, yang gue pakai adalah Agility. Yang kedua, yang gue pakai adalah Festival Blood. Yang ketiga, gue pakai Killing Spree. Jadi yang pertama kenapa gue pilih Agility adalah buat movement speed. Menurut gue Yuzong ini sangat butuh movement speed guys, karena ketika lu mengejar musuh, kayak speed lu lebih kenceng gitu lah dibanding mereka. Yang kedua kenapa gue pilih Festival Blood, karena buat lifesteal. Lihat ini gue belum ada item lifesteal, tapi gue tetap bisa dapat lifesteal guys. Yang ketiga kenapa gue pilih Killing Spree. Killing Spree ini tujuannya ketika lu bunuh musuh lu dapat lifesteal serta movement speed. Ketika lu bunuh musuh, efeknya keras banget guys. Dan kenapa gua seneng banget, karena yang dulunya gua di Factor cuma bisa Festival Blood, sekarang udah bisa pakai Killing Spree juga guys yang di Assassin. Jadi kayak lu bisa combine gitu. Nah gitu guys. Sekarang kita coba kombinasi talent berikutnya ya. Hero yang gua pakai adalah Joy. Buat talent pertama, yang gua pakai adalah Rupture. Yang kedua, gue pakai Bargain Hunter. Yang ketiga adalah Killing Spree. Nah, sekarang kita bakal coba langsung ke in-game-nya ya guys. Buat talent pertama, kenapa gue pakai Rupture? Ini sangat bagus banget guys, karena damage lu 5%, penetration lu bakal sakit buat ke musuh. Contohnya, lebih sakit guys, dibanding lu nggak pakai, ini lebih sakit. Dan yang kedua, gue pakai Bargain Hunter. Fungsi dari Bargain Hunter ini adalah ketika lu harga item lu bakal jadi lebih murah guys. Dari yang harga 100% lu beli di harga 95%. Contohnya ini ya, Genius One. Ini harga aslinya adalah 2000 jadi 1900 guys. Yang ketiga gue pakai adalah Killing Spree. Fungsi dari Killing Spree ini ketika lu bunuh musuh, lu mendapatkan 8% max HP dari musuh dan 15% movement speed selama 3 detik. Ini bagus banget guys, ketika lu dalam team fight yang gede lu bisa survive. Ini sih OP banget sih guys. Ketika lu yang biasa cuma bisa pakai Bargain Hunter, sekarang lu bisa pakai bareng Killing Spree. Joy bisa langganan sini di band. Oke, next kita coba ke kombinasi talent yang berikutnya ya. Hero yang gue pakai nanti adalah hero Esmeralda. Itulah hero favorit gue juga. Yang pertama, talent yang gue pakai adalah Agility. Yang kedua, Bargain Hunter. Yang ketiga adalah Consumptive Blast. Oke, kita langsung coba ke in-game ya guys. Yang pertama, talent Agility. Kenapa gue pakai Agility? Fungsinya tuh menambahkan 5% movement speed guys. Jadi ketika lu ngezoning atau nge-cover temen lu, itu sangat bagus guys. Lebih kenceng lah jalan lu. Dan dikomboin dengan skill 1 Esmeralda, lu lebih cepet lah buat lu kemana-mana gitu, move lu. Yang kedua, kenapa gue pakai Bargain Hunter? Esmeralda ini early-nya membutuhkan item yang lebih cepat guys. Jadi gue pakai Bargain Hunter biar lu bisa beli item lebih murah lah di awal. Yang ketiga, kenapa gue pakai Cortex 11? Ini ketika lu basic attack ada kayak efek ledakan gitu yang mengandung magic damage. Jadi ketika lu clear wave jauh lebih cepat dibanding yang lain guys. Contohnya kayak gini. Nih, tuh. Lebih cepat guys jadinya. Dengan ada stats baru ini gue makin suka sih main Esmeralda. Nah, dari 3 kombinasi itu, kalau yang paling cocok ke gameplay gue sih Esmeralda ya, dengan talent Agility, Bargain Hunter, dan Consumptive Blast. Nah, menurut gue sih update enemy ini sangat membantu kita para fighter ya, karena kita bisa lebih fleksibel dalam pemilihan hero nantinya. Gimana nih para explainer? Udah siap main meta terbaru belum? Yuk langsung update ke Project Next dan cobain ya. Nah, buat kalian yang main role selain XP, tenang aja. Karena di next episodenya akan dibahas mengenai kombinasi talent dan hero meta di role lainnya. Jangan lupa share videonya ya. Gua Surizo, sampai jumpa di Land of Dawn.
Ayo, dukung tim jagoanmu di turnamen MPL Season 11 dan dapatkan diskon 40% untuk pembelian minuman berikut di Point Coffee. Gunakan kode diskon berikut di aplikasi Indomaret Poinku. Caranya mudah. Pertama, download aplikasi Indomaret Poinku, lalu klik tombol icon kado di kanan atas, masukkan kode dan dapatkan e-kupon diskon. Kemudian, redeem kupon diskon 40% di outlet Point Coffee.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Karena Lancelot itu tipe jungler yang harus fleksibel keluar masuk team fight, dan gua rasa Killing Spree ini cocok banget di gameplay Lancelot gua. Kalau yang paling masuk ke gameplay gua itu yang kombinasi talent pertama, karena cocok banget sama Fanny gua. Hai, gue Super Ken. Selamat datang di Project Next. Kali ini gue mau ngasih beberapa rekomendasi kombinasi talent setelah update patch emblem nih. Dan gue yakin kalian bisa tiru ini biar rank kalian naik terus. Di sini gue akan bahas hal terpenting dari patch ini untuk pemain jungler nih. Nah, tonton sampai akhir ya guys. Nah, sekarang kita coba ke kombinasi pertama nih. Hero yang gue pakai, hero andalan gue yaitu Fanny. Emblem yang pertama di hero Fanny gue pakai Rapture. Emblem ini berfungsi untuk menambahkan physical penetration. Emblem yang kedua, gue pakai Master Assassin. Emblem ini berfungsi untuk menambahkan damage di sekitar hero-nya untuk mendapatkan snowballing di early game. Emblem yang ketiga gue pakai Killing Spree. Emblem ini dapat memulihkan HP dan movement speed untuk bisa keluar dari team fight. Nah gitu guys, kita coba ke kombinasi talent yang berikutnya ya. Kali ini gue mau pakai Lancelot. Kembali menggunakan Rapture sebagai talent pertama. Hal ini dimaksudkan untuk jungler typical damage dealer agar bisa dapat 5% damage penetration. Terus yang kedua gue pakai Season Hunter karena dengan talent ini bisa nambah 15% damage ke Lord atau Turtle. Dan untuk kill monster jungle juga lebih cepat. Dia dapat tambahan kira-kira 7%an damage. Jadi untuk kejar objektif dalam game cocok banget. Karena Lancelot itu tipe jungler yang harus fleksibel keluar masuk team fight, dan gue rasa Killing Spree ini cocok banget di gameplay Lancelot gue. Oke, next kita coba ke kombinasi talent yang terakhir ya guys. Gue di sini pakai Fredrin. Untuk talent pertama bisa diisi oleh talent agility. yang memberikan extra movement speed 5% untuk bisa clearing minion jungle lebih cepat. Dan mobilitas lebih cepat juga dalam setup objektif maupun ganking. Season Hunter akan memberikan benefit damage tambahan sebanyak 15% untuk objektif, baik itu turtle maupun lord. Untuk ke minion jungler, damage tambahan hanya berlaku setengahnya saja atau sekitar 7,5%. Conclusive Blast sendiri sebagai output damage tambahan yang mengambil keuntungan dari banyaknya HP hero yang kita gunakan sebanyak plus 7% dari total HP. Jadi dari 3 kombinasi itu, kalau yang paling masuk ke gameplay gue itu yang kombinasi talent pertama. Karena cocok banget sama Fanny gue. Langsung praktekin aja ya guys. Dan jelas patch baru ini bikin kita makin seru mainnya. Karena kita lebih bisa fleksibel dalam menyesuaikan ke hero yang kita pakai nantinya. Yuk langsung update Project Next dan cobain. Dan jangan lupa tonton juga episode tentang role lainnya guys. Jangan lupa share videonya. Gua Super Ken, sampai jumpa di Land of Dawn.
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Once she gets it, then you'll have to answer to Eruditio.
Eruditio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty!
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Eruditio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me this?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure. Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now. It's incredible.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Kalau kamu bisa kasih burst damage yang tinggi, itu efek burn-nya bakal muncul lebih gampang. Bang, emblemnya ribet bang, bakalan susah gua belajarnya. Halo sobat Land of Dawn, gua KB. Di sini gua akan memperkenalkan emblem terbaru dari Project Next. Dan buat kalian yang udah siap-siap mau ketik di kolom komentar, Bang, emblemnya ribet bang, bakalan susah gua belajarnya. Tenang aja, Mobile Legends Bang Bang dengan Project Next ini sudah mempersiapkan sekali buat teman-teman lebih mudah beradaptasinya. Patch yang lalu
itu yang namanya penambahan status ada 5 komponennya. Kalau di patch yang terbaru, komponen penambah statusnya hanya 3. Yang pertama adalah talent penambah status, yang kedua adalah sub talent atau talent yang sebenarnya mungkin di patch lama itu adalah talent aktif, tapi untuk di patch baru jadi talent pasif. Yang dimana nanti akan connecting juga atau menyambung dengan talent utama. Jadi memudahkan teman-teman semuanya yang pemain-pemain baru untuk mencoba banyak emblem dan banyak variabel dengan perbedaan-perbedaan status yang bisa digunakan. Jadi tentu kita bisa lebih berkreasi dengan menggunakan emblem terbaru, teman-teman. Dan ini dia gambaran untuk UI terbarunya. Seperti yang aku bilang tadi, hanya akan ada 7 komponen emblem. Dari basic common emblem, tank, assassin, mage, fighter, support, dan sampai dengan marksman. Dan yang paling aku suka adalah ini dia. Banyaknya variabel pemilihan status di emblem terbaru. Contohnya, kita ambil dari talent yang paling pertama, yang tadi aku bilang. Ini penambah status rata-rata. Kayak di sini ada yang namanya nambahin adaptive attack, terus ada yang nambahin attack speed, terus ada juga untuk penambah darah kayak vitality, dan yang paling aku suka ini dia rapture atau penambah adaptive penetration. Terus ada juga yang namanya inspire, dia akan menambahkan 5% cooldown reduction. Terus ada juga di sini firmness, dia tuh bakal nambahin adaptive untuk physical dan magic defense. Ada penambah movement speed juga dan penambah untuk fatal atau status kritikal. Terus ini yang namanya sub talent nih teman-teman. Contohnya aja ya, ini season hunter buat para jungler tank, jungler damage. Ini bisa kalian gunakan tanpa harus menjadi talent utama, karena ini bakal jadi talent pasif. Jadi setidaknya kalau kalian ngejungle itu bakal lebih cepat, karena setiap kali turtle dan juga lord kalian akan ada tambahan 15% damage kepada objektif-objektif tersebut. Terus dari emblem tank ada juga tenacity. Tenacity juga jadi pasif dan ini akan aktif ketika kalian itu darahnya di bawah 50%. Terus ada juga Master Assassin. Siapa penggemar-penggemar Assassin? Ini salah satu emblem yang kalau di emblem patch lama ya, emblem-emblem yang udah dulu-dulu itu tuh cuma aktif ketika memang 1v1 dan akan menambahkan damage ketika musuh kalian sendirian. Tapi untuk sekarang dia jadi pasif sistemnya. Sehingga wah, ini banyak banget nih yang bisa dikombinasikan. Bargain Hunter, dapetin diskon untuk item, terus Festival of Blood, kalian dari awal udah punya pasif spell vamp. Bayangin tuh. Terus yang paling aku suka juga nih, pull yourself together. Karena ini akan mempermudah atau mempersingkat battle spell kalian dari cooldown umumnya. Dari misalkan kita ambil contoh flicker ya, 120 detik itu bisa cuma jadi 100 detik saja. Dan juga aktif skill item. Jadi buat teman-teman yang mungkin para pengguna Winter Truncheon atau mungkin Conceal, jadi lebih dipermudah nih, dipersingkat juga untuk durasi dari cooldownnya. Terus Weapon Master, ini yang paling adaptif banget nih menurut aku teman-teman. Karena Weapon Master itu bisa digunakan kepada user mage atau user marksman juga. Nah, terus ini dia nih yang paling utamanya, talent-talent utamanya ada Impure Rage, ada Quantum Charge, terus juga ada Conclusive Blast, terus ada Killing Spree. Dan Killing Spree sekarang tidak terbatas untuk assassin physical damage, tapi juga bisa digunakan untuk para magical damage. Nah, terus Lethal Ignition ini juga tidak melulu soal damage magic. Sekarang physical damage dealer bisa mengeluarkan efek burn ketika dia itu adalah physical damage dealer tipe burst. Terus ada juga Bravesmith nih teman-teman, yang dimana aku dengar kabar nih, katanya di patch terbaru kebetulan tanggal 27 Juni ini fix, Bravesmith ini bakal muncul dan statusnya diubah. Dari yang 8% penambah darah jadi 5% penambah darah saja. Cuma bedanya untuk sekarang nggak perlu kalian ngeluarin efek CC atau crowd control. Jadi kalian cuma perlu mengeluarkan skill dan itu akan menambahkan darah kalian 5%. Terus ini juga bagus nih, focusing mark. Biasanya para gangker-gangker pasti bakal suka sama emblem atau talent utama yang satu ini. Serta biasanya buat para marksman, weakness finder itu bisa jadi pilihan utama. Kalau misalkan kalian nggak pede sama attack speed kalian, ya kalian bisa pakai quantum charge yang tadi aku sebutkan. Anyway, kita bakal coba hal itu semua di custom room langsung. Let's go! Yang pertama adalah efek dari Master Assassin. Yang kalau misalkan ini kan ada 2 hero berdempetan, artinya Master Assassin ini nggak bakal aktif. Kalau aku basic attack, damage-nya 143. Tapi kalau ke hero yang sendirian, dia akan menimbulkan damage yang lebih tinggi, 148. Dari sini teman-teman udah bisa ada gambaran ya, kalau sebenarnya Master Assassin ini sebenarnya jadi emblem pasif. Dan ini talentnya menjadi sub talent atau talent cadangan. Dan yang mau aku tunjukkan adalah efek dari bakarannya Lethal Ignition. Aku harus burst dulu ya, Dan nanti yang akan keluar efek bakarannya dalam warna biru di Layla ini adalah dalam bentuk damage fisikal. Tuh, ada biru-biru, ada efek bakaran, dan itu hanya keluar kalau kita secepat mungkin dalam 5 detik menimbulkan damage dalam kurun waktu dan juga efek dalam persenan darah tersebut lah. Intinya secepat mungkin kalau kamu bisa kasih burst damage yang tinggi, itu efek burn-nya bakal muncul lebih gampang. Gimana Sobat Land of Dawn? Asik banget kan untuk emblem terbaru yang nanti akan diluncurkan oleh Project Next di tanggal 27 Juni 2023. Tentunya dengan emblem terbaru ini membuat kalian itu bisa menggunakan variasi emblem talent yang lebih banyak. Jadi kalian gak bosen juga ketika menggunakan satu hero dengan emblem yang bisa bermacam-macam. Anyway, kayaknya kita sudah sampai di akhir video. Aku KB, mohon pamit undur diri. Sampai jumpa lagi di episode selanjutnya. Dan sampai jumpa lagi di Land of Dawn.
Tahu nggak, Awesome Generation itu punya rules sendiri. Kayak aku. Nge-game, I am the game. Pokoknya harus win streak terus. See, that's my rules with Galaxy A Series 5G. Kalau kamu?
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
In the previous guide, we learned the basics of the new emblem system. This time, we'll take a closer look at the core talents from the Mage, Assassin, Marksman, and Support emblems. Core talent unlocked with the Mage emblem. By upgrading the Mage emblem, you can unlock Lethal Ignition. The new Lethal Ignition now deals adaptive damage, making it a great option for any hero with heavy-hitting combos. With the change to adaptive damage, heroes with high physical damage can now use this talent to enhance their damage, such as Saber and Natalia. Saber's first skill and ultimate combo can easily trigger the effect from Lethal Ignition, dealing much more damage to enemy heroes. Core talent unlocked with the Assassin emblem. By upgrading the Assassin emblem, you can unlock Killing Spree. Now that the talent is no longer reserved for the Assassin emblem, it becomes a good choice for any hero who can perform chain kills. Heroes with magic damage like Karina and Julian can now take this talent as well. Karina's ultimate resets after she kills an enemy hero. When equipped with Killing Spree, she will recover HP from each kill, allowing her to stay healthy and go after more kills. Core talent unlocked with the Marksman emblem. By upgrading the Marksman emblem, you can unlock Weakness Finder. The new Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. It works well for heroes with high attack speed, as it can improve their laning and slowing abilities. A hero like Minzathar can take Weakness Finder because his second skill increases the attack speed of his basic attacks. When combined with equipment that can provide more attack speed, he can reliably trigger the slow effect to prevent enemies from escaping. Core talent unlocked with the Support emblem. By upgrading the Support emblem, you can unlock Focusing Mark. The Focusing Mark talent works the same as before. It allows support heroes to increase the damage their teammates can deal to the target enemy. Kaj's ultimate can be used to drag key enemies to his team. When equipped with Focusing Mark, the ultimate will also increase the damage the target takes, allowing Kaj's team to quickly burst down the helpless target. Choose the core talent based on the strengths of each hero to maximize their effectiveness. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend.
Tahu nggak, Awesome Generation itu punya rules sendiri. Kayak aku. Dalam kondisi apapun, nggak ada lagi halangan. Malah ngebuktiin potensiku. See, that's my rules with Galaxy A series 5G. Kalau kamu?
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat
terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We'll miss, we won't miss, we'll miss, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi, aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We'll miss, we won't miss, we'll miss, we won't miss, we'll miss. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We'll miss. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We'll miss, we won't miss, we'll miss, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi, aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita
Live from MPL Arena Jakarta, MPL Season 12, powered by Moonton. Presented by Samsung Galaxy Official Gaming Phone. Official sponsor, Head and Shoulders. Official mobile internet partner, Telkomsel. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
Welcome to match number 2 of today's stream. It's a tale of two tales. Two teams is trying to find their best lineup, but with a different story. Alter Ego still trying to find the best lineup in Rect or Rossi, or maybe a lot of change there in jungle too, considering Chelly Boy hasn't performed his best. But Onyx, they're still somehow trying to find their best lineup, even though they already won MSC, even though they're already quote-unquote the best team in the world.
You know,
What's
I
going
think
on?
they're not trying to find their best lineup. I think they're just trying to hide their best lineup.
Okay, before that though, we're gonna shout out to our sponsors first. MPL ID Season 12 powered by Moonton. Presented by Samsung Galaxy's official gaming phone. Official sponsor Head and Shoulders. Official mobile internet partner Telkomsel. Official gold partner UBS Gold. Partner in esports Bli Bli. Dunia Game, Grab, OFO, and YouTube. Our supplier Indomaret, Minaski, and Samsung. Official broadcast, Maxstream, Teferi Sports and Video. And also supported by PBESE. Back to what I mentioned earlier, Rashi. Like, what's going on here? Like, what's the best play here for Alter Ego, considering they have two different roamers? Rashi, very familiar with kind of a healing hero and all that stuff. Meanwhile, Rect, very aggressive, especially in the early game in laning phase.
I think it's very situational for sure, but if they want to try and grab a win, I think they have to try and find something that really works and find it quick, man, because time is of the essence. They have to grab it, just
grab it quick.
Yeah, grab it quick. Like, you can go to MPL Arena with 90% discount. 90! And also get a 50% discount on Grab Food as well in MPL Indonesia. There's also a chance to get diamonds and MLBB hero skins. So killing two birds with one stone, or grabbing two birds with one stone.
I don't know how you would do that, metaphorically, grabbing two birds with one stone, but you know what, Sheffin? You can do it with a 90% discount code and with Grab challenges. You guys at home can stay tuned. But yeah, I think, what do you think? Do you agree with me that Onyx are trying to just hide their main lineup? Because it seems like they found their best lineup. It was the MSC winning and the Snapdragon winning lineup, is it not?
That's not hiding it, right?
Like, no, hiding it for regular season.
But we all know which one is the best lineup. Even all of the players here, all the coaches here. I don't know what's the play here. I think Albert is, the Albert transfer is just to get rid of Albert from RQ. That's it, Arashi.
Well, you know,
how are you feeling as an RQ?
Fair play. But on Mirko's point, I feel like they're just trying to make sure that their best lineup just doesn't get seen as often, because this is the current meta, dude. It's all about intelligence. You saw what Bigatron was able to do when they figured out what Dewa United needed to do to win the game. Everything was completely countered. There's nothing to say that other teams cannot do the same thing to Onyx, right? But if they hide their main roster, now teams are like, okay, what we know is this, but in the next few weeks, if there are any changes, we have no idea.
So, do you think Albert is a regular season player or regular season rotation only, not in playoffs?
I feel like if it's already in playoffs, they must bring the A game. But hey, we've heard a bit of rumors, right? That hey, Albert's been doing pretty good. You know, if he performs, right? It's Mobile Legends, bro. Like, if you perform, you move up. That's the way the world works, right? So I mean, there's nothing to say Albert won't show up as often. But for now, where we have yet to see him being like a permanent addition just yet.
Okay, let's segue to Alter Ego, Mirko. It's Rect or Rossi, or maybe Chelly Boy or Variety that hasn't been performing in this, or maybe it hasn't played this season. Like, what do you think?
I think looking at Alter Ego, there's a big problem that you can see on your screen right now. Alter Ego, the big problem is there's just not a lot of objectives going for them. They've just been going for kills, for team fights, which is the old Alter Ego style. Who am I to say it's not working? I think Arashi is the man to say it's not working.
Bro, I mean, 5 games, 1 turtle. Man has a calanophobia.
He has seafood allergy.
He has a seafood allergy. He has a phobia of turtles. Whatever it is, this man and objectives are not quite fond of each other. The man on screen right here, mechanics still there to a degree. I mean, he is an MPL level player, but come on, man. In the meta that's so objective oriented, you need to be a bit more solid with those retributions. Here's the victory though by the Samsung Galaxy S series, replicating Alter Ego's movements. They're gonna match and just outmatch Alter Ego in their own game, and you can force Alter Ego to prioritize their mid lane, because for Onyx, their mid lane 3-man squad has been so solid. The roamer, jungle, and mid lane has been in such good coordination, especially with Suns in the picture. On the other side of the field though, here's the victory by the Samsung Galaxy S series for Alter Ego. Avoid gambling, focus on planning, right? Get kills when it matters, and stop going for these 50-50s, man. Against the teams that are so proven right now, like Onyx for instance, you can't just keep going for these gambles, man. You gotta take it a bit more calculative. And of course, prioritize both the side lanes to win the laning phase. If they can secure a strong lane matchup for the side lanes, it's going to be very difficult, but if they can do it, it will give them so much better odds of actually winning out this match.
I don't know about both though, Rashi. Sure, like one lane is enough. Maybe it's really hard for against Onyx too, but in this case, CW is notorious for being a weak side marksman, a weak side gold laner. Doesn't really care. Onyx doesn't really care if CW is having a hard time, as long as Boots is having a good time in the XP lane and the whole team is winning overall. But I have a theory about the objective taking about Alter Ego, man. Because Alter Ego, they're scrim buddies with Blacklist International, right? And Blacklist International, they know that Turtle is kind of overrated. Or Coach Bonchan, he said it in an interview. So maybe, you know, let's just go for fights. Let's just go for a non-objective play. That's probably the plan, or maybe not.
Maybe that's the plan, but again, I think from the matches that we've seen from Alter Ego, it isn't about avoiding the turtles and getting trades on the other board. It's about fighting in the turtle pit for the turtle. It's just they don't get the turtle. They get the kills, they get the team fights sometimes, but they just do not get these objectives. And maybe, sure, it works out for turtles, but the problem for Alter Ego isn't just about the turtles. The Lord rate is abysmal as well for Alter Ego, because honestly, they're just a kill for fun team right now.
But you know what? You can also get, if you want to secure objectives, right? You have multiple heroes in MLBB, and the way to secure that, one of the ways to secure that is OVO.
OVO?
So, yeah. OVO. If you want to have a variety of heroes or want to get more skins to show off when playing with friends, whatever you need, or don't forget you can buy MLBB Diamonds using OVO. Simply connect your OVO account to Google Play, make in-game transactions in MLBB, choose OVO as your payment method. You won't regret it. And also for new users, enjoy a 90%, I believe. That is 90%, right? 90% cashback up to IDR 10,000 rupiah. IDR, okay. Nice repetition, Shafin. In the form of OVO points after a successful transaction.
No worries, man. And especially considering, you know what? You already have OVO. You're paying with it for everything. Even your Indomart groceries. You can use it with Telkomsel. We got some important news for you MLBB fans out there. If you want to buy data packages, it's easy with OVO. Whether it's for streaming or gaming, you can rely on OVO. Just like Arashi.
Yeah, you can also scan the QR code here. Also, go to bit.ly/OVODGMPL12. 1-2, or maybe that's the right
1-2.
Yeah.
It is the current season, and yes, efficiency is key. Use OVO, X Telkomsel, but at the same time, talking about Alter Ego, right? They need to be a bit more efficient. If they don't want to go for the turtles, go for something else. And if they do want to expend battle spells, expend ultimates, right? You want to make sure that you do get something out of it. It can't be just a kill. It needs to be objectives that can translate and be a bit of an early game investment to the late game. Turrets, all right? Or shutting down core members on your opponent's team. You can't just pick up the convenient kills, because if you keep getting kills, but only for the roamer, for example, that doesn't guarantee that you're going to win the game.
Well, I think that's the story for Alter Ego, but that is the plan, Arashi. Like, they're just avoiding objectives just to get kills. Maybe they just went for it the wrong way. But the objective, or quote unquote objective, or the system is there, but this system is not executed properly. I think that's what's happening right now.
Yeah, I think for our Alter Ego, actually, looking at the way that they have been playing, it is quite similar to our RQ in a way, where again, well, not just RQ, all the top 3 teams in MPL Indonesia. But wait, is that Albert?
Woo! Oh, okay. So, yeah.
Here it is, ladies and gentlemen, the defending Southeast Asian champions, the defending Snapdragon Pro Series champions, with Albert stepping up on stage. It's Onyx.
And it's also the defending MPL Indonesia Season 11 champion with Albert on the gold lane. How the story will unfold against the true veterans here.
The true veterans, you've seen them for a long time and they're back for vengeance. They were 3rd place last season. Now they're aiming for the top. Alter Ego!
With the next world champion in REC, with veterancy of REC, they're ready to rock and roll in Season 12.
You mean wrecked and roll?
Oh, okay. Oh, I missed that. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Thank you, Rashi.
Well, we'll have to see. It turns out it is going to be wrecked. And here's the big question. With so many new, well, we call them new, but like with veterans on the playing field, who takes lead? Of course, behind the scenes is all these people on stage. The coaches, the coaching staff, KCS Coach Jeb, Nafari and Adi as well. But in the Land of Dawn, who is going to be the main shot caller with Udil and REC having so much experience, so much knowledge and confidence in their own abilities? This might be something that Alter Ego are struggling with, because if you look at their coordination, their communication doesn't seem to be in sync.
Or maybe the solution to that problem is getting rid of one of them, Arashi.
Oh.
As hard as it is to say, I think 2 shot callers, 2 dominant shot callers is way more than enough, or too much for Alter Ego.
Are you sure about that? Because, you know, looking at the other side, Onyx, they have 5 shot callers. Every single one of them makes the shot calls happen.
It works if you're really good at the game.
Oh, okay. So
Oh,
the point is, maybe Alter Ego, they're not as good as they were before. But I think, personally, their side laners are as good as the best in the league. And you can see it from the statistics here. Top 3 XP lane from week 1. How do you go 0 and 2 in the first week, but your side laner, Pi, still makes it to the top of the charts with 69% percentage of that teamfight participation and even taking the most damage here per minute?
Well, you can argue that it only shows that Pi has been taking a beating in most of their games.
True.
But still, credit to the man, this guy. He can play a variety of different heroes for sure, and he can be aggressive and defensive. So I think for Alter Ego, making sure that he has a comfortable hero, a comfortable matchup, could be beneficial here, because we talked about the EXP lane being so critical, so important. With Sorizo in the previous match, the same thing can be said about Sarpai in the current match for Alter Ego. If he can draw enough pressure, that might just be what they need to try and force Onyx into a weird fight, a weird circumstance.
It sure is important, but I think gold lane is as important as EXP in this patch too, because they, at the end of the day, they're the one who deals the damage. They're the one who's gonna be killing all the members of the opposite teams. And you have Nino, one of the best gold laners in Indonesia, especially last season, popping off, man. And I think the prioritization is more towards Nino than Pi.
We're looking at a team head-to-head by head and shoulders right here. Game victory rate is obviously in the side of Onyx, but average KDA, not too far apart. Average game duration is actually
not too far.
It's longer for Onyx, but this could also mean that Alter Ego is losing faster, by the way. So it shows that on paper at least, they can match up to each other. It just happens, it just is about those split-second decision-making in the Land of Dawn that really decides who actually comes out on top in the end of the game.
You see here, hero pool also very, very close, 20-19, just because it shows you that white hero pool or unique hero picks doesn't really matter, or you know, it matters less in this kind of patch, in this kind of meta. All it matters is just how you execute it in the Land of Dawn and how good is your composition synergize each other, and also the matchup against your opponent.
Yeah, and let's talk about that. Let's talk about the execution coming down from Alter Ego, because quite honestly, it hasn't been the best. They've been struggling in the early, mid, and late game, where For Onyx, I guess you could say it's kind of the same. They have been struggling in the first week with the absence of their star mid laner, Sans. But since he's been back, they were able to completely go back to their MSC Prime form to take that trophy back home. Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Finals. Absolutely wiping out their opponents in the Grand Finals, Bigotron Alpha. And now, with a new player again in their lineup, are we going to see the same Onyx who are struggling? I personally don't think so. I think it all lies in their trio mid. You can substitute the gold lane and the side lane. Meanwhile, for Alter Ego, it's the exact opposite.
So they have to focus on the trio mid lane to try and get advantages for the side lanes as well. And that's a valid strategy. You know for a fact that when Onyx gets ahead, that mid lane trio always are proactive, looking for more advantages either towards the jungle, either towards the side lanes as well. So for Alter Ego, they have to prioritize the side lanes, but also make sure that the trio mid lane stays in check. And maybe they can take a page out of Bigotron Alpha's playbook there and maybe bring a fighter in the mid lane for a bit more fighting pressure, a bit more tankiness. At this point, right, might as well try it out.
Oh, but we're gonna go into the draft for Coach Yep versus Coach Casius. You can see here Melissa Ben right away knowing Nino's hero power and also maybe setting up for a Choi pick here for Kyrie or Boots. Both of them has performed on this Choi quite well, I would say. Especially Boots in the world stage or in the Southeast Asian stage using Choi EXP with Vengeance. Very, very effective against a Beatrix.
I would say you could call MSC world stage. I mean, there was NA, there was Turkey. There's a lot of international outside of Southeast Asian countries.
Technically, but
pretty global.
It is still Mobile Legends Southeast Asian champion. You know, actually.
Yeah, it's like the name is a bit of a scam, huh? You're like, oh, it's Southeast Asia. But wait, there's more coming from other areas as well.
Look at the bands. Look at the bands, Rashi.
For
Alter
now,
Ego.
2 assassins, 3 assassins actually, from the side of Alter Ego. So, first of all, let us definitely respect towards Kyrie, but on the other hand, Kyrie, he's shown again and again that you can't just target ban this man. He'll play whatever. Assassins aren't available, he'll just go for a utility jungler and he will still smash. And now you've used all your bans towards one person and you haven't been able to shut him down.
Yeah, I will say though, Hacker Kyrie was definitely a pretty good strategy against Onyx. I think we saw that from RRQ as well. The reason they were able to beat Onyx so in dominating fashion was because of this. They hacked Kyrie. But
the
with Sans back in this roster, you can no longer hack a Kyrie. Now they're back to their prime form. MSC, a lot of teams tried that, and everyone failed.
Well, not just Sans too, like Keyboy, Boots, all of these members is just performing out of their mind and step towards a higher tier. It's World Stage tier, the #1 in the world tier, especially Keyboy with just pick-off heroes. He's probably the best in the world right now, up there with Yaoi. But we can see here Akatira right away responding to that Valentina pick. Maybe they will secure... Oh no, Yves is already banned.
Yves is banned. The pick will be a Claude. So securing a gold lane early, this is a strat or a meta we've seen quite often, especially going into SPS as well. Claude has been such a prio pick, so flexible. DPS, AoE, you name it. But along with that, the Kadira pick, it's quite bold right here, and in the hands of Onyx, it can very easily go to both Sans and Keyboy, so it's a very good flex pick, particularly for Onyx.
Yeah, I think the game plan is if in Alter Ego there's not much hero that can cancel out the Kadira, or maybe like Martis, or maybe a lot of dashing heroes like Lancelot or 1-1, Sans is gonna play, Keyboy is gonna play the Kadira because he can make plays on his own quite easily. But if there is a lot of heroes like that, you need a setup to make the Kadira more powerful, and that's when Sans gonna play it. But in this case, it's Beatrix and Paquito. Beatrix, Nino, Mirko.
I like it. I really like it. I mean, Alter Ego, they understood exactly what they have to do. The adjustments from week #1. Now, priority is in the side lanes. Getting a good matchup for both Nino and Pi. I'm not too sure if this is going to be a Paquito in the XP, but I'm 80% sure that it's going to go to the XP instead of Selly Boy's hands here. Let's take a look at Albert though. Last time Albert played as a side laner in MPL ID was during Season 6. And he successfully led RRQ to become the back-to-back champions.
The memories, Arashi.
But now he's an Onyx Arashi.
You're an RQ fan, Arashi.
How to turn tables, man. It's a bitter pill to swallow for sure, but
the
Fredrin is picked up by Onyx And now it's a game of flexes, especially after we've seen a Fredrin in the mid lane as well. You never really know where these heroes are going. They ban away the Marcus, trying to curb the early game aggression coming in from Alter Ego. That is definitely an area where Alter Ego kind of excels, but Alter Ego will ban away the Kufra, trying to make sure the Keyboy doesn't get a pesky pickoff or a huge counter engage when they're going in for a big fight.
Well, I think the Fredrin here, ooh, interesting. Okay, like if Rashi was on the lineup, I would think this is a good ban. But Wrecked on Estus, I've never seen that actually.
Same here. You know, usually we do see him on supportive roamers as well. But yeah, not the Estus. Angela, Higgy, maybe. Maybe they have some leaked scrims, or maybe they have scrimmed Alter Ego, and they were able to utilize that Estes. I mean, knowing Wrecked, he likes to be invasive. He likes to enable his team. The SS isn't too far-fetched.
Well, right now, with the SS banned out, another option for healing is going to be the Florin, but we haven't seen Alter Ego play with that style. Of course, with Wrecked in the picture, that is a very possible solution. Other teams have experimented with the healing meta as well, and if you talk about healing, like we said, Florin is available, but so is the Minotaur, which is a lot more in line with Alter Ego's playstyle, and it also is a great solution to stop the Blazing Duet.
Yeah, not just the Blazing Duet, even like all the engages, Fredrin here, he's more of a on-your-face hero, and it's very, very vulnerable to any kind of CC, especially prolonged CC from Minotaur. Kadira also, like if you're just a tad second late on that rough wave combo, you're gonna get punished real hard, but here it is, another pick-off hero for Keyboy.
But Kaja, it's so dangerous in the hands of a pick-off player like Keyboy. And with the help of Fredrin, there's a lot of hard control potential, and the Kaja has a lot of room to maneuver around, with the Fredrin being the main frontline, maybe taking some damage, threatening a small in-game line as well. They have a lot of burst damage already.
For sure.
Crowd control to secure the pickoff could be beneficial. If they want to go for healing, I feel that the composition doesn't really work out like that.
Yeah, oh man. I kind of regret. Like I was gonna say they should pick Boxia, but there you go. But Florin though, like I feel like a healing composition in face of an elite pickoff composition from Echo or Onyx, it's just not gonna work. When you have Kaja and Kadira on the other side of the team and you play any kind of healing hero, that's gonna be very, very dangerous for you.
Definitely is going to be tough to play the Florin even here, considering there's so much pickoffs, but if he is able to position himself well, and if the front line does what it's meant to, then it's going to be really good. But Onyx, they go for the Lancelot, a big, big pick here up against a team who will be most likely clumping up. There's global presence of the healing though, and the ability to take away the anti-regen effect.
Man, Mirko, Fredrin EXP, it looks like the win rate's not gonna be able to stay at 0%.
Are you sure about that?
Well, it's Onyx. We're gonna see.
You never know.
Yeah.
Hey.
Chances are, this is like the best team in the world currently right now. And they're up against a team that's still figuring out how to play around a certain player. And I think chances are Onyx gonna prevail Rashi.
Well, we'll have to see. On paper, at least, there's a good combo here with the Boxia and the Florin, right? Tanky member in the front, along with the Bakito, and healing in the back. As long as Wreck isn't forced to open up bushes and be in the front, there's good potential here, especially with a Boxia going up against a Lancelot. Fighter always has an edge against the Assassin, but only if the Roamer and the mid lane can back him up. So right here, maybe Onyx has a particular strat to shut down this Boxia.
Yeah, as we jump to game number 1 for Onyx versus Alter Ego.
Oh, this is a tough one, man. Because honestly, I feel like Alter Ego have what it takes to actually give Onyx a run for their money. They have made the adjustments necessary. Look at the keys to victory earlier, and then look at Alter Ego's draft now. They have a chance.
Do they? Do they though? But we can see here Albert opting for Quantum Charge, opposing to some players out there that uses Brave Smite on Clouderashi.
Yeah, he's going for a bit more mobility, even with an extra bit of sprint to ensure he can maneuver really well around the battlefield, with a bit of agility from the emblems and the tenacity for sure to ensure it doesn't get bursted down. On the other hand, for the Boxia and the Florin, you can see that firmness come through, along with the tenacity for the Florin. So it's going to be a full anti-burst setup for the Florin. And with the focusing mark emblem, actually, it's a bit of a mix of two things for the Florin. Not exactly full defensive, but against a Kaja and a Kadira, I think it's going to be quite wishful thinking for the Florin to be able to mark people that easily.
Interesting rotation for Saliboy, just not mirroring the movement coming in from Kyrie, but goodness gracious, the dashes.
A few dashes here and there, still no threat for the kill though. Udil can just walk out of that. But so far, I do think Alter Ego have done a pretty good job at nullifying Onyx early game pressure and presence with the Kadira Kaja.
Well, with a Paquito and a Baxia, that's definitely a lot of pressure. We saw that Pai just very casually went down and almost bursted down San, so that is definitely a big problem. And as the game keeps going, you're going to see it happen even more because a Fredrin and a Paquito, we've seen this matchup oftentimes. In the lane is pretty okay, but there's no way the Fredrin can match to the mobility, the speed at which the Paquito can just go around the map and impact other lanes.
Oh my goodness, Sans.
Oh, beautiful rough waves into a Petrify. Udil though has stolen the rough waves away as well. Udil's very low, can get caught here. Keyboy's already in that bush waiting for a Divine Judgment.
Okay, good reset there by Boots. Interesting itemization from Pai. He chooses to go for a warrior. Oh my goodness. Udil.
Flicker
very creative.
I think that actually worked out. Kyrie now looking for a play, jumps in with a puncture and defensive execution. Saliboy loses out in the red tree battle, and Alter Ego decide to move back.
A W early on for the Porcupines. Kyrie with the perfect retribution opposing to Saliboy, which makes sense. Thorn Rose, a lot of dashes, a lot of damage. It's going to be hard for Saliboy to secure any kind of objective from Kyrie. Meanwhile though, Alter Ego, Lone Wolf here for Mirko.
Yeah. Lone Wolf.
You want to elaborate a bit on the situation?
Like I said, I think Alter Ego have a chance. Maybe not in the objective department, but again, that's not what this composition was built for. Oh, Keyboy! Divine Judgment, bringing Udil back. You used your flicker on me, now I use my flicker on you.
Told you, man. Elite pickoff composition, world-class pickoff composition prevails over any kind of Ubre strategy any day of the week.
Keyboy is just so good at doing that. And now he's getting stunned up, but the damage is done, but you can see Alter Ego, they're going for something else.
Well, they're going to go for Albert here, but I don't think there's any kill threat here unless, nope, the shield's not there to deal that much damage. Albert gets out, but Nino gets a winning lane. He's going to try to snipe Albert down. Doesn't get it. Albert is able to recall in time.
1k gold lead early on in this game, courtesy of that Lord, that turtle earlier, and 1 kill for, looks like Sans is going to get another kill in with that rough waves.
They make it look so easy. Onyx just everywhere on the map getting picks left and right, and now Saliboy is trying to do the same against Albert. Beautiful paddle mirror image. Shield Unity connects, but there's no follow. Oh, Albert jumps back. The Bruce Passion coming down. Albert, wow, still gets out, gets the goal too.
It's some fancy feet, fancy footwork from Albert there for sure, but on the other hand, Alter Ego are the team with the better wave clear, better roaming jungle as well, and all the aggressive side laners, but Onyx are the ones getting the pickoff. So shows you again the importance of the triple mid rotation. The mid lane, the jungler, and the roamer. If they are able to be a lot more active, the side laners eventually will feel that pressure as well. Onyx having a window of opportunity here, just goes for the turtle and will secure it for free.
Okay, I like this coming in from Alter Ego. They realize that the kill threat is going to be much higher if Albert is laning the same lane as Pai with the Paquito. And there you go, the rotation right away. Paquito the gold lane. Meanwhile, Nino is going to burst down Boots, or maybe just chunk down Boots to low HP. It's going to be the matchup that Alter Ego really want to make.
Oh, wait, Saliboy. Kyrie's trying to steal away the orange buff from him. This is why the box trip was picked up to get him on par with Kyrie in terms of the farm department. Sans, ooh, very aggressive play onto the fronts. Nino picked up the BOD in the 5th minute of the game. Pretty good timing.
Pretty good, but Udil now has the rough waves. They might try and make a play happen with this, but we have yet to see. So far, it seems like the aggressor is going to be Onyx.
Yeah, Divine Judgment coming down, the Bloom as well, getting Nino back to full. Half HP now, as the turret was able to connect. Now Kyrie jumping to the midst with a puncture as well. Nino should fall here. My goodness, that damage! Sans to the back with a Petrify on Turret and Kyrie with the Phantom Execution. Pi jumping in, but he's not able to find anyone. Jumps in with a few more jabs. Turtles' Poison's used up as well, and Alter Ego are just losing everything. Triple kill even. The rough waves dodged away. Onyx outclassing Alter Ego.
Poetry in motion. The movement coming in from all members of Onyx East was just immaculate. Dodging all the skills, especially with the Odil. Flicker rough waves just read perfectly by Alfred, man. The micro on display on this team is just off the charts.
Sans as well, right in the face of Udil, who has just chunked him. He just kept recalling. That is the kind of confidence that Alter Ego is dealing with. And look at that, the Baxia getting contested at his own purple buff. When have you seen that before?
Oh, this last... Say goodbye to your buff. Sullyboy tried to go for the retry as well, but it did not work out. And now Kyrie might even actually push the tempo to go to the orange buff, with Keyboy already giving him vision. I think it's a bit too greedy, and Onyx will just go to the turtle. It's already enough of a dub. 2 levels up. Oh, three levels up on Sullyboy.
Well, there's positives for Alter Ego. They're still staying true to their nature. Not taking any objectives at all, getting dominated by the opposing team. Arashi.
Yeah, still no turtles at all. And look at that. Once an early lead is secured, Onyx immediately transitions to trying to take out the side turrets, the structures, to ensure that they have even more room to maneuver, even more space for Keyboy to go for those sneaky pickoffs. I was thinking, like, which team actually has a bit of the edge when it comes to compositions in the late game, but even there, some, you know, for the most part, it seems like Claude is still gonna be a bit more dangerous compared to the Beatrix, because the Beatrix is just very situational. There's so many things you require to get a good team fight out of a Beatrix compared to a Claude.
I beg to differ. I don't think it's I think it's oh my goodness, Sans jumps into the back, the Beard's Passion gonna be used up. Now Nino swaps into the Renner's Apathy, but the Breath of the Ocean stop him in his tracks. Oh, a good shot, but it's only onto Keyboy. He took that for Albert. Back to the point though, I honestly think late game, no, Beatrix definitely has it compared to the Claude. In these skirmishes as well, Nino's gonna have a lot more to say than the Claude.
Yeah, I think the gameplay execution is much easier for Alter Ego in the late game, especially when they have a global healing in Florin. But this is Onyx we're talking about. Pick off composition, they're the best in the world. There's nothing to worry about. Keyboy and Sun's gonna get the job done.
Well, Nino can definitely do some damage. And as you mentioned, the combo essentially is simpler for Alter Ego to just execute, right? Just do damage, stay alive, get the healing in, and you're okay. But the thing is, against a Kadira and a Lancelot, it's going to be such a tall order to try and survive. And Kyrie will be able... No, he won't be able to secure the orange buff, so small wins for Sullyboy.
Still, he needs a lot more small wins to get back to equal here. 4-level lead.
Some medium wins, maybe.
Everyone says Basha is just one of the best junglers in terms of jungling.
Maybe for fair sake.
Yeah.
Not for Selly right now.
I think Bane and Baxia is up there, but the fact that he's down 3 levels is just, 4 right now.
And it's due to this man. It's due to Sans being so active. Taking a look at the Pro Build series right here. He has the lethal ignition, but he has to pull yourself together as one of his choices just to ensure that he can be a lot more aggressive and in a way, right, be a bit more survivable because his skills will be off cooldown more often.
Well, I think the better play is there to go for a Weapon Master because you're gonna build the Holy Crystal anyway, and you're looking to burst like a beefy members of Alter Ego. I think Weapon Master suits the composition more, but Sans is opting to go for more plays than more damage.
I agree with you if they were to get to the late game. Onyx knows they're not going to get to late game. Onyx knows they will snowball from the start, and that's why they prioritize cooldown. They just want to keep on getting at Alter Ego.
You see the itemization coming in from Boots, Dominance Ice, Radiant Armor. So already geared in for that late game, long team fight. And even with a Concussive Blast, he's still not going for any sustain items, so relying purely on the Fredrin's built-in sustain and some other emblems to try and survive in the late game.
Arashi, I know you were trying to be kind by not mentioning it, but Kevin, I know what you're looking at. 4,671 gold difference?
Well...
Oh, that is nasty!
On a Baxia as well, so... I don't know, man. It's definitely not an ideal situation for Alter Ego, and now defending the base against the First Lord, how much can Oni go for?
Divine Judgment, only on the Silly Boy right now, but it's Rage coming down with the Bloom as well, but it's going to be the Petrify locking him down, so getting the healing as well, though, from the Revitalize. Beautifully done. Alter Ego get the defense here. Meanwhile, Pi taking a mid lane turret. Tier 1 should fall. Nope, unless Kyrie comes in and clears it out. Now Pi, number 1, XP lane, running for his life. Kyrie is taking it real slow. He even just took the purple buff, and now he's looking for Pi as he runs away. He has a sprint as well, but he's not going to utilize it. He knows he's done for unless, nope, there you go. Oh, flicker by Boots, taunt by Boots, and it's a kill for Albert. Nope, for Boots.
Well, maybe I was wrong, you know. That's the error of Keyboy, choosing the wrong target. But good job for Alter Ego knowing that Keyboy is coming with the conceal and try to put that Divine Judgment onto Silly Boy, the perfect target for Alter Ego to pour the damage from Onyx. But here it is.
I don't know about Boots. This. Knows caught right now, still able to gun him down, but he dashes right into the taunt. Boots takes him out. Now it's an all-out collapse. Wrecked, running for his life, gets caught. Mega kill for Kyrie.
One kill picked up by Alter Ego onto Albert though, but at this point he is not the main problem at all. With 4 members still available, Onyx goes for a bit more right here, and Alter Ego needs to be very careful because the Divine Judgment is still available.
Okay. Kyrie just taking some damage, and Sans knows.
Bro, come on.
The Pest is gonna bail him out. Like, this is... I'm not gonna lie, I don't really like the recall here because, like, it wastes your passive, man. Like, I know you're trying to deal some psychic
emotional damage.
Yeah, emotional damage, but, you know, like, save your passive. Come on.
Hey, when you're as good as Sans, you don't need to save your passive. Your passive saves for you. What?
Oh, you have another passive.
Close enough. Well, on that note, on the recalls and the passive, I feel like the fact that Sans does this so often is a bit, you know, it's probably just for dominance, but it's also a bit of a mind game because again and again, there have been times where Sans is recalling, right? And people think, oh, this is him doing his thing again. They jump on him, and it turns out his team is right behind him. So the fact that he occasionally does this, even though his team isn't around, becomes a bit of a mind game, a bit of a bait for his opponents. But now with the Lord secured, they're going to be back at it again in the jungle, looking for chances to just grab Alter Ego out of their comfort zone.
Game fact by Grab here, MPL Season 12, the only player that has used Revitalize is Wrecked. Oh, he's using a flower in too. Another pickoff coming in from Onyx. This time around to Pi is 0 for 0. My goodness, this is one of the best EXP in Indonesia.
Well, now we know how much damage it takes, right, Arashi?
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of damage, my guy. Now with the Lord coming in, more damage onto the turret. That'll be the first base tower taken away. Keep your eyes out for Keyboy for making it engage.
Yeah, Phantomize. Oh my, what? Kyrie! One-shot Nito! And just like that, Onyx goes to the front. Abrasion's Wrath coming down. Wreck forced to back away. The Blazing Duet. Onyx have done it. They've completely destroyed Alter Ego.
You were saying? What were you saying about Beatrix in the late game?
It wasn't late game, dude.
Well, there is one error from Keyboy, but
13 minutes?
Doesn't keep,
it's not late game.
Doesn't keep Alter Ego's hopes alive until the late game, and Nino doesn't have any kind of chance to prove his damage or showcase his ability in the late game. But hello there.
Hello there.
Jeffin's looking.
General Kenobi.
Jeffin's in the market, ladies and gentlemen. But Onyx, they're in the market as well for another trophy. The first ever three-peat is what they're looking out for.
I think we're way too early for that. Like,
That's what Boots said last interview.
I know. I think it's gonna come, but let's just not say it right now. Say it to the end of the season.
I see. Well, what a clean performance though for Onyx. Even though they put a less than ideal EXP lane in the hands of Boots, they know what to do with that pick, how to play around it. And that is just why it's so difficult. Sometimes the drafts don't look ideal, but Onyx somehow adjusts in the execution to make it work. And I think that is something that's very, very special and makes it very dynamic. So it's very hard to find an easy counter to the playstyle of Onyx.
So you're saying it's initially not a bad matchup. I mean, a bad matchup for Onyx. Or maybe it's a bad draft for Onyx.
I don't think it's a bad draft for Onyx. It was... They both had win conditions, specific win conditions, and for Alter Ego, they adjusted. They are playing for their XP lane and gold lane. They were helping their XP lane and gold lane get favorable matchups, but they just got outplayed, outclassed. At this point, the draft really doesn't matter when there's a big skill diff between the two teams.
Oh man, saying skill diff in the highest league in Indonesia just feels wrong, man. Like these are supposed to be like very equal in terms of skills, very equal in terms of micro and macro, but just got absolutely dominated by Onyx. Just what's going on, Arashi?
Well, early game pressure from Onyx, mid-trio movements make them dominate, and that's the story of the game. Initially, Pi was winning the matchup. Remember, Pi was the one pressuring, roaming around. But as the game goes on, as Keyboy and Sans get a bit more active, that's where they just find the chances, and eventually even Pi falls victim to that play.
Well, EXP, Fredrin, Miracle, yes, it won, but there's not much, showcase of skills from Boots. Like, there's not much big CCs or like big plays coming in from Boots because he's just there. Like, he's supposed to be dealing CCs when it matters, but there's not much situation when that matters.
Yeah, I mean, he was there, he was consistent, he was consistently getting Appraiser's Wrath as well, and he did his job, right? First ever win for an XP lane XP in Fredrin comes from Mr. Boots.
Well, if you look at that play in the late game, right, trying to capture Pi, he was critical in catching him out
down
with the flicker, but that's about it. As far as the lane goes, all he does is make sure that the lane doesn't fall apart, right? He doesn't fall behind too far, and he sets up for a gank with his crowd control, and I think that's the main strong point of the Fredrin, right? The utility on top of the tankiness, and with damage coming in from the jungle and mid lane, I think that's a great bit of synergy. But the player of the game by the Samsung Galaxy S Series 5G is going to be Kyrie on that Lancelot. Full damage build, showing again that this pick is just so adjustable. In this meta, adjustable means meta, bro.
Yeah, there's not much CC coming in from Alter Ego as well. There's not much stopping Kyrie in his place. Not much Ruby, not much like a pickoff or a Franco or Kaja because it's already picked by Onyx. That allows Kyrie to go free, to go absolutely mental in this game. 604 with 958 GPM. That's pretty high for a jungler, I'd say.
Definitely. I mean,
very high.
We don't even need to look at the kills. Look at the objectives, the 50-50s he took throughout the game. Turtle, number 1, 50-50. Kyrie 1. He just dashed in.
Huh? I think there's only one 50-50.
All the purple buff steals were technically 50-50, but looking at his level, yeah, it's not 50-50. But to get to that level, superior pathing, superior retry in the first 50-50, superior gameplay.
It's just doing so much damage as well with the Rupture Emblem. He was just completely destroying the whole backline. And like you said, it was picked later in the drafting phase, so they had no real counters prepared for the Lancelot. Showing again why that Fredrin pick really throws you off, right? You're thinking it must be 0% win on the EXP lane Fredrin. It's gotta be a jungle Fredrin. Nope, it's not. When Onyx is playing, it can be whatever they want.
Okay, so maybe Onyx, the next game, they'll pick like, oh, which hero still has 0% win rate? Okay, I'm gonna use that. I'm gonna bump the win rate up just to make that hero seems playable for other teams.
I'm trying to think right now. Heroes were still at 0%, right? Uranus Rome.
Well,
bro, no way.
Against Rek, that would be pretty poetic, right? I mean, he did bring that up in his second game in MPL Indonesia. Definitely not going to happen, though. I was just, it was just a throwback. But, all right, Revitalize.
Yeah, I was going to say that. Oh, man, like, is it really effective? Is it Rek just trying to be different, trying to make, some play style that suits him the most? Like, what's going on with Revitalize? It doesn't get used by any kind of player, even in other region. Like, what's going on?
Before we address that point, though, let's look at a heat map first for Kyrie at 5 minutes to 10 minutes. And honestly, it's pretty straightforward. It's all around the jungle, and then occasionally he just shows up on the lane. That's where he probably just grabs a kill and then like sneaks back into the jungle. So he's playing literally very assassin-like in the Land of Dawn. But on that point, on the Revitalize, I really don't feel like it has that much value, especially on a Florin, right? Because it scales with your max HP. So when he brought it using a Uranus, in a way, there's some synergy there. But on a Florin, surely, compared to Revitalize, a Purify or a Flicker would make for more output potential on a healing hero that will be the target for so many damage, for so much damage from the side of Onyx.
Uriel coming in. Still has the flicker though at that time. Like Albert just read that, or maybe he's just lucky. I don't know. But
You can see that. I mean, Pi was just confused on who to target, and yeah, the outplays, dodging away from all the damage and staying right in front of their faces, even though they're only at like 100 and 200 HP. Like that's some Onyx level disrespect.
They have 3 junglers in their team: Sans, Albert, and Kyrie.
Is it a jungle meta, quote unquote?
I mean, they play a lot in the jungle, and so far it's working, Arashi.
Speaking of that, like this last engagement, that damage from Kyrie, I think he's just stacking up that War X to perfection. Like that's why it deals so much damage. But
One-tapped.
Yeah, that initial like Nino just way offside at that top lane team fights. Like what's going on at the time? Like Florin and Nino is just out of their way trying to get lanes. Meanwhile, Onyx knows that it's an easy punish. Like so far, Alter Ego, I feel like it's not just the drive, it's not just the micro. It's all over the place. Everything is wrong.
Yeah. Do you agree, Arashi? Do you concur?
I think I have to concur, man. I mean, in the beginning, you don't even know what exactly they're trying to go for. They have strong lanes, a strong jungler. They want to try and abuse like the tankiness and the healing, but with only a Boxia, it doesn't really maximize that cheese strategy either. So it seems like they have a lot of good ideas, but they're trying to mix it all together, and it's not really working out for them. And honestly, 1 kill only in a 14-minute game, that is some painful stuff, man. They got 3 turrets, so it wasn't as one-sided as the first game, but still, they have to try and find something that works.
Which first game?
Oh, in the previous match, I mean. First match.
Rico, did you see the goal of Boxia, Celeboy versus Kyrie? It's 6K to 13.3K. That is more than double, 7K difference.
I've never seen that in my whole life.
That's
alone on a box
career.
This is definition of gap. You can look it up in the dictionary. Like gap, there's gonna be match.
Kyrie Celeboy, Alter Ego
Celeboy,
versus Onyx Game 1, regular season, MPL ID Season 12.
That's one of the examples in Merriam-Webster.
Merriam-Webster.
I think it's it's just oh my goodness. I don't know how to put it into words, right? But I do want to highlight the fact that, well, here, pull yourself together, worked out. Like we mentioned earlier, they know it wasn't going to get to the late game. They knew it was only ever going to get to, mid-game at max. And yeah, mid-game, they ended.
Even on Keyboy, right, you see that he has the agility, and usually people go tenacity on the Kaja, but he went for the pull yourself together as well, so they're just going all out aggression, man. And if you look at the damage dealt, again, it's huge.
Goodness.
But the rich guy and the carry is gonna be Kyrie.
On a Lancelot? I've seen it on a Ling. Mostly just Ling. When you get 900 to 1000, Lancelot 958 GPM.
Well, did you see how fast he was farming, man? And towards the end of the game, a single Thorn Rose almost one-shot the buff. So I mean, he was able to get his buffs as well as Celeboy's buffs as well. That explains the GPM. That explains the gap in gold, man. Celeboy just wasn't getting anything. No. Not a turtle, not a buff, none of his jungle minions either.
Well, it's not just credit to Kyrie only, because like the map pressure is there for Kyrie to pop off, to steal all Boxia's jungle away, to steal Celeboy's jungle away. So I think Sans and Keyboy does a lot to these stats, as well as Kyrie's pathing too. It's not just him. It's not just a one-man show.
It takes 2 to tango. And it was both Celeboy and Kyrie.
Well, it takes 5 to tango in the Land of Dawn.
Well, it takes 5 to make a team. But I think for this matchup specifically, it takes just 2 to tango.
You know what? I think Alter Ego, they need a breather. They need a break. They need someone, something to charge them up.
Okay, what is that? What can give them enough energy?
Yeah, one of the ways to do that is point coffee. Grab your point coffee, guys, please. Point coffee. Okay.
Tell me what to do.
I was gonna say Indonesian. Okay, point coffee. Like this is. I am actually a customer of point coffee for a long time because there is.
Very cheap.
Yeah, in the mart nearest to my house, like they actually sell this, and it's not just it's good. Like it's quite standard. Like the pricing compared to all the high-end coffee out there. This is one of the ways to go, especially when you have discount every Monday out.
Yeah.
I think there's 30% discount on certain items. So if you want to explore the menu, you can do that. And it's not just coffee, 4-point coffee. There's also tea. There's also non-coffee product like a matcha. Oh, there you go. That's tea for Arashi, which still sick, by the way. So he doesn't go for like any kind of ice cubes there. No ice cubes, yeah.
Well, it is cold though, and you know, I like spilling tea. You already know.
Oh yeah, I think you said that the lychee tea is really good, right? Lychee tea.
Because it's a lychee tea and it's delicious. I must say.
Well, there you go. Point coffee.
I'm not
Maybe
gonna
in
drink
the name. The coffee may be in the name, but you can get all kinds, like Chef had mentioned, tea, matcha, or whatever you want. Made with 100% Indonesian coffee and made by a professional barista with international standard brewing machines. There's a special discount, like Chef had mentioned earlier, not just on Mondays, but also the collab menu from Point Coffee with MPL ID.
Yeah.
Have you heard of that?
Yep. Well, use the code as well. Kopi Enak PC.
What does that mean, Arashi? Kopi Enak?
It's coffee, delicious,
Delicious
PC.
coffee PC?
PC as in Point Coffee.
Coffee good. Coffee good. I drink coffee.
What is going on? What was that?
I mean,
I was trying to go like back then if there is Point Coffee in like the 80s or something. No, in the prehistoric.
80s?
In prehistoric
How
time.
old are you?
Chefin
Good coffee, I drink coffee, life is good, I happy.
Chefin is the IRL Natan. He travels through time.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm not
I
gonna
mean-
drink this because I'm gonna save this for later because, yeah.
Well, you know, technically you don't need to save that for later. You can just buy that with Indomart Point Co and get points and then get rewards and then you can get practically free products, Arashi. You do it a lot.
Of course, man. It's all about value.
The value, dude.
Value, dude.
Okay, there's this saying about retri Indomart, which
Okay.
means in Indonesian it's a reference to like if you retri and there is still a few HP bars left in the Lord or the Turtle, that's retri Indomart. And if you wanna avoid that, just download the Indomart Point Co app. You're guaranteed to be good at retri, like Kyrie.
Whoa,
Not
really?
versus Call TZ though.
Okay, we don't talk about that.
Why are you throwing shade, bro?
Throwing shade at what? Throwing shade at who?
The lychee tea? No. Like, you know what he's throwing shade at? The people who don't have Indomart Point Co.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, y'all missing out. Y'all
What are you doing with your life?
What are you doing?
If you don't have Indomart Point Co? That's your whole life. That's your whole life goal. You know,
This whole life goal?
You gotta save money, you gotta invest, and the way to do that is to be responsible with your financial, Carlito. So go ahead, download Indomart Point Co. With every purchase you make in the Indomart, you guys can get rewards. And then, what can you get through with these rewards, these points?
By the way, you can also get to the studio and there is Indomart Point Co booth. You can also get diamonds there.
It's right there, I can
so
see
if you're
it.
watching this stream in MPL Arena, just go right away to Indomart Point Co. Like there is still downtime until the match starts and get some free diamonds. But don't leave the stream because we need viewers.
That is true. Go ahead and type in the comment section if you've been to Indomart or if you have used. Give us give us your take on what's happening in the game as well. Because our take is, that was a big stompy stomp.
It's a big stomp all day for the drafting phase. And we were saying earlier that the drafting phase might not even matter. That's how badly Onyx is dominating Alter Ego. So at this point, it's not even about finding a solution. It's about proving at least to Onyx, like, hey, take us seriously at least, man. They gotta show them that they're still an MPL caliber team and you cannot keep getting away with that.
I think, like, if they're being serious, CW would be playing right now.
So you're saying this isn't a serious Onyx that are stomping Alter Ego?
It's still a regular season. It's time to experiment. It's time to go out of your way to try some stuff until the time matters in the playoffs. So, like, any kind of losses in the regular season doesn't really matter as long as you get to the playoffs, which your chance is almost the same as everyone else unless you're in upper bracket like Onyx in the future.
Well, I mean, your chances of getting to the playoffs already like are kind of shaped up from now. So I mean, saying it doesn't matter at all, it's a bit of a stretch.
As long as you get into the playoffs.
Well, for Alter Ego to get into the playoffs, they gotta turn this franchise around, man. It's not working out for them at all.
Oh, yeah, that's a big word, man. So it's not just MLBB, like the whole franchise of Alter Ego is just turned around, okay?
Hey. It's the hair cam presented to you by Head and Shoulders. Go ahead and check it out, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to look, if you want your hair to be as smooth as Keyboy's girlfriend right here, Anya, who's supporting Alter Ego. I don't know how that works, but if you want that smooth hair, Head and Shoulders.
Still not as good as Keyboy's hair though. I think that's
I
the better Head and Shoulders ambassador right there.
I agree.
They should put their cam on Keyboy right now. Just let him pose for a minute. Just bit of a JoJo pose, I guess. Maybe.
Well, turns out it's Silly Boy,
Showcase
not
the head.
Keyboy. Different boy.
Well, Silly Boy has beautiful hair too.
It's
the iconic mid part.
Right as you say that, the camera pans direct. We have the best cameraman in the industry.
Well, there you have it. That's gonna be Keyboy getting pinched by Coach Adi. All in good fun though. And you can see that they are so relaxed. It's unreal how well they play while being also very loose with their situation. They never seem tense or too serious at all, but they surely bring it on in the Land of Dawn.
I wonder though, like at some point, this team is gonna fall down. Like it or not, this lineup's gonna have their downtime. I would say soon, but at one point they'll have that.
You're talking about
what's
Onyx?
the process? What's the process? Like it's like Onyx back then, right? In season 3, they're dominating the scene, world stage, Indonesian stage, like 10 or 11 tournament in a row. I don't know. Like, what's the process of being in the top of the world to a mediocre team? Like,
I think
the downfall of big teams.
The saying goes, it's harder to stay at the top than it is to climb to the top because everybody's looking at you, everybody's trying to read you, everybody's trying to beat you. And that's where Onyx are right now, at the top of the MLBB esports mountain.
And I think the other saying that really fits the situation is, all good things must come to an end. And one day, right? One day, sometime down the line, this Onyx will somehow change, right? Someone will retire, someone will move teams. But for now, enjoy, appreciate just top tier Onyx right here. And now in game number 2, once again, no assassins allowed into the hands of Kyrie.
interesting. They're still going with the same game plan, even though it doesn't work in the first match. Well, it does work for countering Kyrie's hero pool, but it doesn't work in the bigger scheme of things. But Coach Yap is still using that Angela Melissa band too. Looks like they're gonna opt to go for a Yeef band again.
Same
There you
bands.
go. Like if it doesn't work, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Well, Onyx is notorious for just disregarding changes in the bands. They just go for the same exact bands, and for now, Alter Ego is still going with that Valentina.
Very stubborn, but maybe it's a good stubborn.
Well, earlier
We'll see, though.
it was Kadita and
Claude. Please, Claude, Albert, pick the Claude.
No way.
Hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I think Yeb is one of the best coaches at utilizing that strategy with his analyst Adi. I think he's backing him up. He's like, you know what? We just got a 12-1 victory in game number 1, 14 minutes with the draft that they are giving to us now.
Well, they're taking their time here. I don't think it's going to be a Claude, or maybe if they have the...
It is a Claude.
Oh my goodness gracious.
It's a Claude.
Now, is it going to be a Paquito and a Beatrix?
No, this one is not. No way. I bet. No, never. I don't want to bet.
Well, before you bet, there's a comment here from Adi. For the first time, experiencing the thrill of being in a team that's addicted to victory. Let's go to MPL Season 12 and then M5 next. Via his Twitter account. So this man is out for blood, out for victory.
I don't know, man. If you know NBA, this is like Kevin Durant moving to Golden State Warriors after their 73-9 season. I don't think you guys will get that.
No.
Filipino viewers will get
You know why?
We certainly don't.
Football better. Anyways, Alter Ego. Now, are they going to go for the Paquito and the Beatrix? But getting back to Adi's comment, it is very rare to see. I agree. A team that has found so much success, but yet stays hungry, that's Uranus.
That's a Uranus and a Martis. Okay. So a lot more aggression, a lot more beefy members for the side of Alter Ego. So trying to compensate, trying to deal with this pick of potential perhaps, but knowing that that is the case, there's definitely going to be some kind of adjustment coming in from Onyx as well.
Okay, do they want to pick the pick-off hero here, or maybe a Dyroth to counter Uranus? Personally though, I don't think Uranus gets countered by Dyroth real hard unless you parried the huge physical perks damage like Paquito and oh my god, on cue.
On cue.
But I don't think Dyroth's gonna left free here. I don't think so.
Well, if Alter Ego wants to ban the Dyroth, it's gonna be a bit more expensive, in my opinion, because then there's so many other things they have to be worried about as well. And honestly, I'm not sure if that's the right call anyways. Because for Onyx, I don't think they're going to go for a direct in the EXP lane. They've done it before. That's definitely an option. But turns out for Alter Ego, they really don't want to deal with that. They want to rely on an actual unkillable Uranus. And Onyx still respects this Uranus, this Estes ban.
Kajaben for Alter Ego? But it worked in the first game. Like that's the reason why they're winning so hard is that synergy with Sans and Keyboy. Divine Judgment into the rough waves, just a combo that never goes wrong.
The reason they can't just go for, you know, the Kanja here, well, they can go for the Kanja, but then the Kadita is just going to be flexed into the roam position, and then Sans will pick up something like even a Forza here in this game could work. And that's why this Kadita is always in the first pick for Onyx when it's up for grabs. It's so flexible.
Nah, I don't agree with you. Like, I know that Sans, Keyboy is a very, very capable Kadita. We're talking about Uranus and Martis here. You need a proper control, you need a proper CC, and there you go, Kajaben coming in from Alter Ego to make that Kadita work. And in this case, if this Kadita is moving on its own, it's not gonna work as good as the previous game because, like, it's a really, really beefy hero in Martis and Uranus. You can't just rely on that Kadita alone.
Well, with the right items, the Kadita can still one-shot these beefier heroes, but it will require a bit more time. And having a bit more follow-up to ensure that the kill does get secured is definitely a huge plus for the side of Onyx. But with the Franco available right here, that's even more lockdown, even more scary of an early game, technically, but the Iron Hook isn't as reliable as the Divine Judgment, so there's going to be more chances for Keyboy to land the hook, but it's not as guaranteed, so Alter Ego can definitely play around this.
I think Veteran is a solid pick for Onyx here. It doesn't provide you with damage, but it does provide you with some control to make the Claw, the Kadita, the Paquito has an easier time to deal damage towards your enemy. And I don't think it's wise to go like full-on pick-off composition, like full-off damage after the initial Franco hook from Keyboy for Kyrie here. Or maybe for Boots. We don't know if this is going to be a Paquito jungler or a Paquito EXP, but I assume it's going to be a Paquito EXP and they're just going to go standard with that Fredrin.
For Onyx, Fredrin can work here for sure, but if they can still flex this Paquito into the jungle and go for someone a bit beefier, they definitely require a bit more utility here, because otherwise Uranus and Martis can definitely run through them, and there's going to be healing on two tanky heroes right here, so I think Masha works.
I like that.
But that means that it's going to be a dive fest from both these teams.
Okay.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it, I guess.
They're not listening to my advice here, just full-on damage after the initial hook, so the only setup here is just Keyboy and Sans. And I don't know if that's gonna work, to be honest, but I'm still gonna vote Onyx.
Well, I feel like they have the tools necessary to do whatever. They just have to be a bit more careful with Alter Ego and how beefy they are this time. In game number 1, there was one tanky hero and one healing, a Boxia and a Florid. Now, with a Martis and a Uranus, there's double the healing, more regeneration as well. There's more chance for them to wither out that early game damage. So they need to be a bit more calculated with when they start aggressing onto Alter Ego and going for those pickoffs.
Okay, not gonna lie, I think in terms of chances of winning, this is the better chance for Alter Ego to actually win the match, as long as Keyboy doesn't pop off, which is, this is the Franco we're talking about, it's a hit or miss hero. This is gonna be your day, there's gonna be not your day, but we're just gonna go straight into game 2. Will this be a 3-game series or 2-game series for Onyx versus Alter Ego?
Oh, looking at the emblems, you saw that the Franco has to pull yourself together, so still going for those the all-in in the early game. And look at Boots, going with the sprint and the quantum charge. He's going all in on the mobility. In that late game, like we were talking about earlier, this is gonna be a huge dive fest. Both teams wanted to get their hands on the back line, and if it comes down to that, Onyx has a huge advantage because their marksman doesn't have to stay back in the back line. So is their mid laner. Everyone can dive in together, and the same cannot be said for Alter Ego.
Wait a minute. If Keyboy steals this, oh, okay.
What? Okay, he doesn't see that. But look at the emblems or spells here, Rashi. Just eat your greens, Alter Ego. Just a lot of greens there, knowing that Keyboy and Sans is a menace on this control hero. And look like Celiboy is trying to mirror Kyrie here.
Celiboy trying to mirror Kyrie? I mean, He can. I mean, I bet on the Martis he wants to farm and like invade a bit more, but it's just very, very difficult. On the other hand, Udil has the Bargain Hunter as well, so he's trying to get a bit of an edge over Sans in that mid lane playmaking. Keyboy though, if that landed, showing again why the Franco is just a bit more menacing compared to the Kaja.
Oh, Sans. Okay, there you go. That's a Purify. Very
Casual
useful for
Petrify.
Udil. But I think the mirror was possible. You have a Florin which is gonna heal up your team. Like, this is a Florin early game. I think it's really good for invades. I think that's the way to go, especially against a Franco. As long as you don't get hooked, you're safe. You're gonna win the lane. You're gonna win the jungle for Alter Ego. I'm very, very surprised that Rek is very, very passive, just staying in that mid push for the first 1 minute or 2 minutes.
Oh, wait a minute though. In the mid lane, Boy has what it takes to take him down. Decimate. Boy first blood in game number 2. Now Kyrie running away. Pi, whoa! Dealing a lot of damage. Has the stacks on Kyrie, forcing him back. Sans now with the rough waves up top. Almost a solo kill down onto Nino. He has a Bennett's Rage, but that's going to be a BMI back. Pi. Wow. Able to zone them away, and Boy picks up the purple buff. A change for Alter Ego.
There you go, Shevin, talking about the early game presence of a Martis. Getting the purple buff, and now finally getting a turtle in his pocket. That's going to be Boy securing the first objective, making use of the early game of this Martis.
Wow. He finally got the second turtle. Nice.
Oh.
Okay. Oh, man. To be fair, I said that if there is a chance for Alter Ego to win, this is the match. This is the draft that we're trying to see for Alter Ego to pop off.
And if Alter Ego do pop off, I guess the Miracle is back.
Oh my god, yeah. That was
a very convenient Miracle. If you win, we're blessed. If you lose, Miracles. Nice.
Hey, that's just how it is in these parts, Shevin.
You just have to learn how the world works, Shevin. You gotta live in the real world. But right now, for Onyx, they're behind, but Kyrie is keeping up in levels with Boy, losing out on 1. But for now, I think they're still doing a good job maneuvering around the Martis, just denying a lot of kills for the Martis to snowball with.
Oh, that's a combo of Boots and Kyrie. No Tyrath, so there's no huge physical burst damage as Albert is getting absolutely pressured in the top lane. Sans and Keyboy's coming.
Oh, Albert as well with the BMI. Keyboy trying to zone him away. Good terrifying from Udil to disengage. And Onyx are losing out in the early stage. Alter Ego so far have been able to enable Nino in that gold lane. 600 GP of 600 gold lead held down by AE.
It's hard composition for Onyx. This is like play your micro perfectly and we win composition for Onyx in this case. Like the only setups available is just Keyboy and Sans, and that's very hard to land, especially when you have 3 Purifies, 3 Arashi on the end of the opposing team.
Well, keep in mind, the longer the game goes, the more value that Iron Hook is going to have in the hands of Keyboy. So technically, even with the Purifies, if you get hooked out of position and suppressed before you can even react, there's a chance that the late game can, out of nowhere, just start swinging towards Onyx, and you can rely on Keyboy to make sure the plays like that do happen.
Oh, there's a fight here. Rek with the bloom. Oh, Keyboy getting decimated by Boy now as he's looking for another target. Kyrie getting chunked, forced to use the Thorn Rose and the Puncture. Alter Ego, could this be the first complete 3-turtle match for Boy?
Alter Ego fan celebrates as they get the turtle for Boy. Now in top lane, Albert is just, every time there is a Blazing Duet, it's just going to use that because Nino is just way too dangerous to deal in the lane because he already has his items and a lot of physical damage and he cannot deal with that. And that's one of the ways to clear the lane as safe as possible. But Keyboy is just getting chunked really low. Oh!
No Purify. Oh, but it's still on time.
Too
well
early.
played to Udil. And Sans with a rare mistake.
It's definitely uncharacteristic for Sans, but like you mentioned, Shevin, Onyx, they're just trying to play defensive. They're leaving Kyrie kind of alone to deal with all this pressure coming in from both Boy as well as Pi in the jungle right here. Fortunately, he's still able to secure his buffs earlier, and now he still has it, but he is keeping up in levels with Boy, and that is a bit of good news. Now the question is, how long can they hold, and when can they start their counterattack? Because even right now, like you mentioned, the Blazing Duet is only used to clear the waves just in case Alter Ego goes for an aggressive play and tries to dive in.
What happened there? Nino got chunked quite low. Didn't use a flicker here. Audience prediction by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G.
Uranus.
Oh my god, Sir Pi in the base.
Well, this is what you're supposed to do with Uranus, especially when there's not much threat on your way. There's not much physical threat skills coming in from Dairoth, and I think Good so far has been doing a great job, kind of mirroring, quote-unquote, mirroring the movement coming in from Pi, is just cutting the lane a real deep onto that inhibitor turret too. But Sans? Oh.
Good Petri as well. Oh, Phantom execution baited as well. Used up. That's a kill over Keyboy with a brilliant bloody hunt. The Heavenly Fist comes and follows through. And that's another kill over to Onyx. We're now equal in kills.
Well, in that fight, Boots also was present, so he was clearing faster than Pi, who is nowhere to be seen right now. Onyx pulling the trigger at the right exact moment right there.
Well, that's the drawback for Uranus cutting the lane. Sure, you can rotate freely after the take, but you don't really have a lot of movement speed boost or movement speed skills. Like the only one there is just the second skill. You can't really catch up to team fights, and in team fights you can only just harass all the members, and it's hard to stack up your damage from that first kill. So Onyx Esports, they're doing a really good job on reading the movement coming in from Pi.
But Alter Ego finally, like you said, Mirko, secures all three turrets in all three turtles in their game. But that was unfortunate in the top side for Alter Ego. Nino walked into the bush right into the hands of Keyboy. And this is what Onyx are able to do right here. They put Sans and Keyboy in such surprising locations, and before you know it, you just get jumped on, but Sans here almost gets caught out.
Rek using the bloom, getting him out of that play. Oh, never mind. Kyrie's onto him right now. Still able to dash away right now, but the damage comes through with a Phantom Execution as well to the back. Albert with the Blazing Duet. Kyrie 1 HP. Still able to escape. Pi needs one more. Diana actually dodged it away, but Pi's still able to take him down. Nino with a good side step with Udil. And Alter Ego, 1-for-1. They've won. Roamer for jungle.
Well, I think it's still a fine trade for Onyx, considering how hard it is to make pickoffs for Onyx Esports itself. But looks like Alter Ego, they want to force the issue.
Knockout strike gonna be used up. Bloody Hunt still on the back. That's why he has the moniker Gila Sans.
What was that, man? Came out of nowhere, just completely denies Alter Ego their backline. This is what we talked about. There's just so much danger for the side of Alter Ego's backline, and Onyx doesn't really have to be concerned about that. You can see it with both Sans. Sans and Albert, they're just a lot more willing to make risky plays because of the composition. And Sans, of course, is taunting as usual.
I said that I don't really like the taunt, but the counter argument for that is just Onyx is still winning. Like, what am I to say about that? Like, if it works, like, why not just do it very often? And you get records as well. You're gonna get some... Okay, I thought the stats is gonna on cue just Sans how many recalls he has, but no. It's gonna be Keyboy with 5 of 14, 35% or 36% so far with his hooks. Pretty good.
Pretty good. Might increase even more right here. Pi is the main target.
No flicker, bloody hunt. Breath of the ocean, rough waves, everything, and the kitchen sink thrown at Pi. Uranus can't handle that.
Such an opportune moment right now. No EXP laner, no macro options for Alter Ego as the Lord is up. Look at Boots just pushing everyone back. And just like that, Onyx has wrestled control away from Alter Ego. They will be playing for the Lord right here. There's 10 seconds before Pi is back on the map, and they're going to use every single second to try and get an advantage.
Well, good news for Alter Ego is they have a tank junglers which can tank the Lord hits pretty well, and also have a healer as well. So the Lord Dent is kind of it's an advantage towards Alter Ego, I would say, compared to Onyx, which has a pure assassin jungler without any kind of utility, or Golden Helmet coming in from Kyrie. So let's see if Alter Ego prevails and prove the story wrong that they're bad at objectives.
Well, so far, I think they've already proven that for neutral objectives, not so much for turrets, because Onyx are still complete Sans. Oh, beautiful bait. No Purify for Pi.
Yeah, also doesn't use the rough wave as well. That's W definitely for Sans, but Keyboy is looking for blood here.
Ooh.
Close.
They're very, very close. Right now with Pi stuck on the bottom side of the map, saving barely the turret. Onyx has a windows of opportunity here, but nothing too decisive. No free lords just yet. They're trying to get a pick off while Pi is busy, but with all the purifiers available on the side of Alter Ego, it's really stifling a lot of these pick-off potential. And I think there needs to be a big fight where Alter Ego is committing for Onyx to be able to actually catch them completely off guard.
Yeah, speaking about Pi though, like, initially I thought that Paquito buff on that second skill, everything in the way, the minion in the way of the second skill is gonna get damaged. I don't think that's a huge buff initially, but right now, seeing how good the Boots use it right now, it's just, really?
Doesn't make it! solidify follows through even with the BMI. Now on the back though, the Heavenly Fist coming down, knockout strike, bringing Nino back. Good Bloom and the Bloody Hunt to get him out. Boots gunned down by Nino. 2 for 0.
What a costly mistake from Albert right there. Taking the snipe just a bit too audacious in the front line. And now Alter Ego, they go for those turrets we've been talking about. They will be able to secure one, and they will most likely go for the turret unless Gila Ahmed himself can make something happen right there. He gets spotted though!
Nino, beautifully read.
Why are you recalling, Sons? Sons, go back or try to get some pickoffs. Okay.
Well, we'll see why he's recalling. Kyrie is still in the midst. This is going to be a 50-50, but Kyrie, no. He has the level lead. Let's see if he gets it now. Selly Boy, beautiful, sustain to get it. And secure as well in the back line. Oh, Sans versus Udil, and it's gonna be Wrecked who wins it out in the end. Getting the kill back, Alter Ego, 2 for 0, make it 3 with the Lord.
Objectives taken by Alter Ego. Lures, Turtles, all of them has been taken by Alter Ego, but the gold lead doesn't signify their dominance in objectives just yet. The kill department is still very, very close, and gold lead so far, Onyx has prevailed, or maybe just keeping up quite well with the gold, with a lot of micro movements, a lot of good pathing coming in from Kyrie and crew.
Well, initially Onyx was still winning before that Lord play, but Alter Ego with the Lord and these towers that are gonna fall down to the Lord in the mid lane, they're gonna get a bit more of a gold advantage going on unless Sanj can make something happen.
Rough wave just to zone them away right now. Bloody Hunt gonna be able to lock Pi down as Kyrie gets taken very low. Phantom execution defensively. Breath of the Ocean connecting to the back. A little bit of damage from Sans with the oddity. Udil stealing away the Bloody Hunt. They're still looking to siege the space down. Alter Ego want to go for the end. In the back, there's a flank already set up by Boots. Selly Boy taking a lot of damage now. Breath of the Ocean going to be dodged away from by the Mortal Coil. Iron Hook not connecting, but Boots in the back now going to be locked down by the Terrify. Not so much a Bloody Hunt, and it's Rage almost takes him out. Pi moves forward, but Onyx disengage.
Well, this is the alternate universe of the previous draft in game number 1. The story is still the same. It's a pick-off composition versus a Florian, a healing composition. But in this time, it's using Martis. The pick-off is going to be harder, and you don't have Kaja on the opposing side of the team. It's a Franco which has a lot of misses. It's very, very risky to play Franco against this kind of composition, or it's very risky to play Franco in the first place unless you have a really good mechanic player in key point. But in this case, he's not having his day.
Well, there's still a lot of advantage for Kyrie in the jungle. He's still ahead in gold, but Nino has the Wind of Nature right now, which allows him to deny any kind of physical damage. So the only real person that can really decisively shut him down is going to be Sans. So that is a lot of responsibility on his shoulders. On the other hand though, Paquito versus Uranus. Boots showing again why this matchup, in a way, really favors the Paquito when it comes to macro impact. Even though they're losing, even though they're on the back foot, he's still able to secure more turrets. And it's going to be the same story even later on, unless Alter Ego can exert enough pressure, can finish up the Lord fast enough to force Onyx into weird engagements.
Or maybe bait Boots into a split push. That's the way, if you're seeing a split pusher that's been having a really, really good time, way too much of a good time, and being careless in his own lane. And with this kind of composition, you have Nino, which can burst down this kind of heroes quite easily too.
Yeah, we're getting to that late game department, something we didn't get to see in game number 1. And now the Beatrix is on the way to his last item. This might be the game changer. Nino getting his last item. He's building towards a Haas Claw, so sustain will be there. It's just how can he dodge from all of the damage and the CC from Onyx.
Ooh, Sans is not spotted.
Good aggression coming in from Alter Ego, not seeing all the other members. They're just aggressing on who they can see because they know that when Onyx are not on the map, they are hiding somewhere. Possibly they're trying to pressure and just sneak this Lord before there's even any contest from Onyx.
Let's see, Kyrie's not getting zoned right now. It's going to be Selly Boy who wins a 50-50. Sans still in that bush, holding on. He's waiting for the right time. But Saliboy will not give it to him. Nino has evaded from that threat. And now it's Alter Ego who are coming down with a siege.
Woohoo! Only 3k gold lead, so Alter Ego. This Lord, this is very, very susceptible to game end here for Onyx Esports. They have to find a way to manage these lanes properly or just clear all the lanes available. And that Lord, you don't really have a lot of wave clear here.
Well, on the other hand, there's not a lot of high ground from the side of Alter Ego as well. So they have to go for a big team fight of their own, and they don't really have an engage tool. They have a Florin in the roaming position, so Onyx will be able to clear this, and Keyboy almost goes for a hook right there. Unfortunately, it does not land. But
oh my god!
Whoa, Nino! Redder's apathy snipes Kyrie down. That's what you need right now. Look at the damage. One basic attack with Nibiru. No one's there to hit the base. Albert's trying to clear out the top side now. Pops into Blazing, do it. Saliboy is able to cancel it with a Mortal Coil, but he loses his life. His immortality for now. Bottom lane gonna be tucked down, shut down by Bootsons! Joe's back, but Nino's able to sustain Nino! Now the back flickers out, the safety guns them down and gets the healing with nature.
They're still going, they're still going.
One more shot. Left. Bloody Hunt coming down, immortality by Boots already, but look at the timing from Nino! And now Nino is taking all he needs. Albert, what a nature! Shutting him down, the defense that we saw in Season 6, it's happening again. Sans with a knockup, Albert with a damage, winner truncheon by Udil, but Kyrie's back for the kills! That's Albert with a defense of his life, with Sans and Kyrie!
Are you feeling the deja vu? Are you feeling the deja vu? Albert once again coming in and clutch in base defense against Alter Ego. You cannot make this up.
Wow, what a defense, man, for Onyx. It was down to the wire. It seems like Alter Ego were about to get it, but now with everyone down, 8 seconds until Nino is even part of the engagements, Onyx are trying to go for some base turrets, and they're trying to burst down the members of Alter Ego, but I don't think he'll be able to find anything much. And Onyx comes back in the situation, and now it's almost equal, but there's still no base turrets left for Onyx. Alter Ego still has a huge advantage for the next Lord.
Oh, huge value for Onyx Esports after that miraculous play from Albert and crew. Oh my god. See here, the build here. Already full item for most of them, unless except the roamer here. And Sailboy looks like he's going for a Hunter Strike.
Well, Albert also has a Rose Gold Meteor, by the way, no Wind of Nature. So he
sold it. He used it earlier.
Exactly, so he sold it. He's going for a bit more of an aggressive build. He has a Wind Talker as well, so trying to make sure he has enough damage to shred down the BPM members. And that is part of why he was able to just put so much more damage in that base defense earlier.
Oh my god, that
hook does not land, unfortunately, but you can see that the Paquito is just way too far away to participate in the fight unless Onyx can delay this.
Albert utilizing that. That's the Bloody Hunt, locking him down. Pi is out. Nino dashing forward. What? To the knockout, he flickers out though. Nino still able to escape, pops into with nature prematurely, buys the immortality as he already used that wind, but it has given Onyx now the opportunity, the opening to go for the Lord, to fully come back in the game that was not theirs.
How? How? You're not supposed to win with this composition. I guess this composition, this is just way too much to sustain to deal with. When you're having a Franco and a Katira composition like this, is just a micro skill carrying the draft. As you said, Arashi, draft doesn't matter when you have this good of a team.
Alter Ego, they just didn't respect the potential from Onyx, man. You walked into a bush, and I know you're a late game Uranus with a Purify, but against Onyx, and especially against a Franco, you need to be a bit more careful. And now Onyx already in position to punish any kind of mistake, with the Lord coming in as well. They are the ones with the engaged tools available to orchestrate a dive, to orchestrate a direct attack onto the base of Alter Ego. And I don't know, man, without high ground, it's all in the hands of Nino and Udil to output that damage and clear the waves and deny the Lord before Onyx can end the game.
Let's see how they defend this. 3 waves built up together. An Evolved Lord in the mid lane. Penetrate is going to be used up right now. Alter Ego still in them. Oh, damage. Thorn Rose. T-Boy's looking for a pick. Gets Saliboy right now. Winter Truncheon going to be used up by Pi right now, but it doesn't matter. The Thorn Rose takes him outside. Jumps into the back. The Bloody Hunt locks Nino down.
It has happened again! Albert has turned the tides and destroyed Alter Ego again! Turned the tides and turned the clock back for the Crown Prince, which is no longer the Crown Prince, it's the young Porcupine! 6 seasons from season 6 to get it done again. Oh,
unbelievable, man.
Oh my god!
How do you beat this team? Everything was going well for Alter Ego. The draft made sense, but in the end, Onyx just find a way to make it work somehow, some way. Someone just crack the code, man.
That's the expected response. You're allowed to wipe your head, Casius. Like, this is insane. It's an understatement for the performance of Onyx and Albert especially. Man. What a performance. This is what you get when you put 2 of the best junglers in Indonesia, Kyrie and Albert, in a team. All out mechanics. Make it 3 with Sans, you're right! 3 of the best junglers in Indonesia in one team. There you go, that's the recipe, Rashi. Just clump up all the junglers in Indonesia and you make the perfect team.
Well, it's an animal-based team, they're the Porcupine, so people who are used to being in the jungle have an advantage, I guess. Match highlight by Head and Shoulders. Albert's high ground defense becomes the key to Onyx's comeback. And honestly, that moment was nerve-wracking, man. We thought it was over, that Alter Ego has finally done it. But we're so close yet so far. And Onyx, with a mistake that big, make a huge comeback play.
If you're watching at home, you're missing out. You can feel the atmosphere here in MPL Arena. Once Albert popped off in that very exact moment, it's just absolute, how do I say, like, it's just, oh man. We're gonna see the interview after this for Monica.
Yay! Wow! Albert! Kamu udah jafung gak sih sama season 6? Di season 6 juga kamu lawan Alter Ego. Waktu itu kamu juga defense sendiri di base. Udah jafung gak sih?
Enggak, soalnya kan tadi nggak sendiri, tadi kan rame-rame.
Oh, tapi sempat teringat masa-masa itu?
Enggak sih, udah lama.
Oh, udah lama. Tapi gimana nih rasanya setelah dari season 6, sekarang di season 12 kamu kembali menjadi gold laner?
Ya, senang-senang aja sih.
Senang-senang aja?
Ya.
Tapi ya, kan kamu di week pertama kamu main jadi mid laner. Terus sekarang di week kedua kamu main jadi gold laner. Nanti kalau coach Yap nyuruh kamu jadi roamer atau EXP, gimana?
Boleh.
Boleh. Kiboy gimana?
Coba,
boleh nggak kalau Albert jadi roamer?
Boleh nggak, Boy? Boleh.
Oh, boleh. Tapi, Sans, welcome back to MPL Indonesia. Udah sembuh, Sans?
Udah, alhamdulillah udah.
Gimana, Sans, rasanya bermain kembali di MPL Indonesia? Ini perdana ya kamu di MPL Indonesia season 12?
Ya sama aja, senang dan alhamdulillah menang lagi.
Nah, anyway, ini kalian juga kemarin pada saat ESL, anyway, congratulations juga ya, champion ESL Snapdragon Pro Series. Nah, saat ESL kalian dipertemukan dengan Bigetron Alpha. Kalian ada komentar-komentar kah untuk Bigetron Alpha? Bagaimana performance-nya, Boots?
Buat BTR sih emang mereka selalu main bagus ya. Lihat dari ASL terus dari match sebelumnya juga mereka main bagus.
Nungguin gak sih bakalan ketemu lagi sama Bigetron Alpha?
Nungguin, seru soalnya lawan mereka.
Oh, seru ya. Dan ini nih pertanyaan khusus buat Kiboy. Kiboy, gimana rasanya ketemu lagi dengan Miracle Boy dan Spicy Boy? Ada quotes-quotes khusus gak sih?
Biasa aja sih. Mungkin senang Rek balik lagi lah.
Seneng ya. Tapi ada coach-coach khusus mungkin kali ini mau bilang, this is my boy, this is Keyboy, sorry Anya, sorry ya. This is Keyboy, ada pesan-pesan lagi gitu untuk Spicy Boy dan Miracle Boy.
Nanti aja kata Albert.
Nanti aja kata Albert. Tapi Monica mau ngorek-ngorek tadi juga yang kata Keyboy, ketemu Rek. Gimana? Katanya kan kamu ngidolain Rek. Sekarang udah ketemu di Land of Dawn, di tim yang berbeda. Ini gimana kamu ngelihatnya, rasain? Udah bermain, kan kamu idolain Rek ya. Dan sekarang udah bermain di Land of Dawn, ketemu. Gimana rasanya?
Ya senang lah pasti kalau menang. Gilang ada mau bilang apa ke Udil nih?
Oh, jadi bukan Keyboy yang mau ngasih quotes, katanya Sans. Sans, ayo, ada quotes khusus untuk Udil?
Nggak ada sih, semangat aja Udil, semangat.
Oke. Dan tentunya kita udah nungguin siapakah player of the match kali ini. Kira-kira siapa player of the match? Albert. Kita lihat ya. Ini dia player of the match kali ini adalah Albert, kasih komentar dong. Gimana nih, kamu player of the match?
Hoki aja, hoki.
Hoki aja?
Ya, hoki.
Tapi kan pastinya latihannya keras juga dong.
Ya, tetap aja hoki.
Tetap aja hoki. Dan yang terakhir, Puts, gimana? Ini baru week kedua, masih ada perjalanan yang panjang. Persiapan Onyx ke depannya biar tetap fit, gimana nih? Apakah kamu harus nonton drakor-drakor yang bagus-bagus, happy ending?
Yang pasti makan teratur, tidur teratur, latihan teratur, nonton teratur.
Nonton teratur, drakor aman ya berarti ya?
Aman.
Jangan nonton yang sad ending ya?
Oke.
Oke, sekali lagi kita berikan tepuk tangan untuk Onyx! Dan tentunya ternyata Onyx ulang tahun kemarin ya. Ini, wah thank you Sonic, happy birthday untuk Onyx. Kemarin yang ulang tahun ya, mungkin Kairi deh ya, terakhir deh. Kairi belum ngomong dari tadi, mungkin ada pesan-pesan, harapan untuk Onyx di usia yang baru. Wishes on Onyx birthday. Any wishes on Onyx birthday?
Juara season 12 sama M5.
Kita lihat nanti ya seperti apa. Sekali lagi congratulations and happy birthday untuk Onyx. Terima kasih Onyx. Dan teman-teman semuanya juga Monica mau infoin informasi yang ini untuk teman-teman semuanya, yang mana bakalan ada 6 tim ladies yang akan bertarung selama 3 hari. Mulai dari tanggal 28 hingga 30 Juli 2023 untuk meraih gelar juara WSL Season 7. Mereka ada Bigetron Era, GPX Basreng, RRQ Mika, MBR Delvin, Kagendra, dan Tiger Wong Sirin. Nah sebagai ini salah satu figur ladies di MLBB ya, tentunya kita nggak sabar lagi untuk ngelihat bagaimana performance tim ladies di MLBB Indonesia. Jadi teman-teman semuanya jangan lupa dukung dan tonton WSL Season 7 Playoff yang akan dimulai pada hari besok. Dan untuk mengupas lebih lanjut bagaimana pertandingan tadi antara Onyx dan juga Alter Ego, langsung saja kita tanyakan pada para caster. Casters, back to you.
It's the best birthday gift as an Onyx fan. An absolute miraculous win, sealing the deal versus Alter Ego. But on the other side of the story, Mirko Rashi, Alter Ego, 3 straight losses and a very, very heartbreaking loss at the end of this day. How do they come back from this?
Are they at the bottom right now? Are they 9th place?
I think there are teams that hasn't played just yet, so we'll have to see. But for now, I think they are. It's just been a very tough road for Alter Ego, and they just haven't seemed to have found like a winning formula of some sort. When it comes to like the compositions, when it comes to the execution, what they want to do. Do they want to go for fights? Do they want to force the Lords? You see a bit more improvement here today. Whenever there's some macro play attempted by Onyx, they immediately pull the trigger and go to secure the neutral objective immediately. And that was great. It worked out occasionally, but it just wasn't enough. And here is the player of the match.
It's a
by Samsung
no-brainer.
Galaxy S22 Series 5G, Albert. We're going to see some highlights later on of that miraculous defense off the base. But he is 4-1 and 10 with an 88% kill participation. So man was doing a lot. And he was adaptive with the items as well. We see here the Wind Talker, the Wind of Nature, sorry, exchange later on for the Rose Gold, etc., etc. I mean, he was just doing everything he can to try and snatch away the game from the hands of Alter Ego.
But interesting emblem choice here by Albert. He goes for movement speed boost, which Claude already have. What do you think, Mirko?
I think it's pretty normal. I think
More
this is what I go for as well. The agility, tenacity into the quantum charge. You can, obviously change the quantum charge and the brave smite from time to time, but especially in this game, the agility, you saw it in play. The quantum charge, you saw it in play. It was all about mobility.
And I mean, in the late game, when you are the main target for a lot of heroes, mobility becomes very, very important, man. I mean, if solidify wants to try and catch Albert through the BMI with the agility, the quantum charge, the sprint as well, good luck catching up to this Claude. So I think this is why it's so interesting, right? The current emblems. You can go for a movement speed based build, or you can go for more sustained, whatever you need, which is very adaptive. And now let's take a look at some of the highlights, because in that game, Alter Ego was, for the most part, in control, and with the exception of some moments here made by Onyx and their execution, there really wasn't a lot going for them all the way until quite late in the game.
It's weird, right? Look at Onyx composition, like how they're defending that. Look at the wave clear. Look at how, man, like no AoE damage that can clear up the lanes really, really well, and you still win with miraculous plays, with micro plays from one of the best micro players in the world in Kyrie, Albert, Sans. Like all of them is just absolutely phenomenal in this game. Oh,
I think it was just a big miscommunication there. I mean, it was okay. Maybe it wasn't so visible earlier on, but here, Arashi, did you see that? Nino and Rekt were in the bottom lane. And meanwhile, Martis was trying to end the game solo.
Yeah, they weren't working together as a team. You see that everyone wasn't exactly on the same page. And even if they were, the fact that they had, we just discussed this, Mirko, like that better late game essentially, right? Of course, against a Khadira and a Lancelot, it's a bit tough, but they have crowd control. They win by default by composition, and then they were in such a rush to end the game, even though they were the ones, quote-unquote, with a better late game.
This is the last pickoff coming in from Keyboy. Sans reading perfectly onto Nino's movement, and Keyboy just punishes right away with the Bloody Hunt. But I think in that match, the impact player, Sans, like that base defense, I think he played more role than Albert, I would say. The knockups is that important for Albert to be able to deal damage, and it also deal damage in Nino that doesn't really have a lot of magic defense going on, you know?
He was also doing a lot of damage with the Oddity to try and help with the clearing of the waves as well. So Sans is definitely the unsung hero of the entire situation for sure. But in this game, everyone really pulled their weight, even though it looks kind of sketchy in the beginning. Because even Boots, he was also the part of the reason why Onyx were able to actually have equal turrets, had like some momentum to play around with by outmaneuvering Pi on that Paquito, as we were predicting, just as we predicted in the drafting phase. Looking at the items right here, it's everyone just has late game items, just switching it out and about depending on the situation. I think you have to give credit to Nino as well for being able to do a lot of damage, stay alive, right, dodge away from a lot of damage from both Kyrie and Sans on the Khadira and the Lancelot. But unfortunately, at the end of the day, everything needs to be, you have to be like in sync with your team as well in order to get maximum value and get that victory.
I think the main strength and weakness for Alter Ego is the same thing.
What's that?
Alter Ego have built a composition that withstands an engage, that can withstand an initiation and actually turn it around, but they cannot engage. So once they get the lead, when they're able to force Onyx to jump onto them, they win. But when the issue is forced on them to now push, to now siege, to now look for a team fight. They can't ever force that, and that's what we saw. It was always still Onyx who controlled when to go in, how it happens, and Alter Ego. They're very susceptible to Onyx in and out movements.
Which is why whenever Alter Ego was going for the Lords, they had no issue just going for it directly because they know, worst case scenario, Onyx tries to engage on us. We have all the right tools to deny that, and we're just going to go for the Lord regardless. So that is the strategy that gave them so much advantage in the mid game, essentially. But like we said, especially when you're at the base, only Beatrix with the Renner can actually hit from that far away. There's no real way for them to actually catch someone or burst someone down without Onyx just backing away and healing multiple times. So I think that initially, once they lost a couple of members from to Onyx in the base, they should have just backed away and went back to the default strategy that was giving them so much success. Because trying to force the issue there with only 3 members allows for Onyx to just defend with 2 members and even get some more punishes that eventually led to the instant comeback, even though they were right in front of the base of Onyx.
Alter Ego, 2 games lose streak in the first week. That's all right. New lineup. They're still adjusting.
Need time.
3-game lose streak. Is it time? Is it actually time to make changes? They have a new jungler in Variety. They also have their old roamer in Rossi. And not gonna lie, in this kind of composition, you have Florin, you have S12, this kind of heroes. I think Rossi suits better than Rekt.
Well, I mean, Rekt is also known to play the Angela, so no stranger to these defensive, supportive roamers for sure. But looking at the stats right here, man, it's pretty brutal. It's quite even for both teams. It was a back and forth endeavor, but the rich guy and the carry is going to be Albert in his new role, and the sandbag is going to be Sir Pai. This is why he was on the leaderboards for most damage taken. He is still a relevant factor, but that one moment where he got picked off was absolutely critical, man. And I think as a team, right, against a team like Onyx, you want to make sure that when your ally is walking to a bush, you need to have everything ready. Your stuns, your heals, whatever it is, you need to have it ready on a split second just in case Onyx or some of these other aggressive teams are just waiting in that bush, waiting for that pickoff.
I think one of the ways to evade all the burst damage coming in from Sans is Udil just building Athena shield. Because when you see the opposing side lineup, like there's not much beefy members, right? The only tank there is just Franco, and you don't really deal damage towards that Franco. That's not your main target. So I think you have to respect the damage coming in from Sans and also the potential of him just flanking from the back line, flanking from everywhere, just not spotted at all. And that, I think, it becomes the key point for Oldil to be able to sustain much more. And in one of the instances where he got bursted, like the healing coming from Florin was late, right? It's not late in terms of like the pressing skill from Rekt. It's just late in terms of, it's like Hayabusa with a shadow kill. There is still downtime before the output comes.
Well, before we continue with this discussion, keys to success for Onyx, it's going to be Albert mentioned over here, but being disciplined in their high ground defense, clearing the minions, knowing exactly what they needed to do and how they needed to do it, right? Clearing the minions but not getting taken out. It's easy to say it now, it makes sense, but in the heat of the moment, they're able to keep fighting, keep outputting damage, and then back away. Even Kyrie got taken out one time because he didn't expect the amount of damage coming in. Being able to just be that disciplined and exploit how aggressive and how desperate Alter Ego was to try and end the game right there and then, I think that was also a very good judgment call from Onyx, and that is what eventually led them to the victory, even though for the bulk of the game, Alter Ego was in control.
What are your thoughts, Sheffin? I mean, you brought out a topic, a very interesting one earlier.
Which one?
Alter Ego. How are they going to improve? What do they need to adjust? Because I think in these 2 games, even though they lost, this was an Alter Ego that knew, that understood the weaknesses that made them lose in week number 1. Now with week number 2, with the adjustments, it's still kind of the same. They're going up against Geek Fam in their next match. And Geek Fam, even though they're right now in the bottom of the league, in the standings, they're still a very scary team that brought Onyx to 3 games.
I think just give them one more chance. Okay, if it doesn't work out, then swap. In this case, like, they're up against Onyx. This is the outliers of outliers. This is the best team in the world currently. So, like, losing to them with a very good draft, very good game plan is kind of makes sense. Like even though like you were supposed to win the game based on the draft, like this is some of the best mechanical players in the world in every position. You know, like it's hard to actually win a game, not a match, a game against Onyx. So that's why RQ in first week, even though you know there's no Suns there, there's still definitely thumbs up for them.
Here, I'll be Arashi right now. A win is a win. Take it.
Still counts.
There you go.
What can I say?
Yeah, you're right.
Was it 2-0?
2-1, Arashi. That's nice try.
2-0.
But that was a very big win. I think RQ will have to, still though, they have to adjust. They're going to go up against, like the Bigger Trooper said, the runner-up of the Snapdragon Pro Series this week as well. So still a lot of big matches coming down this week.
What are those? Like I actually didn't. Okay, I think the schedule is gonna come up here, or the standing first. Oh my God!
Arashi.
Look at my friends here. It's just standing around. It's just they're having the time of their life.
We're gonna battle for number one in a bit, it seems.
Okay, I wish I could.
You better be ready, dude.
I could say like which team I support, but MPL told us to be quite neutral, you know. So I don't want to say it outright.
No, you can say it.
Neutral?
Geek Fam. You're fighting with Aura Fire.
I
with
support Geek
Eterna.
Fam. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
There's a cough there.
I didn't hear anything aside from the cough.
Okay, yeah. Thank you.
All right, well, we'll see, Mirko. May the best team win.
Oh, okay. Is that a
That aside, though, it's nice being on top, isn't it?
Oh, man, it
you
is.
feel that breeze, dude?
I do. Eterna and Sheffin definitely can't relate right now, but me, Arashi, and Gani, we're having a good time.
Yeah, in Indonesian, we have this saying like, pucuk dingin.
Yep.
Which means like in the top, it's very, very cold. Like if you go to Everest, you're probably dead in like 5 minutes if you don't have any kind of equipment available.
That's a weird thing to bring up,
you know,
Sherman, but
that's why Pikachu and RQ, they're about to be dead.
Oh, that's a bold statement. We'll see.
We'll see if Geek Fam can beat RQ and Bigatron.
I'm part of the family, man. It's all about the family, as Dominic Toretto would say.
Geek Fam already lost to Bigatron, so that one, it's now up to you, Arashi, to humble Sheffin. But for Geek Fam, they still have a chance to come back tomorrow up against EVOS Legends, who will be playing for the first time in MPL Indonesia Season 12.
All right, Shevin, it's your guys.
Okay.
How do you feel about this?
Yeah, I'm very optimistic. Like this is
against the scriptwriters team. Are you sure?
Has not won a game this season.
Well, you're right, but Geek Fam also have not won a game this season.
We're in the same situation, but look at match number 13 or match number 2 in the second day. Dewa United versus Onyx. It's the rookie versus the MVP. Oh, man.
Sky King versus Dewa, which means God. What is a king to a god? We'll see what happens tomorrow.
Oh, man.
It's going to be a slugfest, honestly. With both teams just willing to get into skirmishes and team fights like that, I feel like there's going to be a lot of exciting situations. But speaking of exciting, Shevin,
we got Women Star League Season 7. Support the women, man. Respect women, okay?
Respect women.
And, oh, man, gee, I wonder who's going to win, Mirko. Gee.
Oh, man.
What a mystery. Wow.
I don't know. I don't know who's going to win, but WSL Season 7 playoffs, that's exactly the question that everybody's been asking here. League of Game Esports Arena. Go ahead and check it out. 28th through the 30th of July, 2023. Go catch all the 6 best teams in women's esports in Indonesia. Battle it out. My prediction, Bigatron, but that's a bold statement.
Oh man, bold statement indeed. Like I think it's just it's 50-50 for everyone. That doesn't make sense. Okay.
Really?
As Kyrie would put it in Snapdragon, there's a 1% chance that they would win Snapdragon. I think you can put that for Bigatron Era as well.
That's a massive 1%, dude. Like a 1% majority.
1% with 2 zeros behind it. Oh god. And also there's also another tournament coming up. This time around it's officially from PBASE/Garudaku for Mobile Legends players who usually play alone and want to participate in national level tournaments. There is a way for you. I'm a solo player as well. I'm a solo addict. I think playing solo is much more fun than playing 5. Like if you're playing 5, like you just want to win. Solo, you have to experience the whole thing, man. And if you want to experience it in the highest level, it's PBASE/Garudaku tournament, which has 200 million rupiah as a prize pool and also a slot to National Esports League Level 2 if you succeed as a finalist in the National Esports League solo path. Like imagine, man, like you're just staying home playing games, like soloing all the way. all the day? Like just the next year you're playing in MPL or you're playing in the highest level.
Who knows?
Like, that would be like a story, like.
Absolutely.
And that's why I'm gonna join PBSE / nah, just kidding.
Well, it sounds like you need some more friends, Shervin, first of all.
Well, it's solo.
I mean,
it's solo. What do you mean? I don't need friends. I just have to.
Well, you need to meet
some
some of
people
the teams.
play solo. You're saying you like being solo, so you know.
I like playing solo.
We feel
That's
bad.
okay.
For
It's okay. It's okay, Sheffin. Having no friends isn't a flex. That's also a weird flex, Chef. It's fine. Sheffin, we've got you. We're your friends here, all right?
Stop coping.
Stop coping. But the National Esports League solo path can be joined by anyone, literally anywhere, and the registration is free. Total prize money for the entire tournament is 3.2, not million, billion rupiah.
And
billion.
If you wanna be my friend too, like please join too, because yeah, you're gonna be my friend.
How do they register?
So what are you waiting for? Register yourself now. Admit your dream team at garudaku.com/LEN2023.
LEN 2023, that is the year that we are in. 2023, Arashi.
Oh, is it?
And you know what year it is so far? It's the year of the Indonesians.
Oh my god. Please don't jinx it, man. Like.
Oh, you're right. I mean, Philippines will win, yes.
Myanmar.
Okay. But we're gonna see what's going on in the next stages of MPL tomorrow on Friday. Oh, this is Thursday. I just realized it. On Friday. So thank you for watching. Stay tuned for more action on MPL next day.
Kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di